Chapter 721 Myriad Opportunities. Chapter 721 Myriad Opportunities. In the lightning, the two figures fighting were not so huge that it was shocking. They were only 100,000 feet tall and were extremely fast. All kinds of divine arts were used. Space collapsed and was reconstructed. Even from afar, the vast dharmic powers were terrifying. Apart from Shu Dudao, there were other cultivators nearby. Anyone below the pseudo-sage realm would be crushed into dust on the spot. Han Ju observed carefully. Life and the chaotic Phi and Celestial were both great Tao sages. Han Ju felt that they were stronger than Ancestor Shishan. That made sense. Their value was higher than Ancestor Shishan and the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The chaotic Phi and Celestial had the body of a human and the head of a tiger or leopard. A sinister python was coiled around its waist, and dozens of huge skulls floated behind it. There were all sorts of things. At first glance, it looked like a bloodthirsty demon that had run out of the land of extreme evil. The figure fighting him was completely black like a huge shadow. One could only see that he had 4 arms, each holding a Dharma treasure as he suppressed the chaotic Phi and Celestial. Not bad. Han Ju noticed that the chaotic Phi and Celestial's attack landed on life as if it was a phantom. It passed through him, unable to cause any damage. Han Ju silently noted down life's figure and tried to see if he could deduce it later. Obediently obey me and become my slave. A sinister smile suddenly sounded. It was extremely cautious. Life suddenly jumped away and raised his 4 arms. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth, causing everything to lose its color. Even Han Ju lost his vision. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. It ended so quickly. Did that mean that the chaotic Phi and Celestial would be defeated after that move? Han Ju asked in his mind, who is this figure in my mind? The other party has a special supreme treasure that cannot be deduced. Then, can I insta-kill him? The other party has a special supreme treasure that cannot be deduced. Han Ju completely dismissed his identity as a fortune teller. From the battle just now, life was indeed strong, but it was not powerful enough to exceed his understanding. He could fight. With the advantage of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible for him to kill his way into the heavenly Tao in a short period of time. Han Ju still had time to become stronger. Continue cultivating and try to kill him as soon as possible. Han Ju thought. Time passed quickly. Another 10,000 years passed. Han Ju came to the second Tao field and let Li Yao out. Li Yao had already transformed into the undying Phi and Celestial. Han Ju took out a robe and let her wear it. How do you feel? Han Ju asked with a smile. He retracted Li Yao's authority in the simulation trial and the myriad worlds projection to confirm the confidentiality. Li Yao tidied her clothes and said seriously, very good. Compared to before, I've been reborn. Thank you. Han Ju said, what's there to thank between us? Cultivate in my Taoist temple in the future. Li Yao looked around and asked in surprise, where are we? Han Ju briefly introduced the second Tao field. Li Yao was shocked and couldn't maintain her composure. She scanned with her divine sense and was even more surprised. Including her, there were already 11 chaotic Phi and Celestials in the second Tao field. Han Ju waved his hand again and released the void Phi and Celestial. Li Yao was stunned. Previously, in the primordial world, she and the void Phi and Celestial were too far apart and did not notice each other. The new void Phi and Celestial was very curious about everything. However, chaotic Phi and Celestials were not mortals. After it was successfully nurtured, it grasped a language talent. This language talent could allow it to communicate with any species. Han Ju brought them out of the Taoist temple and gathered all the Phi and Celestials in front of it. Murong Qi, Guan Bubai, Heavenly Constellation Phi and Celestial, and the others were very excited to see Li Yao and the Void Phi and Celestial. Another new member. Han Ju introduced them to each other and let the Phi and Celestials sit down. He then began to preach. The great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing and contained the profundities of the 3,000 great Tao. Every Phi and Celestial sensed their Tao from the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju spoke very seriously this time. He wanted to help Murong Qi, the Crimson Fox, the Heavenly Constellation Phi and Celestial, and Guan Bubai attain the Tao in one go. As for the others, they would strive to improve as much as possible. Although Li Yao was a pseudo-sage, she was still a distance away from attaining the Tao. This lecture lasted for 500 years. After Han Ju finished his lecture, he told the Phi and Celestials to disperse. Li Yao followed him back to the Taoist temple. She was still thinking about the Tao technique Han Ju taught, and it was extremely beneficial. Han Ju waved his hand and took out a heavenly puppet, placing it in a corner. If there's anything you need, inform me through him, Han Ju reminded. As more and more fiend celestials appeared, it would definitely not be as easy to manage as before. There might be a conflict that even Marongchi could not mediate. Chaotic fiend celestials were a warlike race. Li Yao nodded. Hanju then returned to the main Dao field. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and heaved a sigh of relief. The next time he opened his eyes, Marongchi and the other three should be able to succeed. The fiend celestial army officially set sail. Hanju started to check his emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a chaotic fiend celestial and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the descendants of the fiend celestial X9,033,218. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren was attacked by the descendants of the fiend celestial X634489. Your good friend ancestor Shishin has reconstructed the great Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shu Dudao received a dream from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Shi Dudao accidentally entered a spatial crack and his cultivation weakened. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has entered the chaotic spring. His soul has been cleansed and his providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has obtained the power of primordial origin. His providence has increased greatly. Why is Chu Shiren hanging out with the heavenly court? Heavenly Emperor, you keep poaching my talents. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Shiren followed the evil heavenly emperor and should be fine. He understood the evil heavenly emperor. He would rather die than let his people die. The reason why Han Tuo could cultivate so quickly and even surpass Hanju's personal disciples was because of the evil heavenly emperor. Hanju continued reading. His good friends had their own opportunities, and some were unlucky. Ever since he fused with primordial origin, Huang Zuntian had become bolder and often left the heavenly Tao. However, Huang Zuntian's cultivation was indeed increasing. Since it was the path he chose, Hanju had no reason to stop him. He read the emails with relish. This meant that the great Tao sage also liked to surf the web. After reading the emails, Hanju immersed himself in cultivation. He wanted to break through a minor realm before life came. In a purple space, countless figures were fighting. Space distorted and mixed with white beams of light, like an illusion. Chu Shiren transformed into a golden Buddha. A Buddhist relic floated above his head. Golden light flickered. Facing the demons coming from all directions, he easily killed them. Although he had the upper hand, his expression was solemn. This battle had lasted for more than 5,000 years. He couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and saw that Han Tuo and Zhou Fan were still fighting. That's right, the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower had joined forces again. This time, the Great Tao Tower had also brought many hidden sect disciples, including Qin Ling. Qin Ling's performance was also eye-catching. His halberd attacked with unstoppable force. Chapter 722 Biological Father, Transforming into Life. Chapter 722 Biological Father, Transforming into Life. Qin Ling was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, after all. Soon, he was grabbed by a 10,000-foot-tall giant demon and could not move. Han Tuo waved his halberd and shouted, Yi Tian, save my grand disciple. Zhou Fan had contacted Li Xuanao. The latter had sent hidden sect disciples to train, and among them was Qin Ling. Li Xuanao had emphasized this fellow. After Zhou Fan learned of it, he told Han Tuo. After he learned of it, Han Tuo paid special attention to Qin Ling, as if he was making up for his debt to Han Yu. All right, Yi Tian shouted and suddenly appeared above the troll's head from millions of kilometers away. He swung his staff angrily and broke the troll's arm. Qin Ling broke free and looked at him gratefully. Yi Tian grinned and swung his staff at the troll's head again. The 10,000-foot-tall troll was sent flying. The power he displayed excited Qin Ling. After fighting for so long, he was also very tired, but he was more excited. He had finally found the life he wanted. That was to battle. On the other side, Zhou Fan and the evil heavenly emperor landed on a huge jade flute. The evil heavenly emperor was severely injured. His lower body was gone and his waist was covered in blood. A strange black aura surrounded his wound, preventing him from healing his body in a short period of time. Damn it, why are the chaotic fiend celestials so difficult to deal with? Zhou Fan cursed. He looked at the evil heavenly emperor and asked, Your Majesty, what's your backing? What tricks do you have? Hurry up and tell me. My subordinates can't die in vain. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. He struggled for a moment and opened his right hand. It was a bone fragment. I can only ask him to help again. The evil heavenly emperor sighed. Zhou Fan asked curiously, Who is it? The evil heavenly emperor had a complicated expression. It's still him, the inauspicious divine emperor. He squeezed his right hand, and the bone fragment shattered into dust. Zhou Fan was even more curious. What's your relationship with the inauspicious divine emperor? This is not the first time you've asked him for help. The evil heavenly emperor sighed again. He's my biological father. Zhou Fan was stunned. Before he could continue asking, the void above their heads was suddenly torn apart. A terrifying black shadow slowly crawled out. Its body was chaotic and difficult to distinguish. A strange pressure descended, causing all the living beings on the battlefield to shiver. The inauspicious divine emperor. So fast. Zhou Fan was secretly shocked. It seemed that the inauspicious divine emperor was really the evil heavenly emperor's father. The living beings of the heavenly court and the great Tao Tower had seen the inauspicious divine emperor before. Seeing his appearance, their morale immediately soared. The chaotic heavenly road quietly stretched across the dark forbidden zone. It was the only light in the darkness. On one of the paths, Shi Dudao and Li Daokong meditated with their backs facing each other. Shi Dudao suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Li Daokong seemed to sense something and also opened his eyes. You sensed it? Shi Dudao asked softly. The two of them were 10,000 miles apart. Li Daokong replied, something is spying on us. With that, he stood up. Shi Dudao did the same. Li Daokong suddenly appeared beside him, and the two of them looked in the same direction. Following their gaze, it was still dark and there was nothing there. After a long while, a sneer came from the darkness. Heavenly Tao sages, you're really weak. If not for you staying in the chaotic heavenly road, you would already be dead. I'm a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal like you, but I can easily tear the two of you apart. Shi Dudao frowned. Li Daokong said expressionlessly, isn't this provocation too weak? The sneer sounded again. Do you dare to come out and fight me? If I win, you will acknowledge me as your master. If I lose, I will give you 3 primordial purple chi. Shi Dudao replied, in the current heavenly Tao, one doesn't need the primordial purple chi to attain the Tao. The primordial purple chi is not only to attain the Tao. It's a key to the source of chaos. Do you know why the previous heavenly Tao sages could attain the great Tao sage realm? The mocking tone changed to one filled with bewitchment. Li Daokong and Shi Dudao were silent. He sneered and snorted. Don't you want to know who life is? Come and fight me. Li Daokong frowned. Are you life? I'm not, but I know who life is. Actually, there's more than one life. What do you mean? Come out and fight me. The eldest disciple of the human school, the first guardian of the hidden sect, is so cowardly. Have you heard of Divine Lord Peacock? He dared to attack a sage when he was only a pseudo-sage. You're far inferior to him. You're not worthy of being called prodigies. The mocking laughter became hysterical. Shi Dudao sent a voice transmission to Li Daokong, this fellow is abnormal. Don't be fooled. Li Daokong replied, he's using us as a breakthrough point. If we refuse, he will definitely find other sages. Why don't we take the risk? I have a special method to contact the sect master. Shi Dudao frowned and hesitated. Li Daokong stepped forward. Don't go back on your word. Come, Li Daokong, the legendary great Tao sword sage. I wonder if the young you has the bearing of a sword sage. The sneer became extremely excited. Li Daokong flew out of the chaotic heavenly road. Shi Dudao gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The two of them vanished into the darkness. Han Ju opened his eyes, indicating that another 10,000 years had passed. Strange. In the past, when I was in seclusion for 1,000 or 5,000 years, there were always people looking for me every few days. Now, after I've been in seclusion for 10,000 years, why didn't anyone come knocking on my door? Are they so impressive now? Han Ju muttered to himself, feeling a little depressed. It was not easy for him to be so powerful, but he actually did not have a chance to show his strength. He missed the time when he saved Han Tuo. That felt really good. Han Ju began to observe the immortal world. Everything was as before, but all living beings were becoming stronger. The dynasty of the human race had already transformed into an empire. The human emperors were all above the 9 heavens. The human race already had more than 1,000 dynasties that were conferred throughout the immortal world. Other than sending geniuses to the chaotic heavenly road, these dynasties also sent cultivators to the mortal world to preach. Only a dynasty that controlled a mortal world was qualified to become an empire. Above the empire was the human emperor temple, which controlled the prosperity of the human race. It was the same for the Providence sect. It became stricter. There were already more than 300 pseudo-sages and nearly 10,000 zenith heaven golden immortals in the immortal world. The development in the past 200,000 years had exceeded the previous calamities. It was mainly because there were no sages suppressing them and the chaotic heavenly road was seeking chaotic resources. The increase in the providence of the heavenly Tao also caused the spirit qi in the immortal world to constantly increase. It was becoming more and more prosperous. Hanju stood at the peak of the heavenly Tao and looked down at the myriad worlds, taking in all the forms of living beings. He was in a good mood. This was his territory. Hanju checked the emails and saw an email the moment he opened it. He instantly frowned. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious force and transformed into life. Transformed into life? Was this the life he had been worried about? There was more than one life. Hanju immediately checked Li Daokong's profile picture. Chapter 723 Calamity Life Controller, Descendant of Pangu. Chapter 723 Calamity Life Controller, Descendant of Pangu. Li Daokong. Mid-stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Calamity Life Controller, First Guardian of the Hidden Sect, Immeasurable Emperor, Perfect Sword Immortal, Successor of the Tao Ancestor. He has inherited all the teachings of the three schools of the Tao sect. Because you have grasped the heavenly sword Tao, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 6 stars. Calamity Life Controller. What happened to him? Hanju frowned. He had no choice but to use the derivation function to ask what a Calamity Life Controller was. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Calamity Life Controller. Great Tao Providence Divine Authority, just like the connate providence of the heavenly Tao. Other than identity, it is also a form of authority, a divine authority that can stir the calamity and not be affected by karma. Great Tao Divine Authority. Hanju thought of the chaotic deities. Could it be that they all grasped a Great Tao Providence Divine Authority? Then, Hanju sent a dream to Li Daokong. The dream quickly formed. Hanju saw Li Daokong in the void. The latter was dressed in black and his black hair was naturally disheveled. He had a cold expression, and a black sword pattern could be seen between his eyebrows. The current Li Daokong did not look like a good person. Li Daokong opened his eyes, his pupils overflowing with killing intent. Seeing that it was Hanju, his killing intent instantly retracted. Li Daokong said in surprise, Sect Master, you sensed that something happened to me. Hanju usually didn't look for him. According to the time, Hanju should have just finished his seclusion. He sent a dream to him so quickly, which meant that he was really worried about him. Li Daokong was touched. Hanju usually looked distant and calm to everyone, but he would never hide when they encountered trouble. Zhou Fan had described Hanju's shocking move to them in the Myriad Worlds projection. Hanju said, Tell me. Li Daokong spoke truthfully. In order to obtain information about life, he was deliberately provoked by a mysterious enemy. In the end, he and Shi Dudao were quickly defeated by the other party. When he woke up again, Li Daokong came to a special space. He was the only one in the space. He was soaked in a pool and his body and soul were modified by a strange force. He could not move. Li Daokong could sense that he was becoming stronger, so he did not seek help through the Myriad Worlds projection. More than one life? Hanju asked. Li Daokong nodded. That's right, I saw more than 3 individual lives. They took turns to check the changes in my cultivation, but I couldn't see their faces clearly. It was very strange. I clearly saw them, but I couldn't remember their faces. Hanju asked, Then are you feeling uncomfortable? Are you being controlled by them? Li Daokong hesitated for a moment and then said, Probably not. If that really happens to me, I'll contact the hidden sect immediately. Hanju nodded. Remember, don't force yourself. The invocation technique I taught you is not a forbidden technique. You can summon me. Sect Master, don't worry. I still want to take a look and search for more information. Hanju directly removed the dream to avoid being discovered. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. More than 3 lives had already appeared. Life was a force. Hanju couldn't understand and decided not to think about it. Anyway, Li Daokong was safe for the time being. Even if Li Daokong was caught off guard and enslaved, Hanju still had absolute purification in the primordial heavenly prison to use. Hanju came to the second Tao field and observed the cultivation situation of the Fian Celestials. He was not disappointed. Murong Qi, the Crimson Fox, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, and Guan Bubai had all successfully attained the Tao. Han Ming, the Time Fian Celestial, the Traversal Fian Celestial, and the Fog Fian Celestial had all stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Hanju's gaze landed on Yongdu. This fellow had yet to reach the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. The restriction on his potential was too great. After a while, as long as Yongdu cultivated to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, Hanju would help him become a chaotic fiend celestial in advance. He had to work hard for a period of time before he would cherish the favor Hanju gave him. Li Yao opened her eyes and saw him beside her. She hurriedly stood up. Hanju pulled her to a seat and asked about her recent cultivation situation. Li Yao immediately became excited and kept talking. She was no longer as cold as before. After becoming a chaotic fiend celestial, her cultivation could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. After all, the spirit qi in the Tao field was already abundant. She could absorb Kone qi without restraint. Seeing how happy she was, Hanju also became happy. He was quite useful to the people around him. Several days later, Hanju returned to the main Tao field and continued cultivating in seclusion. Since no one took the initiative to ask him for help, he would cultivate in peace. It would be best if no one needed his help or found trouble with him. Then, he could continue cultivating until he reached the peak. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked, "There's still no news of Li Daokong and Shi Dudao?" Pan Shin shook his head. "No, they left the chaotic heavenly road. There are no traces of destruction. They probably went to seek opportunities." Heavenly Venerate Wufa snorted. "They are really straightforward. They usually have nothing to do in the heavenly Tao." The other sages agreed. In the past, they felt that it was good that Li Daokong and Shi Dudao did not fight for power. However, as the heavenly Tao developed and became better and better, there were more and more places that the sages needed to be responsible for. They began to envy the two of them. So what if they developed Providence sects? Cultivation was the key. Just like Hanju, he was completely indifferent, but no one dared to betray him. They were active, but their disciples were always poached. Occasionally, there would even be signs of rebellion. Recently, a large number of descendants of Pengu have appeared in the immortal world and the myriad worlds. Fellow Taoist Pan, tell me about the situation. Heavenly Venerate Zondu changed the topic. This meeting was mainly about the internal affairs of the immortal world, so he didn't inform Hanju. Pan Shin's expression was ugly. "I'm not sure either, but they indeed all have Pengu's bloodline. I suspect that giant god Pengu might not be dead. He's staring at the heavenly Tao in the dark. He might even be the heavenly Tao." The sages were moved. Fang Liang said, "Impossible. The heavenly Tao is not Pengu. The spirit of the heavenly Tao has already fused with me. It is a separate intelligence and is still rejected by the rules of the heavenly Tao." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, "How's the potential of these descendants?" Jin Shen said, "Very strong. Almost all of them are geniuses. Isn't that a good thing? But there are too many. If Pengu can control them, when they become the masters of the providence of the heavenly Tao, Pengu can use them to directly overturn the heavenly Tao." Jin Shen looked worried. Heavenly Venerate Zondu also frowned. This was indeed troublesome. They couldn't directly capture them, because these descendants had their own relatives, friends, and even factions. If they captured all of them, it would probably alarm all living beings. At that time, how would they explain it? Would they say that Pengu was an enemy? All living beings of the heavenly Tao owed the giant god Pengu a favor. Pengu transformed into all living beings and created the world. Chapter 724 Supporting the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Chapter 724 Supporting the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Actually, we might think too highly of giant god Pengu. Since ancient times, how many immeasurable calamities have there been? Previously, when the flame race and the calamity race invaded, we never saw giant god Pengu appear. In the eyes of all living beings, giant god Pengu might not be as prestigious as the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, Chu Zilai said meaningfully. He glanced at the other sages and continued, "Pengu is already very far away. We can no longer spread his legend. Isn't the trend of geniuses now? Immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage became a sage in 30,000 years. If this matter is spread to all living beings, won't it motivate them? Focus the worship and reverence of all living beings on the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. It can also prevent Pengu's descendants from overturning the heavenly Tao in the future." His words caused the sages' expressions to change. He was using this opportunity to suppress Pengu and push Hanju up. What a lackey! Jin Shen, Emperor Shao, and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate cursed. Chu Zilai was really pretentious, but they didn't dare to refute him directly. The heavenly Tao sages who remained now more or less had some feelings and principles. The truly shameless, shrewd, and evil sages had already been destroyed by Hanju. Fang Liang said, "I think fellow Taoist is right. This is indeed a good method. After all, my Grand Master doesn't need such a reputation at all. Even if he gives it to you, it won't affect the current heavenly Tao. If it were anyone else, they might be arrogant and suppress the sages, but my Grand Master won't. You should have already felt it. The sages nodded. That was the truth. All the sages who were used by Hanju were a threat to him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, Emperor Shao, Jin Shen, and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked themselves. Hanju indeed didn't make things difficult for them. Even if the difference in cultivation level was already great, he wouldn't put on airs when talking to them. The sages began to express their agreement. Emperor Shao looked at Pan Shin in surprise. This fellow actually supported him, and he was not forced to. He was even passionate. This fellow really joined Hanju. In his opinion, Pan Shin and Chu Zilai were fighting for favor. Emperor Shao quickly adjusted his state of mind. In that case, he would help Pan Shin fight for favor and try his best to gain Hanju's trust so that he could live better in the heavenly Tao in the future. The sages began to plan how to suppress Pengu's descendants and establish the legend of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Pan Shin was the most eager. Because he was also a descendant of Pengu, it was easier for him to approach the other descendants. The sages were secretly envious, especially Chu Zilai. They didn't expect that they would only benefit Pan Shin. In a gray and mysterious space, Li Daokong sat naked in a pool. The outside of the pool was filled with dense mist and one could not see the distance. The water in the pool was hot, green, and sometimes purple. Plop! A figure suddenly landed beside Li Daokong, but the water did not splash. It was Shi Dudao. Shi Dudao quickly adjusted his posture. His aura was weak and his hair was messy. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. Li Daokong said in surprise, "You're not dead." Shi Dudao stabilized his breathing and rolled his eyes at him. "You really want me to die? Dog, if I didn't listen to you, would I have suffered such a calamity?" Li Daokong was not embarrassed and even smiled. At this moment, Life's voice sounded. "You have already become life. Cultivate well. You can leave when you become darkness." Li Daokong frowned and asked, "What is darkness?" Life replied, "Before the chaos is darkness. Darkness is the true appearance of all of this. You still have to stay here for at least 1,000,000 years. Don't forget to cultivate diligently." "So long," Shi Dudao shouted, but Life did not answer. Li Daokong heaved a sigh of relief. That meant that even if the darkness corroded him, it would take at least 1,000,000 years. This time was enough for Hanju to become much stronger. He knew Hanju's potential the best. The current Hanju was only 300,000 years old and could already resist the great Tao sages. 1,000,000 years later, he would kill people like slaughtering chickens and pigs. Shi Dudao smiled bitterly. "I have to stay in the same pool as you for 1,000,000 years. It's better to kill me." Li Daokong snorted. "Then kill yourself. Hee hee." The two of them fell silent. After a long while, Shi Dudao asked, "How many lives have you seen?" Li Daokong said, "What about you? The heavenly Tao is in danger." Shi Dudao sighed. They had been easily suppressed by one life, let alone at least 5. How strong were they? Moreover, if these lives all controlled powerful forces, how terrifying would they be when gathered together? Li Daokong said, "Cultivate first. We have no choice." Chaos, Heavenly Court. After more than 10,000 years of development, the Heavenly Court found a space and established a new location. The palace was dotted with stars and the heavenly troops patrolled in formation. In the center of the Heavenly Court was the numinous palace. In the hall, immortals gathered. It was even more lively than the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Court in the past. The evil Heavenly Emperor sat on the Emperor's throne and quietly listened to the argument between the literature immortals and the heavenly generals. 3 deity realm experts stood in the front row but did not interrupt. Not only did the Heavenly Court need to constantly fight, but it also needed the literature immortals to manage the internal affairs and govern the various worlds and races under them. Unlike the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Court, there were no sage factions, so the quarrels in the Heavenly Court were still benign and did not affect harmony. Chu Shiren was also among them, but he was not a literature immortal, but a heavenly general. Tisk tisk tisk. A strange laugh suddenly entered the numinous palace, cutting off the immortals' voices. All the immortals shut up and turned around. There were no guests outside the hall, nor were there any strangers. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. The strange laughter sounded again. Heavenly Court, nothing much. I am Life. Evil Heavenly Emperor, do you dare to make a bet with me? Life. The immortals were in an uproar. This name had often been heard in the chaos recently. The Heavenly Court was attacking the chaotic Fian Celestials, and so was Life. However, unlike the difficulties of the heavenly court, life had already subdued 3 chaotic Fian celestials alone. The evil heavenly emperor snorted. What bet? Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and Black Heaven General kept using their divine sense to search for life, but they couldn't capture its aura at all. I sent a chaotic Fian celestial to attack the heavenly court. If the court can last for a year, I will give this chaotic Fian celestial to the heavenly court. If the heavenly court is defeated, the court will surrender to me. Life smiled disdainfully. The immortals were furious and began to hurl accusations. Although they couldn't see life, this was the heavenly court. How could they allow outsiders to be arrogant? Furthermore, the other party was clearly here to find trouble. Yi Tian cursed. Damn it, you're hiding. Come out and fight me first. Life did not answer them. The evil heavenly emperor's eyes flickered. He did not agree immediately. He was puzzled. The other party seemed to be confident in defeating them. Since he was so strong, why didn't he show himself? There was only one possibility. Life was not as strong as the chaotic Fian celestial he sent, so he beat around the bush. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. This bet is meaningless. The heavenly court no longer thinks highly of the chaotic Fian celestial. How about we change the bet? Life's voice sounded. How? You and I will each send a prodigy at the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm to fight. If you win, the heavenly court will belong to you. If you lose, that prodigy will belong to the heavenly court. From now on, you are not allowed to disturb the heavenly court. The evil heavenly emperor had a confident expression before provoking disdainfully. I wonder if fellow Taoist life dares to agree. Chapter 725 Yesterday, Plan. Chapter 725 Yesterday, Plan. Facing the evil heavenly emperor's provocation, life immediately agreed. Why not? Set a time. Life was also filled with confidence. He wanted to defeat the evil heavenly emperor and the heavenly court's confidence before subduing them. The evil heavenly emperor said proudly, in 10,000 years. It will be in the heavenly court. All right, I'll wait for you for 10,000 years. I want to see what kind of prodigy your heavenly court can send. Life laughed wantonly. His laughter became softer and softer as if he was leaving. After his laughter completely disappeared, the immortals turned to look at the evil heavenly emperor. Yi Tian stood up and said, looks like the heavenly court needs me. Then I. Tuer, this battle will depend on you. The evil heavenly emperor interrupted without waiting for Yi Tian to finish. Yi Tian's smile froze. The heavenly generals couldn't help but laugh. Han Tuo took a step forward and cupped his fists. I must defeat him even if I die. His eyes were firm and confident. He was no longer the same as before. All the immortals of the heavenly court were the same. Han Tuo used battle after battle to prove himself. The evil heavenly emperor nodded in satisfaction and continued to discuss the previous question. The numinous palace became noisy again. The entire heavenly court did not seem to care about life. 10,000 years passed like smoke. Time passed, but it was also like a dream. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He was already 350,000 years old. His 300,000th birthday seemed like yesterday. Han Ju began to look forward to the system choice reward triggered at 400,000 years old. He began to observe the heavenly Tao. He discovered that his providence had increased greatly. Countless divine might heavenly sage statues and temples had been erected in the immortal world and the myriad worlds. He pinched his fingers to deduce. So the sages were promoting his legend. During a lecture, Heavenly Venerate Zondu told the geniuses that the strongest prodigy in the heavenly Tao was Han Ju, who had attained the Tao at 30,000 years old. This matter quickly spread throughout the immortal world and the myriad worlds after the lecture. The reputation of the hidden sect also soared. Han Ju frowned. He did not want to be so high profile. He continued to deduce and learned that it was to suppress Pengu. His brows relaxed. It had to be said that this plan was not bad. Shifting attention was the best way to suppress someone. Han Ju discovered that Li Xuanao was rushing towards the 100-peak immortal river. He would probably arrive in a few hours. He moved him into the Taoist temple. Li Xuanao landed on the ground and was stunned. He was still flying at full speed and then appeared in front of Han Ju in a panic. Such methods. Filled with reverence, Li Xuanao hurriedly bowed. Every time he saw Han Ju, Li Xuanao felt that he was even more unfathomable. He had heard Zhou Fan mention before that Han Ju was at least a great Tao sage. What is it? Han Ju asked. Li Xuanao said, Zhou Fan and I have already established perfect cooperation. Currently, we have already established 300 teleportation arrays that can directly lead to the Great Tao Tower. He first introduced the recent development of the hidden sect and finally said, recently, many geniuses who have obtained Pengu's inheritance have appeared in the immortal world. These geniuses are all walking the body cultivation path. The hidden sect has also taken in a batch of them. I want to use the 100-peak immortal river to capture their hearts. Hanju said, make the arrangements. Bring them along in 10,000 years. You can also choose another batch of outer sect geniuses. There are about 100,000 spots. So many. Li Xuanao was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. The 100-peak immortal river was filled with spirit qi. Just entering was a huge opportunity. Hanju waved his hand and sent him out. The reason why he had opened up 100,000 spots this time was to guard against attacks. The immortal world did not lack immortal emperors and deity realm existences, but it still lacked zenith heaven golden immortals, pseudo-sages. Especially pseudo-sages. Currently, the personal disciples had already begun to break through to the pseudo-sage realm. The weakest Chang Yue was also at the late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Hanju prepared to help all his personal disciples become pseudo-sages in 50,000 years. With spirit qi that far exceeded the heavenly Tao and the lecture of the great Tao sage, even a pig had hope of rising with time. Furthermore, the potential of the personal disciples of the hidden sect was not bad. There was no lack of peerless geniuses. Hanju started to check his emails. The emails over the past 10,000 years were not much different from the past, but he still read them with relish. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Since Hanju had nothing to do, he repeated the dream. He entered the dream. The scene was a forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect from a long time ago. The sun was just nice, shining down through the cracks in the leaves, landing on Hanju and the evil heavenly emperor. However, the two of them were no longer the same as before. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Do you remember this place? Hanju said, of course I remember. I didn't expect you to still remember after so many years. Actually, it feels like less than 100 years have passed to me. Hearing Hanju's words, the evil heavenly emperor was stunned for a moment before understanding. That's right, this kid had always been in seclusion. The things he had experienced might not be as many as what mortals encountered in their lives. In his memories, the past had become blurry. Perhaps in this kid's eyes, it was just like yesterday. Hanju smiled and asked, Your Majesty, what is it? Just say it, you don't usually reminisce with me. The evil heavenly emperor rolled his eyes and said, You're still the same as before. Boring, I indeed have something to tell you. Do you know about life? Hanju narrowed his eyes. I don't. The evil heavenly emperor continued, thousands of years ago, life came to the heavenly court and made a bet with me. Both sides will send primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals to fight. If the heavenly court loses, we will have to submit to life. Hanju was surprised. Another bet. Why did he like to gamble so much? I plan to send Tuer to fight him. After saying that, the evil heavenly emperor paused for a moment, wanting to see Hanju's reaction. Unfortunately, Hanju's expression didn't change, so he couldn't guess. This kid was really becoming more and more unfathomable. The evil heavenly emperor continued, I want to invite you to take action and capture life. Hanju asked, Isn't it a duel? The evil heavenly emperor shook his head and laughed. Since he's so confident, he definitely has a plan. I've never fought a battle I'm not confident in. So what if I win? He will definitely go back on his word and become angry from embarrassment. It's better to take the opportunity to capture him. I've learned that there's more than one life, but their identities are special. I have to capture one life to figure out their background. What exactly are their motives? Hanju remained silent. He had to go to the heavenly court for this battle. He was a little scared. Once he went out, it meant danger. However, if he rejected, the evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo would definitely be in danger, just like Li Daokong. Hanju couldn't guarantee that life wanted to subdue the evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo. What if they died? It would be fine if Hanju was really weak. He would be helpless. But he was already very powerful. The chaotic deities had no reason to deal with him for the time being. As for the chaotic deities, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. In an instant, Hanju thought of countless possibilities. He said, all right. The evil heavenly emperor was touched. He knew Hanju's personality. He didn't expect him to immediately agree without hesitation. Chapter 726 Power of Darkness, coming one after another. Chapter 726 Power of Darkness, coming one after another. After chatting with the evil heavenly emperor for a long time, the dream ended. Hanju opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked at his hands and felt his powerful dharmic powers. He was indeed very powerful. In a daze, he even thought that he was already invincible. However, he couldn't be arrogant when he thought of the chaotic consciousness and ancestor Shishin's miserable state. Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial and prepared to wake up. An hour later, he gave up on the simulation trial. No, not only did he not calm down, but he also became more arrogant. When the time comes, I'll challenge life in the simulation trial. If it's the great Tao Supreme, I'll directly run away with my son. Hanju thought silently. He felt that life should be at the great Tao Sage realm. Otherwise, why would he need a bet to subdue the heavenly court? He adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. Chaos, heavenly court. In the numinous palace, Zhou Fan brought a group of generals over, including Qin Ling. Ever since the last war, he had taken a liking to Qin Ling and often brought him around. With his help, Qin Ling's cultivation level increased very quickly. Now, he was already a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. According to his previous breakthrough speed, he would probably become a pseudo-sage in a few years. It was very exaggerated. Han Tuo nodded slightly when he saw him. Qin Ling was the same. He had extremely complicated feelings about Han Tuo. Grandmaster Han Yu wanted him to surpass Han Tuo. He originally thought that Han Tuo was a bad person, but he didn't expect him to also take special care of him. This made him very conflicted. Of course, in terms of potential, Qin Ling felt that he was not inferior to Han Tuo. He would still work hard to fulfill Grandmaster Han Yu's expectations and surpass him. Zhou Fan chuckled. Your Majesty, you really don't want to rest for a moment. You just defeated a chaotic Fian Celestial and now you're fighting life. Your battle can be said to have spread throughout the chaos. The evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I'm not the one causing trouble. It was life who provoked us. He was probably the one who spread the rumors. Zhou Fan's smile vanished as he said seriously, I also feel that something is wrong. You brought all the elites of the Great Tao Tower. I'll support you regardless of success or failure. The evil Heavenly Emperor stood up and came in front of him. He patted his shoulder and smiled. I didn't expect my confidant to be a heavenly soldier under me. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. This fellow liked to do this before others, causing Zhou Fan to always bow down to him. Even so, when my Great Tao Tower is in danger, your heavenly court will also have to come to help us. Don't you know my personality? How can I not support you? The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The Great Tao Tower's generals and the heavenly court's immortals smiled. The chaos was endless. After many battles, the two forces could already rely on each other and treat each other as brothers. Zhou Fan said, the mighty figures from other chaotic forces might be coming. When the time comes, will the heavenly court let them in? The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled. Yes, of course. The heavenly court is not the only one threatened. If we win, it will be a good opportunity to show our heavenly court's might. If we lose, the other factions will feel threatened too. Zhou Fan nodded and sighed. The evil Heavenly Emperor was the one who truly did great things. Although he, Zhou Fan, had pulled together a force, he was more like a king. He did not have the evil Heavenly Emperor's spirit or his foresight. If he was the evil Heavenly Emperor, he would probably be worried that the other factions would add insult to injury. Just like that, the cultivators of the Great Tao Tower stayed in the heavenly court. Zhou Fan pulled Han Tuo, Chu Shiren, and Qin Ling together. It was a gathering of fellow disciples. In the coming years, forces came to visit one after another. The evil Heavenly Emperor let them into the heavenly court heroically. Some mocked the evil Heavenly Emperor for being stupid and arrogant, while others admired his guts and situation. There were all sorts of attitudes. But they only had one true goal. They wanted to know life's strength. Behind the numinous palace, in a floating stone pavilion, the evil Heavenly Emperor and an old Taoist were chatting. It was the guide of the deity realm of the ruins of End. The creator of the heavenly Tao Buddhist sect. Jia Yin sighed. I didn't expect the little Taoist child from back then to also become famous in the chaos. The evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I'm only messing around. My cultivation level is not high enough. Jia Yin asked, how's your father? Hearing this, the evil Heavenly Emperor's eyes turned cold, but he quickly restrained himself. He smiled and said, what's wrong? It's already a huge blessing that he can transform into an inauspicious evil and still survive. I didn't expect him to become the inauspicious evil and even the master of the inauspicious evil. Jia Yin sighed. Back then, your father was the most outstanding prodigy of the true dragon race. His reputation was also spread in the deity realm of the ruins of End. However, he encountered an accident in the dark forbidden zone. The evil Heavenly Emperor said, if not for him becoming an inauspicious evil, I would have been unable to escape the possession of the inauspicious evil. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Senior, I'm here this time. Regardless of success or failure, I have to think of a way to make life stay. Jia Yin narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I've already informed the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Nuwa, Fuxidian, and the 12 Ancestral Magi. Life is too arrogant, he even threatened us earlier. Heavenly Court was not the first to be threatened. Instead, the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End were provoked one after another. The evil Heavenly Emperor said in a low voice, Senior, what do you think is life's motive? No matter what I think, I feel that he's courting death by doing this. It would be fine if he attacked us one by one, but he actually provoked all the famous factions in the chaos, looking down on even the chaotic Fian Celestials. Jia Yin said, if we were in his shoes, we wouldn't be able to see what benefits he can obtain. There's only one reason, he's only a pawn, he's not fighting for himself. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. A pawn, 3,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a little anxious. It was unknown when the evil Heavenly Emperor would use the invocation technique. He was very nervous, excited, and worried about the upcoming battle. Previously, in his dream, he had taught the invocation technique to the evil Heavenly Emperor. When the time came, the evil Heavenly Emperor would summon him. Unable to cultivate in peace, Han Ju began the simulation trial. He directly set up 100 ancestor Shishin to fight him and see if he could win. No matter how strong life was, he would still fight a great Tao sage one-on-one. Would he dare to face the siege of 100 great Tao sages? Then, Han Ju was killed. 100 ancestor Shishins attacking at the same time was indeed ridiculously strong. However, this also stimulated his fighting spirit. Just like that, Han Ju waited for the evil Heavenly Emperor to visit him in his dreams while immersed in the simulation trial. At the same time, in the mysterious space, Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, who were still meditating in the pool, opened their eyes at the same time. A beam of light appeared in front of them, reflecting the scene of the Heavenly Court. I will subdue the Heavenly Court and let you see how powerful the power of darkness is. Life's voice sounded. It was illusory and could not be tracked. Li Daokong frowned. He knew very well the relationship between the Heavenly Court and the hidden sect. Furthermore, he had a very good relationship with the evil Heavenly Emperor. Shi Dudao suddenly asked, you've been mentioning the power of darkness. Other than life, is darkness also a force? Chapter 727 Fee and Celestial Slayer. Chapter 727 Fee and Celestial Slayer. You're smart. That's right. Darkness is indeed a force, an unimaginable force. One day, you will be grateful to me. I'll let you transcend. I'll let you obtain the glory that surpasses the chaos. Life laughed wildly. Li Daokong could tell that this was the life who had suppressed them. These people had different personalities. Some were arrogant, some were silent, some were cold, and some were murderous. Shi Dudao pondered. Darkness was a force. Could it be that they are all subordinates of the Dark Forbidden Lord? No wonder I didn't die and instead obtained stronger power. The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to use this opportunity to let me escape the Heavenly Tao and completely become his subordinate. Shi Dudao smiled after he thought it through. Life's laughter vanished. Li Daokong looked at the light for a while and glanced at Shi Dudao, who was still snickering. He asked, what's wrong? You were devoured by the power of darkness. You've already changed into a different person. Hearing this, Shi Dudao glared at him and snorted. What do you know, kid? You benefited from me. You have to repay me in the future. How can I benefit from you? Hee. Shi Dudao smiled and did not say anything. Li Daokong cursed silently. This fellow was definitely crazy. No, he had always been mentally unstable. Li Daokong looked at the light again. He looked worried, not knowing if the Heavenly Court could survive this. In a pavilion in the Heavenly Court, Han Tuo was meditating and cultivating. His slightly frowned brows represented the uneasiness in his heart. He looked confident on the surface, but he was also afraid of losing it, dealing with a terrifying existence that even a chaotic Fian Celestial couldn't subdue. He would let down the Heavenly Court if he lost. Han Tuo kept adjusting his emotions. He was recalling the stories the evil Heavenly Emperor had told him about his father, Han Ju. When Han Ju was still immortal, when the sect and the family were in trouble, he even dared to stand up. When the immortals wanted to clean up the mortal world, he was the one who stood up and used the power of mortals to resist the immortals. At that time, Han Ju was alone. The current Han Tuo still had the support of the entire Heavenly Court. If father can do it, so can I. I can't always rely on him to save me. I have to take charge. I have to become his pride. Han Tuo's brows gradually relaxed. This battle was not only the rise and fall of the heavenly court but also the battle that would make him famous in the chaos. If he won, his name would shake the chaos. He could only win. Tisk tisk tisk. A strange laugh suddenly sounded and resounded throughout the heavenly court. Han Tuo opened his eyes. Life, evil heavenly emperor, are you ready? The prodigy I brought is already hungry. I hope your prodigy can let him eat his fill. With that said, a deafening roar resounded throughout the heavenly court. The space at the edge of the heavenly court facing the numinous palace had already been torn apart. A burly figure 50 feet tall slowly stepped out. He was like a human and had 3 heads and 6 arms. He wore heavy black armor embedded with spikes. The flesh under the armor seemed to have been burned by fire. His face was ugly and blood seemed to overflow from his body at any time. His eyes were dark green and his pupils could not be seen. A terrifying murderous aura erupted and wrapped around his body like a tornado. A terrifying holy might filled the heavenly court, causing all living beings below the sage realm to shiver. The evil heavenly emperor brought Zhou Fan and the others out of the numinous palace and looked at the enemy. The doors of the nearby palaces opened one after another. Powerful figures walked out one after another. Jia Yin, Nua, Fuxidian, Empress Haotu, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Dijin, and so on were mostly from the deity realm of the ruins of End. There were also some from the unknown. The 12 ancestral magi stayed in front of the same palace. Surrounded by flames, ancestral magus Zhurong frowned and said, "What is that? His blood essence is so powerful. It's almost comparable to the freedom realm." Di Zhong also frowned. The other party is indeed confident. In front of another palace, Fuxidian, who was standing beside Nua, narrowed his eyes. Seeing Han Tuo's opponent, his heart palpitated. Even though he was already a freedom sage, he did not dare to have absolute confidence in defeating the other party. It looks like a chaotic fiend celestial, but not completely. Nua frowned. In front of the numinous palace, the evil heavenly emperor was expressionless, but the heavenly generals were a little panicked. VWD. This enemy looked very terrifying. Qin Ling frowned and couldn't help but worry for Han Tuo. If Han Tuo died in front of him, how could he answer to Han Yu? However, his strength was far inferior to Han Tuo's. Even if Han Tuo was not his match, he did not have the strength to save him. This is the Fiend Celestial Slayer, my pet. Evil Heavenly Emperor, where's your prodigy? Did he already run away? Life's voice sounded again, still extremely arrogant. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal himself. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from a corner. The door to a hall suddenly opened and shattered. Han Tuo stepped out, and a golden dragon coiled up from under his feet. The dragon became larger and more handsome. He slowly raised his right hand, and a spear that shone with a strong light appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, Han Tuo, who had inherited some of Han Ju's looks, wore divine armor and looked high-spirited. It suited the image of a divine general in all living beings' minds. The Fiend Celestial Slayer suddenly turned his head and glared at Han Tuo. His heavy breathing carried a scorching aura, causing space to twist. Han Tuo stared at the Fiend Celestial Slayer fearlessly. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was forgotten. They only had eyes for each other. Divine General Han, a heavenly general suddenly shouted. Immediately after, tens of millions of heavenly troops shouted in unison. Divine General Han, Divine General Han, Divine General Han. The commotion was shocking. The various factions were calm. They cared more about life. Filled with the aura of an emperor, Dijin took out a book and searched through it. He was not the only one. The other mighty figures were also secretly looking for life. The Fiend Celestial Slayer suddenly roared angrily and vanished. The terrifying power shattered space. Almost instantly, Han Ju also disappeared. His chamber shook violently. Boom! The two figures collided in the void. Two domineering forces collided, causing a visible fluctuation in the sky. In front of the Fiend Celestial Slayer, Han Tuo looked very short, but his golden dragon supported his aura. This power. Han Tuo had a sinister expression, but he was a little shocked. The Fiend Celestial Slayer immediately attacked. His 6 arms bombarded Han Tuo like cannonballs. Not displaying any mystical powers, he relied solely on his physical strength. Han Tuo waved his spear and borrowed the force. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, Han Tuo couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to move. The Fiend Celestial Slayer followed closely behind. The two sides kept moving, forming billions of afterimages in the sky. It was as if billions of people were fighting in the sky, like a war. Not good, Zhou Fan whispered as he stood in front of the evil heavenly emperor. His hands in his sleeves clenched into fists, ready to attack at any time. If Han Tuo died here, he might as well kill himself. He would be too ashamed to face Han Ju. The evil heavenly emperor said calmly, "What's the hurry? This is only the beginning." Chapter 728 True Body. Chapter 728 True Body. Han Tuo moved again and got away from the Fian Celestial Slayer, but the latter quickly caught up. Not only was his strength inferior, but so was his speed. Han Tuo had no choice but to use his mystical power. He struck out with his left palm, using the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. The palm shadow instantly expanded and struck the Fian Celestial Slayer, suppressing it. The powerful Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm sealed the Fian Celestial Slayer's body, preventing him from moving. His strong body pierced through layers of clouds. This scene surprised everyone. What a powerful technique! This palm has the profundity of the Great Tao. He's indeed a prodigy. The heavenly court is indeed filled with hidden talents. No wonder it can quickly rise. Interesting. Standing beside Nuwa, Fuxidian sighed. If it were an ordinary primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, they would probably be directly suppressed. This Fian Celestial Slayer is indeed impressive. The descending Fian Celestial Slayer suddenly roared. His 6 arms shook angrily and directly shattered the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. Boom! Han Tuo swooped down with his spear like a golden rainbow, splitting the entire heavenly court into 2. His unstoppable spear pierced through the Fian Celestial Slayer's chest. The Fian Celestial Slayer fell again. Roar! The Fian Celestial Slayer roared angrily. Its 3 faces were sinister like ghosts, ghastly and terrifying. 2 of his arms suddenly grabbed the spear, and the remaining 4 arms attacked Han Tuo again. Han Tuo immediately rubbed his spear with both hands. His dharmic powers turned into a strong wind and minced the hands of the Fian Celestial Slayer. Blood splattered. The Fian Celestial Slayer suddenly flashed and appeared behind Han Tuo. He kicked down like a mountain, pressing down, causing Han Tuo's body to bleed and shatter. In the next second, Han Tuo's body gathered again. He turned around and stabbed with his spear. The Fian Celestial Slayer used his chest to receive this spear. The 6 new palms struck Han Tuo crazily. The 2 sides fought back and forth. The violent pressure shook the space of the heavenly court. All the palaces shook. Fortunately, the evil heavenly emperor had long prepared for this. Every palace was protected by an array formation. The evil heavenly emperor stared at Han Tuo. Zhou Fan, Yi Tian, Chu Shiren, and Qin Ling were the same. Yi Tian blinked and cursed. "It's too fast. I can't see clearly. Who has the upper hand?" Zhou Fan said with a solemn expression, "It's hard to say, but this Fian Celestial can't be killed at all." The strength displayed by Han Tuo surprised him. Compared to the last war, this kid had become stronger again. However, he encountered a monster. The Fian Celestial Slayer reminded Zhou Fan of the chaotic Fian Celestial. It was the same difficult to deal with, the same unkillable, and the same powerful body. Chu Shiren asked in a low voice, "Should we contact Grandmaster?" If it was anyone else, he naturally wouldn't say that. But this was Han Ju's son. Zhou Fan said in a low voice, "Go tell him. At least let him know about this." The evil heavenly emperor glanced at them and found it strange. The hidden sect seemed to have a special communication method. There was no need to send a message or face each other. The evil heavenly emperor didn't stop him. It was a good opportunity for Han Ju to be prepared in case something happened suddenly. 100 Peak Immortal River. Han Ju had already stayed in the simulation trial for 32 years. He did not know how many times he had failed, but he was still fighting 100 Ancestor Shishin. The increase in his combat experience allowed him to unleash his strength better. Now, facing 100 Ancestor Shishin, he would not be killed randomly. At least, he could fight for a period of time. The Black Hell Chicken's voice came from outside the Taoist temple, "Master. Something happened to your son." Han Ju left the simulation trial and asked, "What is it?" The Black Hell Chicken gave a simple introduction. Life attacked the heavenly court. Han Tuo was fighting a mysterious powerful enemy. "Got it," Han Ju replied, and the Black Hell Chicken left. Strange. The heavenly emperor had yet to use the invocation technique, so why did Chu Shiren send a message first? Could it be that the heavenly emperor did not tell Chu Shiren about the plan? Very likely. How could he tell others about such a plan? Han Ju was not in a hurry and waited for the evil heavenly emperor to use the invocation technique. "Will I die if I go to the heavenly court now?" Han Ju asked silently. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There's a trace of the possibility of death. A trace? Han Ju's heart tightened and he asked, "Is there anyone stronger than me in the heavenly court and nearby?" 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That trace of possibility should be his carelessness. Although Hanju was only at the early stage Great Tao primordial chaos realm, his combat strength had always been higher than his realm. In addition to the simulation trial, not to mention the same realm, even if the other party was 2 realms higher, they might not be his match. Hanju couldn't wait anymore. However, the evil heavenly emperor had yet to use the invocation technique. He stood up and began to stretch his muscles. He did a set of national movements that he had learned in his previous life. This action was naturally useless to a great Tao sage. He was only killing time. In the heavenly court, the sounds of battle continued. The sky was already riddled with holes. Space-time lightning interwove and darkness transformed into spots that dotted the space in all directions of the heavenly court. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. The battle between Han Tuo and the Fian celestial slayer had already lasted for several hours. The two sides were still fighting. It seemed that Han Tuo was not at a disadvantage, but he clearly felt that the Fian celestial slayer's aura was faintly becoming stronger. If this continued, Han Tuo would probably lose. The evil heavenly emperor began to hesitate if he should summon Hanju now. When mighty figures fought, victory and defeat usually happened in an instant. Perhaps Han Tuo could still tie with him now, but he might be killed in the next second and his body and soul would be destroyed. When will His Majesty attack? Nua's voice suddenly entered the evil heavenly emperor's ears. The evil heavenly emperor asked with a voice transmission, "Have you found life?" Nua replied, "I can't be sure, but he has indeed infiltrated the heavenly court. It's fine as long as the heavenly court's space is sealed. At that time, if you capture him, you have to hand him over to me. My brother's great Dao fruit has been snatched away by him. If you want to attain the great Dao again, you have to find this Dao fruit." The evil heavenly emperor frowned and sent a voice transmission, "Let's wait a little longer. It's best if we succeed on the first try." Immediately after, the other mighty figures also sent voice transmissions to the evil heavenly emperor. He had no choice but to appease them. Boom! A violent aura suddenly erupted. Flames surged from Han Tuo's body like a hurricane. 2 vertical eyes opened on his forehead. His black hair quickly grew long and white, and a pair of fleshy wings grew on his back. Fian celestial true body. The mighty figures were shocked. Someone exclaimed, "Chaotic Fian celestial." Whoosh! They never expected Han Tuo to be a chaotic Fian celestial. The Fian celestial slayer suddenly stopped and stared at him. "Chaotic Fian celestial, no, you're the same as me." Han Tuo looked down at the Fian celestial slayer and said disdainfully, "So you can speak too? I thought you were a beast." With that, he waved his spear. A crescent-shaped white light tore through the heavenly court. Space was sliced into 2, and so was the Fian celestial slayer's body. Chapter 729 Life Attacks. Chapter 729 Life Attacks. The Fian celestial slayer was slashed into 2. Just as he was about to recover, Han Tuo suddenly appeared in front of him and wrapped him with his wings. Boom! The Fian celestial slayer tore through Han Tuo's wings and rushed out, but he was already covered in blood. Han Tuo released his right hand and the divine spear spun at high speed. He cast a spell with both hands, and the golden dragon under his feet entered the divine spear. A black shadow rose from his body, like Hanju's Fian celestial Dharma idol. The black shadow also entered the divine spear. In an instant, circles of black light burst out from the divine spear, shaking the protective array formation of all the palaces. What's that? Chaotic Fian celestial? No, that black shadow's aura is different from his. Could there be another chaotic Fian celestial hidden in his body? Impossible. 2 chaotic Fian celestials combined into 1. The mighty figures communicated with each other. Most of them were surprised. Perhaps Han Tuo's strength was nothing to them, but the chaotic Fian celestial was the top potential in the chaos. Although life in the heavenly court had defeated several chaotic Fian celestials, they were either corpses or had only cultivated for a short period of time. The ancient chaotic Fian celestials were still powerful existences in the chaos. However, the chaotic Fian celestials hated each other, so there were no other chaotic Fian celestials supporting them. Han Tuo's eyes narrowed. He stabbed the divine spear at the Fian celestial slayer. The space along the way shattered and turned into absolute darkness. The Fian celestial slayer couldn't dodge in time and could only use his dharmic powers to block. However, it was pierced through. The divine spear stopped behind him and began to absorb his dharmic powers. The Fian celestial slayer seemed to have been wrapped by invisible shackles and could not break free. I didn't expect you to have a chaotic Fian celestial under you. No wonder you're so confident. Life's voice sounded. Ever since the battle began, he had not said a word. Now, his tone was slightly surprised, but he still did not panic. The evil heavenly emperor laughed. Are you prepared to admit defeat? Life smiled disdainfully. Admit defeat, your prodigy is about to die. With that, the Fiend Celestial Slayer's roar was deafening. His 6 arms swayed crazily as he forcefully broke free from the shackles of the divine spear and pounced at Han Tuo. The divine spear attacked again and pierced through his body, but he ignored it and pounced at Han Tuo like a madman. Han Tuo waved his right hand. The spatial fragments that filled the sky turned into sword shadows and attacked the Fiend Celestial Slayer. Great Tao Mystical Power, 10,000 Life Sword. The Fiend Celestial Slayer's body was instantly minced, but immediately after, he regathered his body. His blood essence became stronger and he quickly arrived in front of Han Tuo. His fists and feet attacked crazily, and he was even faster than before. Han Tuo's body was destroyed. His soul fled and reformed his body. Wisps of black aura appeared around him and quickly tied him up. His body quickly petrified, leaving only his 4 eyes unaffected. The Fiend Celestial Slayer walked over with a sinister smile. Do you really think I don't know a mystical power? There's just no need to use it. Junior, you are indeed very strong. Your potential is terrifying. Unfortunately, you met me too early. However, don't worry. After I eat you, I will bring your share to become famous in the chaos. I will surpass the chaotic Fiend Celestials. The 3 heads of the Fiend Celestial Slayer opened their bloody mouths. He came in front of Han Tuo and raised him high, then started to eat from his feet as stone fragments scattered. This scene stimulated the tens of millions of heavenly troops. Their eyes were red, they wished they could immediately rush out. Zhou Fan was about to attack when the evil heavenly emperor grabbed his wrist. He turned around and glared at him. The evil heavenly emperor was calm. At this moment, the petrified Han Tuo suddenly turned into dust, leaving only his 4 eyes flying away from the Fiend Celestial Slayer. The divine spear flew to Han Tuo's eyes. The black shadow that had fused with the spear appeared and fused with his 4 eyes. It was like a black shadow that had 4 cold eyes. Having transformed into a black shadow, Han Tuo held his divine spear and walked towards the Fiend Celestial Slayer. The Fiend Celestial Slayer roared angrily. Wisps of black aura appeared around Han Tuo again and wanted to wrap around him. However, it was as if they were passing through an illusion. They brushed past him and could not tie him up. Han Tuo walked straight to the Fiend Celestial Slayer. At this moment, he looked even more evil than the Fiend Celestial Slayer. It was not his appearance, but his aura. The great Tao sages frowned. Han Tuo waved his spear and the Fiend Celestial Slayer moved behind him. However, just as it appeared, 3 heads fell. You want to eat me? Is your stomach large enough? Han Tuo's cold voice sounded. Thousands of black lines suddenly appeared behind the black shadow. They pierced through the Fiend Celestial Slayer's body and dispersed it, leaving his soul pierced and hanging in the sky. The Fiend Celestial Slayer's soul trembled. He wanted to struggle, but he could not move. What is this? The Fiend Celestial Slayer stared at Han Tuo and asked with a trembling voice. He couldn't reform his body or break free. Han Tuo turned to look at him and said, "You are the first to withstand my innate mystical power." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Tuo raised his right hand. A violent suction force appeared in his palm and crazily sucked in the soul of the Fiend Celestial Slayer. Because his soul was nailed to the sky by thousands of black lines, the suction force began to tear apart the Fiend Celestial Slayer's soul, causing soul fragments to be sucked into Han Tuo's palm. This scene was as cruel as the scene of the Fiend Celestial Slayer devouring Han Tuo. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Fan scolded jokingly, "I didn't expect this kid to still have this move. What mystical power is this? It makes my heart palpitate." The others also nodded. It had to be said that Han Tuo in his black shadow form was really terrifying. HMPH. Life's cold snort suddenly sounded. The thousands of black lines imprisoning the Fiend Celestial soul suddenly snapped. Han Tuo instinctively sensed danger and subconsciously turned around to wave his spear. However, he was dispersed by an invisible force, leaving only his 4 eyes in the air. Life attacked. At the same time, great Tao sages suddenly appeared in every corner of the heavenly court. They raised their hands and cast spells. Their dharmic powers erupted and covered the entire heavenly court. The leader of the ancestral magi, Di Zhong, snorted. "Life, hurry up and show yourself." The heavenly lord of primordial beginning, whose aura was void, held a horsetail whisk and mocked. "Is this the way life handles a bet? You want to break the rules after losing? How embarrassing. Do you think you are worthy of ruling the chaos? Ha ha ha, that's right, I think it's pathetic. He's just a despicable person. Let's see if he dares to show himself." You were so arrogant earlier, but in the end, you can't afford to lose. How ridiculous. Let's make a bet and see if this life will beg for mercy. The other great Tao sages mocked. Their laughter echoed in the heavenly court, even more rampant than before. The evil heavenly emperor waved his hand and moved Han Tuo to his side. The others parted and surrounded him. Han Tuo recovered his body. His face was pale and his aura was weak. The evil heavenly emperor looked at him and smiled. You've already done well. You didn't embarrass me. The others also praised him. Han Tuo was indeed powerful after using his innate mystical power. The Fian celestial slayer could not resist him at all. Boom! In the wind of the heavenly court, rolling thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the ruined sky. Countless dark clouds emerged from the spatial cracks, mixed with lightning and heavenly fire, as if the end of the world was coming. Chapter 730 Terrifying Power of Darkness. Chapter 730 Terrifying Power of Darkness. Is he finally going to attack? The evil heavenly emperor turned around and muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon in the sky. This time, 23 great Tao sages had come to the heavenly court. There were also more than 30 freedom sages. As long as the heavenly court's space was sealed, it would be impossible to escape. This was the consensus of all the great Tao sages. They stared at the sky teasingly, waiting for life to appear. You worms born from the chaos dare to look down on me. Do you really think I don't know why you're here? The reason why I don't care is that I don't care about you at all. Since you're so arrogant, I'll let you experience what darkness is. The chaos will ultimately pass. The era of darkness is about to arrive. Today, I'll kill you first. It'll be the beginning of the dark era. Life laughed wantonly as the thunder rumbled even louder. Everyone began to nervously wait for life to descend. No matter what, he still dared to be arrogant at this time. He couldn't be underestimated. On the other side, Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, who were in the mysterious pool, were also waiting nervously. They had only seen Life's figure and had never seen his true strength. Shi Dudao clicked his tongue in wonder. Let's make a bet and see if Life can win. Han Tuo's performance just now stimulated him. He had heard from Li Daokong that Han Tuo was only 300,000 years old. Such potential was definitely far superior to his. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly felt that Han Ju, Han Tuo's father, was more likely the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had this feeling ever since he first saw Han Ju. The current situation was more like a self-directed act by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Li Daokong said, "What do you think?" Shi Dudao chuckled. "I guess Life will suppress the heavenly court, but he will lose in the end." Li Daokong was interested and asked, "Why?" "You'll know when you see it. Then I guess Life will fail." "Why?" "The sect master of the hidden sect will not sit by and watch his son be injured. Furthermore, he has a very good relationship with the evil heavenly emperor. They are like brothers." Shi Dudao curled his lips and suddenly felt bored. It would be interesting if Li Daokong thought that Life could win. At the same time, the scene of the heavenly court in the light suddenly changed. The thunderclouds that filled the sky suddenly gathered into a huge face. It was impossible to estimate how big it was as it looked down on the entire heavenly court. This face only had facial features. His eyes suddenly became real. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his scarlet pupils flickered with crazy killing intent. "Do you know what all of this was like before the chaos?" "What was it called?" Life suddenly asked with an intriguing tone. The hot-tempered Zhurong cursed. "If you want to fight, then fight. Do you want to wait for help?" With that, he punched into the sky. The flames on his body rushed into the sky like a torrent, but they were devoured by the thundercloud face. "HMPH, since you can't wait, then die." Life roared angrily. A rolling black aura suddenly surged out from the eyes, nose, and ears of the thundercloud face. This black aura quickly spread out in an indescribable form and instantly covered the heavenly court, as if night had suddenly descended. The great Tao sages used their mystical powers one after another, wanting to disperse the darkness, but they were shocked to discover that their dharmic powers dissipated as soon as the darkness dissipated, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. "How can this be?" The heavenly venerate frowned. He did not believe it and cast another spell, but it was still the same. He had no choice but to take out a wooden sword and raise it in front of him. The wooden sword emitted green light, wanting to absorb the previous black aura, but the black aura had already disappeared as if the space itself was black. "Go, find him," Di Zhong shouted in a low voice. The 12 ancestral magi rushed out of the palace and broke through the thundercloud face. The great Tao sages used their mystical powers and faced the thundercloud face. Only by destroying Life could they remove this strange power of darkness. At this moment, the dark power attached to the space began to spread out and sweep towards the living beings. The heavenly soldiers with lower cultivation levels could not dodge in time and were instantly drowned by the darkness, turning into black shadows. Ah, what is this? Get out of the way. I can't block it. My dharmic powers. Screams and cries mixed together, bringing panic to the heavenly court. Yi Tian and the Black Heaven General began to arrange the heavenly generals to stabilize the heavenly soldiers. The darkness around the numinous palace also swept towards the evil heavenly emperor and the others. The evil heavenly emperor waved his sleeve to block. His dharmic powers touched the darkness and instantly perished. His expression changed drastically as he immediately moved with Han Tuo. The others panicked. How could they fight? Tisk tisk tisk, your dharmic powers can only be used by me. Life laughed wantonly. The thundercloud face suddenly opened its mouth and spat out 12 black shadows. They were the 12 ancestral magi. Having the strongest cultivation, Di Zhong could still prevent his head from being devoured by the darkness, but he was already exhausted. He could only stare at the thundercloud face in anger. The thundercloud face absorbed all the great Tao sages, mystical powers and began to change violently. It quickly condensed into a 10,000-foot-tall figure. Its body was like a horse, with its upper body being like a human. Countless arms could be seen behind it. Its face was solid and its skin was like dry bark. Its eyes were cold as it looked down on the entire heavenly court. Under the dark atmosphere, the true body that life revealed was so terrifying. Jia Yin took out a wooden staff that was covered in gold, silver, and glass. It was golden and glass. He waved it at the sky, and the surrounding darkness was absorbed by the wooden staff. A bright light appeared and stood out in the entire heavenly court. Life noticed this scene and raised an arm towards him. Facing the 10,000-foot-tall Life, Jia Yin's expression was indifferent, revealing the composure of a great Tao sage. Life's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. In an instant, the surrounding darkness transformed into countless sharp claws that drowned towards Jia Yin. Amitabha, Jia Yin waved his wooden staff, and a golden Buddha rose from behind. His arms drew a circle and formed a 1,000-hand golden Buddha to resist the power of darkness. However, once it touched the power of darkness, the golden Buddha dissipated. Seeing this, Jia Yin had no choice but to use his wooden staff to resist. Only his wooden staff could absorb the power of darkness. HMPH, old Taoist, your Dharma treasure is quite capable. A cold voice came from behind Jia Yin. He turned around and saw a black shadow appear behind him, and Life's 10,000-foot-tall body was still far away. Jia Yin waved his staff, but the black shadow caught it with one hand. Boom! The wooden staff emitted a terrifying aura that shook the power of darkness, but it couldn't break free from the black shadow's hand. The black shadow suddenly turned into a vortex, causing the wooden staff to twist and spin. Before Jia Yin could retract his hand, his right arm was torn off. His eyes narrowed. The wooden staff flew out of the vortex and wanted to return to his hand. However, the vortex suddenly shrank and devoured his wooden staff. The power of space, he has grasped the great Tao of space. It shouldn't, Jia Yin frowned and muttered to himself, puzzled. On the other side, the other great Tao sages were also troubled by the power of darkness. Facing the power of darkness, they felt as if their fists were punching cotton. It was difficult to use their mystical powers. They were truly aggrieved. The evil heavenly emperor brought Han Tuo and kept dodging the attacks of the power of darkness. He glanced and discovered that something was wrong. He immediately landed in front of a palace. He held Han Tuo in one hand and used a mystical power with the other. Invocation Technique. Chapter 731 Silence of the Heavenly Court. Chapter 731 Silence of the Heavenly Court. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju had already done dozens of exercises and even checked his emails. Why haven't you summoned me yet? Han Ju clenched his fists and felt a little bitter. The heavenly emperor was crazy. It would be fine if he was suddenly summoned. At least, he could maintain a high level of nervousness and run after insta-killing the enemy. Now, he had been informed in advance, causing him to be unable to cultivate in peace. Just as Han Ju was complaining to himself, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. He immediately perked up. It's time. Han Ju directly activated all his Dharma treasures and prepared to fight at any time. He took a deep breath and stepped into the black vortex. Heavenly Court. In front of a palace. Han Tuo looked at the black vortex in front of him and could not help but be stunned. This was the first time the evil heavenly emperor had used the invocation technique. He was a little nervous, afraid that he would not succeed. At this rate, if Han Ju didn't come, they might all be wiped out. Now that the great Tao sages were restraining them, life couldn't target them. They could still think of a way to avoid the power of darkness. When the great Tao sages were suppressed, it would be their turn next. A figure appeared in the black vortex and slowly stepped out. It was Han Ju. Seeing Han Ju's peerless face, the evil heavenly emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Father. Han Tuo looked at him excitedly. Han Ju ignored him and was frantically checking the surrounding experts. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Nuwa, Dijong, Jia Yin, Fuxidian, Empress How To. So many familiar faces. Are these people ganging up on me? Han Ju's heart trembled. Soon, he saw a message. Life. Late stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, unknown background. Han Ju let the system capture life's information. It was not the huge shadow with 10,000 hands but in a corner. Han Ju's gaze landed on the Fian Celestial Slayer. Ever since life appeared, everyone's gaze landed on life or the surrounding dark power. No one cared about the Fian Celestial Slayer. At this moment, the Fian Celestial Slayer was meditating at the edge of the heavenly court to recuperate. Sensing Han Ju's gaze, the Fian Celestial Slayer subconsciously looked up. Their eyes met. The Fian Celestial Slayer's heart trembled. Who was this person? For some reason, when he saw Han Ju, he inexplicably panicked as if he was facing a great enemy. The Fian Celestial Slayer pretended to be calm. Han Ju retracted his gaze and looked at Han Tuo. Are you all right? It's fine. Han Tuo smiled forcefully. His soul had been severely injured and he probably had to recuperate for a period of time. Master. Zhou Fan shouted in surprise, causing Chu Shiren to turn around. Not only them, but the others also looked at him. That's Han Tuo's father. Yi Tian was stunned by Han Ju's appearance. No wonder Han Tuo was so handsome. Qin Ling's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He thought he saw Grandmaster Han Yu. Wait, no, this person was even more handsome than his Grandmaster. Han Ju chatted with Han Tuo and the evil heavenly emperor while observing the surrounding dark power. The moment he arrived, he discovered that the power of darkness was not simple. The power of darkness was a little like nebulous primordial qi. The primordial world in the depths of his soul was filled with nebulous primordial qi that repelled the chaotic qi produced by the chaotic origin stone. However, they belonged to him after all, so they were not offensive. The dark power that looked like nebulous primordial qi was frantically devouring the chaotic space. The power of darkness on the Fian Celestial Slayer was the richest. Han Ju had to think of a way to insta-kill this fellow. He was deliberately letting his guard down now because he was thinking about how to attack. He thought of directly using the Great Tao of Void to destroy it. However, just the Great Tao of Void might not work. He still had to fuse with other Great Tao powers. Han Ju instantly thought of all the fusion plans. This dark power is extremely strange. Do you have a way to disperse it? The evil heavenly emperor asked with a dark expression. He had underestimated life's strength. This power of darkness directly made the Great Tao Sage helpless. The situation was not optimistic. If Han Ju had no choice, he could only escape with Han Tuo. Han Ju frowned and said, "It's indeed strange. I have no solutions." In the distance, Fian Celestial Slayer, who was pretending to heal his injuries, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed at himself. What was he thinking? The power of darkness was the strongest. How could he lose? At this moment, Han Ju suddenly appeared in front of him and placed his right hand on his shoulder. The three faces of the Fian Celestial Slayer were instantly horrified. Imprisonment Great Tao. Great Tao of Space. Great Tao of Hell. The Fian Celestial Slayer was imprisoned and could not move. The evil heavenly emperor, Han Tuo, and the others only felt Han Ju suddenly become a shadow. In a flash, he disappeared. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously turned around. Han Ju appeared in front of the Fian Celestial Slayer. Did he want to avenge his son? Just as they had this thought, Han Ju had already fused with dozens of Fian Celestial powers. With the Great Tao of Void as the main, surging dharmic powers gathered on his right index finger. Han Ju pressed the finger on the Fian Celestial Slayer's forehead. The Fian Celestial Slayer's eyes widened in shock. Han Ju was expressionless as he directly used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-piercing sword finger. Boom! Sword chi erupted. It directly drowned the Fian Celestial Slayer. Along the way, a gap was torn in the darkness, as if a white light had appeared in the night. Immediately after, the darkness that enveloped the heavenly court shattered. The power of darkness that entangled the Great Tao Sage and the heavenly troops vanished. Sunlight instantly replaced the darkness. All the Great Tao Sages turned to look at Han Ju. Some were shocked, some frowned, and some rejoiced. They expressed all sorts of emotions. The huge shadow that symbolized life glared at Han Ju and shouted, "How dare you! Countless arms on his body slapped at Hanju, covering the sky and creating a huge commotion. A black shadow emerged from Hanju's body. It was as if a giant suddenly stood up and punched at the huge shadow. Heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, the domineering fist wind crushed everything. The arm of the 10,000-foot-tall shadow turned into dust. Immediately after, the main body was crushed. Hanju raised his left hand and sucked a soul into his hand. It was life's soul. As for the Fian Celestial Slayer's soul, it had already been crushed by the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. If not for Hanju deliberately keeping him alive, he would have already died. With Hanju's 2 attacks, the entire heavenly court instantly fell silent. Yi Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the messy sky. He muttered, "It's over just like that." The great Dao sages were also silent and deeply shocked. At the same time, Shi Du Dao, who was in the mysterious pool, clapped his hands and laughed. "I knew it, I knew it." He stared at Hanju in the light. "You are indeed the Dark Forbidden Lord." Li Daokong was also very excited, but he was puzzled. "You're from the hidden sect. What do you know? Who are you?" Life's soul had the appearance of a human. It looked very ordinary and its figure was not burly. He stared at Hanju in anger. He couldn't figure out how the power of darkness could be dispersed so easily. Hanju ignored him. He pinched the soul body with one hand and arrived in front of the evil heavenly emperor. "Should I leave him to you or should I take him away?" Hanju asked. This was what they had agreed on earlier. They would keep him alive and ask for more information. The evil heavenly emperor was about to speak when life suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Do you think it's over? I'm not the only one. Come out, I want them dead, I want them all to die." Chapter 732 Dark Instinct. Chapter 732 Dark Instinct. Life's voice echoed above the dilapidated heavenly court, causing the hearts of the tens of millions of heavenly troops to shiver. He had accomplices. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. He did not see any other life appear. At this moment, the space behind the South Heaven Gate suddenly shattered and a huge black hole appeared. Figures slowly stepped out. Life, late stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, unknown background. Life, mid stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, unknown background. Life, early stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, unknown background. Life, late stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, unknown background. Hanju instantly detected their cultivation. There were a total of 13 lives, all with the cultivation of a great Tao sage. Hanju frowned. He was secretly shocked. Life's force was already so powerful. However, he noticed that these lives did not carry the power of darkness. This way, the great Tao sages could show their ability. These lives were all different. All of them wore black robes and their bodies were like souls. They were ghastly and terrifying. The 13 lives walked straight towards Hanju's palace, their auras rising steadily. Boom, 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 the palaces shattered one after another. The entire space shattered and was replaced by a purple space. Endless purple mist surged. Immediately after, the purple mist turned into white light and then dark blue. It was extremely strange. This was the primordial space. The change in color was only because their dharmic powers were increasing rapidly. The 13 lives had just taken 5 steps when 12 figures blocked their path. It was the 12 ancestral magi. Di Zhong twisted his neck with a sinister expression and smiled. "Brothers, I was suppressed by the power of darkness earlier and felt extremely uncomfortable. It's time to vent." With that, the 12 ancestral magi all transformed into their true forms. All of them had terrifying faces and had pythons wrapped around their waists. They were burly. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning waved his horsetail whisk and smiled. "It's indeed time to attack." Jia Yin, Nua, and the other great Tao sages walked forward. The previous power of darkness had indeed made them very aggrieved. Once their dharmic powers were used, they were directly neutralized by the power of darkness. How could they fight? The life in Hanju's hand shouted crazily, "Are you afraid? It's useless even if you beg for mercy now." The evil heavenly emperor, Han Tuo, Zhou Fan, and the others frowned. The 13 lives did not look simple. Even if the great Tao sages blocked their way, they could still feel the soul-stirring pressure. At this moment, black light suddenly burst out from behind the 13 lives and swept through the entire primordial void. All the great Tao sages and the tens of millions of heavenly troops were swept away before they could react, including Hanju. Hanju felt his vision blur and his surroundings turned dark. It was as if he had arrived at the dark forbidden zone. The surrounding evil heavenly emperor and the others were all gone. Immediately after, stars lit up in the darkness and quickly formed a starry sky. Hanju saw 13 lives. To be precise, there were 14 lives. Behind the 13 lives was a black shadow that was like a ball of chi. This is my dark instinct. It can only be used on existences of the same realm. Only by defeating us can you escape this illusion. A hoarse voice sounded. The 13 lives spread out and quickly surrounded him. Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked, "Will the other great Tao sages also face your siege alone?" The hoarse voice smiled. "That's right. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to us and become life." Hanju asked, "What if I don't submit?" Black shadows emerged from his body and quickly rose, forming terrifying huge shadows. They were the grand unity aspect. "Then die, kill," the hoarse voice immediately ordered. He could sense how terrifying the Phi and celestial Dharma idols were. Feeling uneasy, he directly ordered. In the primordial void, Hantuo looked at Hanju, who seemed to be frozen, and asked in surprise, "What happened?" The evil heavenly emperor frowned. He looked up and saw that the other great Tao sages were also motionless. It was not only the great Tao sages, but the 13 lives were also the same. The scene was extremely strange. The life in Hanju's hand chuckled and said, "This is one of the dark instincts. It can pull enemies of the same realm into an independent and true illusion. Every great Tao sage will face the siege of life alone until they die. Do you still want to join forces to resist life?" "Naive, I forgot to tell you. Every life has its own dark instinct. You can forget about living when all the great Tao sages die." Life laughed wildly and was extremely excited as if he could already see Hantuo and the others kneeling down and begging for mercy. Zhou Fan looked unhappy and cursed. "I really want to crush him to death." Life was a great Tao sage, but it was imprisoned in Hanju's hand. How could it be killed by him, a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal? The evil heavenly emperor frowned, his heart filled with worry. Life's number and abilities exceeded his expectations. This battle was still too rash. Damn it, he even implicated Hanju. The evil heavenly emperor looked up at Hanju and couldn't help but be stunned. Hanju was actually smiling. He raised his head and said, "Dark instinct. It's indeed something." The others were stunned. In the next moment, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Father, Grandmaster, Master." They couldn't believe their eyes. How did Hanju break through life's dark instinct? The life in Hanju's hand widened its eyes and exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you break free from this dark instinct?" His voice trembled. Hanju put it into his sleeve and walked towards the 13 motionless lives. "What's so difficult about breaking free? I just have to kill all of you." Hanju's words drifted into the ears of the evil heavenly emperor, Hantuo, and the others, making them dumbfounded. In other words, in just 10 breaths of time, Hanju had killed all 13 lives in the independent illusion. Even Zhou Fan and Chu Shiren, who trusted Hanju, were shocked. How strong was he? They turned around and saw majestic black shadows rising behind Hanju. Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, "Hantuo, isn't that your innate mystical power? So you inherited it from your father?" Hantuo looked at the Phi and celestial Dharma idols above Hanju with a complicated expression. 1, 2, 4, 8, he had only inherited one, but it was already enough to sweep through his peers. His father, Hanju, had grasped so many Dharma idols. How strong was he? Arriving in front of the 13 lives, Hanju had already summoned dozens of Phi and celestial Dharma idols above his head. All of them leaned forward and looked down at the 13 lives like dozens of giants squeezed together like they were looking down at ants. "Impossible, how did you do it?" the 13 lives exclaimed in fear. As for the life who had used his dark instinct, the black aura he had transformed into kept swaying as if it would be extinguished at any moment. His dark instinct trapped his companions instead. Hanju glanced at him. The dozens of Phi and celestial Dharma idols above him waved their fists and palms as if the sky was collapsing. Boom! A terrifying light burst forth, causing all the spectators to close their eyes. Their divine sense was blocked. Chapter 733 Despair Tao Spirit. Chapter 733 Despair Tao Spirit. When the evil heavenly emperor, Hantuo, and the others could see again, they could no longer see the dozens of Phi and celestial Dharma idols on Hanju's body, but they saw a ball of black chi in Hanju's hand. As for the 13 lives, they no longer existed. Not even ashes were left. "Who are you?" the black aura in Hanju's hand asked with a trembling voice. Even if the 13 lives could not move, they were still great Tao sages. How could they be killed in an instant? Impossible. This person definitely far exceeded a great Tao sage. Hanju couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly used the great Tao of imprisonment, confusion, and space to suppress the black aura before putting it into his primordial world. He turned around and prepared to return. At the same time, the other great Tao sages woke up. They looked around warily and were shocked to find that the 13 lives were no more. Fellow Taoists, have you also been affected by life's dark instinct? That's right, but it suddenly stopped. What happened? He retreated. That mystical power is too dangerous. We have to reconsider life's strength. How can we win against 13 lives alone? Fortunately, they retreated. The sages communicated among themselves. Most of them had lingering fears. The tens of millions of heavenly troops and their disciples looked at each other. They wanted to tell the truth, but they were afraid of offending the great Tao sages. How was this a retreat? All 13 lives were killed. The scene of Hanju using dozens of Fi and celestial Dharma idols lingered in their minds. Too shocking. Hanju immediately appeared in front of the evil heavenly emperor and walked towards the black vortex. He said, "I'll leave the rest to you." At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura attacked from the depths of the primordial void. It was too fast. If Hanju stepped into the black vortex directly, the other party might catch up before it could shrink. No, in a flash, Hanju thought of countless possibilities and made the correct choice. He immediately summoned Fi and celestial Dharma idols and pounced back. Apart from the great Tao sages, no one could react in time. Everything happened too quickly. When time slowed down by a quadrillion times, one could see the confrontation between Hanju and the mysterious attacker. The mighty Fi and celestial Dharma idols were pierced by a terrifying beam of light and destroyed on the spot. After piercing through 15 Fi and celestial Dharma idols, the terrifying beam of light dissipated. Hanju wanted to escape directly, but he suddenly thought of the evil heavenly emperor, Han Tuo, Zhou Fan, Chu Shiren, and the others. The other party was stronger than life, but not so powerful that he could not compare. Hanju immediately checked his surroundings. Despair Tao Spirit. Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Great Tao Divine Spirit. It was him. When Hanju attained the Great Tao back then, he wanted to step into the door of the Great Tao. At that time, the Despair Tao Spirit stopped him and threatened that he had to submit to the chaotic deities. He did not expect this fellow to dare to come now. However, this fellow was only at the perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm and not the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Exalted God, what are you doing? Jia Yin's voice suddenly sounded. The voice of the Despair Tao Spirit sounded, HMPH, this fellow violated the rules of the Great Tao. I'm here to kill him. Di Zhang mocked. Then why didn't you eliminate life previously? Life threatened to overturn the chaos. Why didn't you, a Great Tao Divine Spirit, do anything? The other Great Tao sages followed. Yes, exalted God, let's settle this first. There's more than one life. They want to cause chaos. This person fought alongside us previously. We shouldn't kill him. That's right, exalted God. You didn't encounter life when you came. Why didn't the Great Tao Divine Spirits join forces to kill life? Hanju was quite surprised at the Great Tao sages' words. He didn't expect these Great Tao sages to speak up for him. Good opportunity. Hanju immediately entered the black vortex, and it shrank. Stopped by the Great Tao sages, the Despair Tao Spirit was furious. You want to stop the Great Tao Divine Spirit? Although he didn't appear, he could see the black vortex disappear. He was extremely unhappy. He missed another opportunity. Jia Yin said casually, if it's life, you can naturally kill him. However, we still need him to resist life together. After all, you don't dare or have other reasons and can't attack life. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning sneered. I suspect that life is the lackey of the Great Tao Divine Spirits. Especially this Despair Tao Spirit, he never maintains the order of chaos. However, if a cultivator tries to obtain the Great Tao, he will be the first to jump out. His words were agreed by the other Great Tao sages. Clearly, they had encountered the same situation as Hanju. They would have endured it if it was in the past. They felt the danger now that the faction called life had appeared. Just as they finally retreated, the Despair Tao Spirit immediately appeared. What did that mean? The Great Tao sages instantly thought of the most terrifying possibility. It was this possibility that made them dare to stand out. The Despair Tao Spirit had already touched their bottom line. How dare you? You are provoking the dignity of the chaotic deities. Despair Tao Spirit's voice sounded again, already furious to the extreme. Nuwa said bluntly, can you really represent the chaotic deities? They are supreme and illusory. We have never even seen them. You use them to suppress us all day. Are you really worthy of the name of the Great Tao Divine Spirit? The other great Tao sages also cursed. The 12 ancestral magi cursed the worst. Very good, very good. Despair Tao spirit's laughter had already turned cold. In the mysterious pool, after the lives were killed by Han Ju, the light disappeared. Although Li Daokong and Shi Dudao could not see the situation in the heavenly court, they were still discussing it. All 13 of them are dead. Do we have a chance to escape? Li Daokong asked in a low voice. Shi Dudao shook his head and said meaningfully, this is only a show. Life is still alive, perhaps it's just the tip of the iceberg. He believed that the battle just now was just a show for Han Ju to display his might. Life was probably arrogant and domineering, becoming Han Ju's stepping stone. One day, when the living beings of the chaos looked forward to Han Ju resisting the dark forbidden lord, that would be exciting. Li Daokong glanced at Shi Dudao and felt that this fellow was possessed. He had been muttering since Han Ju appeared. But this made sense. Sect Master was indeed too powerful. Inside the Taoist temple, the moment Han Ju returned, he immediately started the simulation trial and challenged the Despair Tao spirit. Not only did this dog try to stop him from attaining the Tao, but he also dared to try to kill him while he was eliminating evil for the chaos. He's asking to get killed. Han Ju went all out at the beginning of the simulation trial. 10 breaths to kill the Despair Tao spirit. With 549 Fian celestial Dharma idols attacking together, the Despair Tao spirit could only die. Han Ju continued the simulation trial, wanting to find a way to insta-kill the Despair Tao spirit. After dozens of times, he finally found it. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the emails and frowned. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, the Despair Tao spirit. He was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your enemy, the Despair Tao spirit. He was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by your enemy, the Despair Tao spirit. He was severely injured. Killing intent surged in Han Ju's eyes. Chapter 734 Han Ju's Anxiety. Chapter 734 Han Ju's Anxiety. If I kill the Despair Tao spirit now, will I attract the pursuit of the chaotic deities? Han Ju asked in his mind. He was not blinded by killing intent. It wouldn't be good if he attracted even more trouble for a moment of joy. A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Wait, could it be that the chaotic deities did not care about the Despair Tao spirit at all? Was this fellow pretending to be powerful? When will I anger the chaotic deities? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. As long as it harms the chaos, the chaotic deities will attack in anger. If it harms the chaos. Gasp. What did Ancestor Shishin do? Han Ju couldn't help but think of Ancestor Shishin, who was suppressed by the chaotic consciousness. He looked quite good. He would deal with the Despair Tao spirit first and deduce the ancestor's future when he returned. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to the Evil Heavenly Emperor. In the dream, the Evil Heavenly Emperor had just opened his eyes when Han Ju said, "Summon me." The dream ended. In the primordial void, the Evil Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes and frowned. The living beings of the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower were surrounded by a huge protective array formation. Outside the array formation, the Great Tao sages were attacking a figure surrounded by a black aura. The figure was burly and his flesh could not be seen. One could vaguely see his cold armor. He wore a bronze mask that looked like a bull demon and had the sinister expression of a wolf. What's wrong? Zhou Fan noticed the Evil Heavenly Emperor's abnormality and couldn't help but ask. The battle had already lasted for a period of time. Although they had the help of the Great Tao sages, they were still injured by the aftermath. The Evil Heavenly Emperor did not answer. He was hesitating. Should he summon Han Ju? Han Ju was already frightened away. If he returned now, he would definitely not become stronger. How long had it been? He probably couldn't bear to see them being persecuted and had no choice but to return. The Despair Tao spirit's strength was much higher than life. It was still at ease even when facing 23 Great Tao sages. On the other side, Han Ju waited for a while, but there was no summoning. He thought that something had happened to the Evil Heavenly Emperor and hurriedly sent a dream to Zhou Fan to ask him to use the invocation technique. After waking up, Zhou Fan immediately used the invocation technique. The Evil Heavenly Emperor sensed his actions and instantly guessed what he wanted to do. He hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, "The other party is coming for your master. Once your master comes, he will definitely become the other party's goal. If he doesn't come, the Despair Tao spirit and the Great Tao sages will disperse after fighting for a while." Zhou Fan felt that it made sense. After all, the Despair Tao spirit was a great Tao divine spirit, and the great Tao sages were all existences that transcended all living beings. How could they be killed for no reason? Zhou Fan had been wandering the chaos for a long time. Other than madman-like life, when mighty figures fought, it often did not result in a life-and-death battle. The higher their cultivation level, the more they cared about his reputation. The battle ahead was also a battle of pride. The Despair Tao spirit wanted to kill Hanju but failed. He was also cursed by the great Tao sages and felt embarrassed. The great Tao sages had accumulated hatred for a long time. After cursing, they naturally could not give in. In the end, it was a battle of wills. Zhou Fan seriously suspected that after this battle, these people would return to chatting and laughing again. Just like the evil heavenly emperor and the great Tao sages, hatred had accumulated in the past. Hanju and the great Tao sages were also at odds. However, when the great Tao sages stood up earlier, it was as if Hanju was their family and friends. After thinking it through, Zhou Fan gave up on using the invocation technique. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju frowned as he sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. What happened? None of you are summoning me. Hanju felt insulted. He guessed that the evil heavenly emperor and Zhou Fan were afraid that he couldn't defeat the other party. Ridiculous. I finally mustered up the courage to counterattack, but you're actually doubting me. Hanju sent a dream to Hantuo next. In the dream, Hanju was extremely strict this time. Summon me immediately. I can kill him. I'll sever ties with you if you don't summon me in 10 breaths. The dream shattered. Hantuo opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He was touched. In his opinion, Hanju was too worried about him. That was why he kept asking them to use the invocation technique and even threatened him with his fatherly relationship. Could what his father said be true? Hantuo suddenly thought of this. Thinking about it carefully, his father's past path was to crush everyone's impression of him step by step. Hantuo would also be doubted like this and did not want others to look down on him. After thinking, Hantuo gritted his teeth and started to use the invocation technique. The evil heavenly emperor frowned and shouted, "What are you doing?" Hantuo gritted his teeth and said, "He said that he can kill him." Then, he ignored the evil heavenly emperor and continued to use the invocation technique. The evil heavenly emperor and Zhou Fan were stunned. The surrounding people were baffled. Only Chu Shiren understood that they were discussing the invocation technique. Chu Shiren was also full of trust in Hanju. In his opinion, as long as Hanju dared to do it, he would definitely succeed. He wouldn't attack easily without full confidence. The black vortex appeared again behind Hantuo. A figure slowly walked out of the black vortex. It was Hanju. Seeing him, everyone felt inexplicably at ease, including the heavenly troops and the generals of the Great Tao Tower. They had already witnessed Hanju's terrifying strength. A total of 13 lives were suppressed by him. Hanju ignored everyone and looked at the Despair Tao spirit. The Despair Tao spirit was wrapped in the power of the Great Tao. The moment Hanju appeared, his Great Tao power suddenly decreased. It was not that Hanju frightened the Despair Tao spirit, but that he dispersed the despair that the Despair Tao spirit brought to the heavenly court and the Great Tao Tower. This was the Great Tao of despair. The more despair there was around him, the stronger it became. Hanju suddenly understood why the Despair Tao spirit wanted to stop the Tao attainer in front of the Great Tao door. This was the fear factor buried in advance. When there was a true conflict, the fear factor would easily turn into despair, making the Despair Tao spirit stronger in battle. After thinking it through, Hanju admired the Despair Tao spirit. It looked arrogant, but it was actually filled with schemes. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Hanju immediately used the Grand Unity aspect. Fi and celestial Dharma idols appeared above his head and quickly entered his body. They kept appearing and then entered his body, dazzling the surrounding people. Although the evil heavenly emperor and the others didn't understand what Hanju was doing, those Fi and celestial Dharma idols were enough to make them respectful. Hantuo's eyes widened. He thought that Hanju only had dozens of Fi and celestial Dharma idols. Now, it seemed, hundreds of them. He was shocked. Yi Tian was secretly envious. Brother Hantuo really had a good father. Born without parents, he had actually always yearned for kinship. It was just that he despised it. Soon, Hanju fused all 549 Fi and celestial Dharma idols into his body. Although he couldn't unleash 549 times the power, it was more than 100. Hanju wanted to insta-kill the Despair Tao spirit. I won't give you a chance to despair. Chapter 735 Kill. Chapter 735 Kill. Fighting the Great Tao sages, the Despair Tao spirit was not in a hurry to attack when he saw Hanju. After all, there were so many great Tao sages blocking him. Although the 23 great Tao sages did not gain the upper hand, he did not feel good either. I have to think of a way to lure him to fight me alone. Despair Tao spirit thought silently. He raised his hand and pinched, scattering the terrifying flames that were 10 million kilometers long. The great Tao sages, battle did not look too grand. Sages could also do it, but their dharmic powers were focused. Every mystical power contained thousands of changes. At this moment, the Despair Tao spirit was hit by billions of illusion mystical powers, but he dispersed them one by one. It was not only an illusion, but also the power of karma, killing mystical powers, and even negative karma. While the Despair Tao spirit was thinking of a way, the great Tao sages were also secretly thinking. Their anger towards the Despair Tao spirit was true, but they did not want to really become mortal enemies. No matter what, the Despair Tao spirit was still a great Tao divine spirit. Behind it stood the illusory chaotic deities. The reason why they protected the heavenly court was that they were afraid that the Despair Tao spirit would kill them. If the Despair Tao spirit could slaughter the heavenly court today, it would not be strange for him to slaughter their Providence sects tomorrow. Moreover, if the heavenly court wasn't destroyed, the fate of escape would definitely be targeted at the heavenly court. Divine Spirit, why are you targeting me? Hanju flew behind the great Tao sages and asked in a loud voice. The Despair Tao spirit stopped, and the great Tao sages also stopped. Neither side wanted to fight. After all, they were not their main enemies. There was no need to fight to the death. The Despair Tao spirit glared at Hanju and said, "You don't respect the chaotic deities or the rules of the great Tao. After becoming a great Tao, you haven't contributed to the chaos either. The heavens have rules, and the great Tao also has rules." Great. His chance was here. He wanted to think of a way to make the great Tao sages leave and give him a chance to face Hanju alone. Hanju gritted his teeth and said, "Just because of this. You won't give me a chance to live." He displayed panic, despair, and anger. The living beings of the heavenly court and the great Tao tower also panicked. Was Hanju coming to beg for mercy? The evil heavenly emperor and Zhou Fan couldn't help but look at Han Tuo reproachfully. Han Tuo was stunned. Did I really guess wrong? Han Tuo's heart instantly sank into the abyss. If his father was really killed, how would he spend the rest of his life? You want to live? All right, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and swear to the great Tao to repent for your disrespect towards the chaotic deities. The Despair Tao spirit shouted. Then, he glared at the great Tao sages and cursed. Why aren't you retreating? I'm giving him a chance. Do you really want him to die? Hearing this, the great Tao sages fell silent. Even the ancestral Magus Dezhong did not speak. Soon, the great Tao sages retreated. They also thought that Hanju was about to bow his head. Despair Tao spirit stared at Hanju and said, "Come here. Kneel down to me." Under everyone's gaze, if Hanju was really willing to kneel, he didn't mind taking him in as a slave. However, he had seen Hanju use the grand unity aspect just now. This fellow might be acting. So what? The Despair Tao spirit was confident in himself. Hanju had just attained the great Tao not long ago and was not his match. His previous actions were probably to protect himself. Crawlers always like to resist fearlessly. Hanju pretended to be hesitant. After a while, he gritted his teeth and flew towards the Despair Tao spirit. Seeing him compromise, the Despair Tao spirit couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to crush Hanju's psychological defense in this way. The great Tao sages were expressionless and did not laugh. If it were them, wouldn't they be in the same situation when facing the Despair Tao spirit alone? They only felt endless sorrow. Hanju was getting closer and closer to the Despair Tao spirit. The evil heavenly emperor sighed. Zhou Fan and Chu Shiren turned their heads away. Han Tuo lowered his head and clenched his fists. The entire primordial void fell into absolute silence. Although Hanju was still acting, he noticed that the power of despair was increasing. It was not just becoming stronger. This fellow was accumulating strength. I knew it. Despair Tao spirit was not as arrogant and stupid as he looked. However, Hanju didn't care. The reason why he acted was to create an opportunity for the Despair Tao spirit to stay. If he directly attacked, the terrifying aura that erupted might scare the Despair Tao spirit away. The difference in cultivation was still there. If this fellow wanted to escape, Hanju might not be able to catch up. The Despair Tao spirit also felt the power in Hanju's body. This child was trying his best to suppress it. So you're acting and want to attack me? What a joke. The Despair Tao spirit laughed wantonly as he condensed his dharmic powers. The two of them had the same thought. They wanted to kill each other in one strike. Han Ju suddenly looked up and struck with his right palm when he was 100 feet away. Primordial Divine Rage. After fusing with the Fian Celestial Dharma idols and mastering it, it formed a powerful mystical power that could destroy the enemy in one strike. Despair Tao Spirit also waved his palm. At this moment, time froze. You think you can resist me? The Despair Tao Spirit laughed angrily. Han Ju immediately mocked him. Many people have the same thoughts as you when facing me, but you don't even have a chance to see them. Their conversation could no longer be defined by time. It was so fast that the great Tao sages could not capture it. He slapped his palms at each other, and two terrifying dharmic powers erupted. A strong light burst out. The primordial void trembled violently. All the living beings felt suffocated, especially those below the great Tao realm. They didn't react at all and thought that Han Ju really wanted to surrender. The primordial divine rage that contained the power of 549 Fian celestial Dharma idols carried Han Ju's anger and directly covered the dharmic powers of the Despair Tao spirit. In an instant, the Despair Tao spirit's eyes widened. Oh no! How can this be? Why is he so powerful? It's over. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He could no longer escape. The primordial divine rage drowned him with an extremely domineering aura. Killed, his body and soul were destroyed. His great Tao soul dissipated on the spot. He couldn't escape in time. The primordial divine rage charged forward and created a spatial hole at the end of the primordial void, surging into an unknown domain. The strong light dissipated. The great Tao sages looked over and only saw Han Ju. Han Ju's time Tao robe fluttered in the wind. His face was cold and his eyes were still filled with killing intent. The might of the primordial divine rage was still there, causing the great Tao sages to shiver. Despair Tao spirit was dead. Almost at the same time, the great Tao sages' eyes widened and they trembled. The disciples they brought, the immortals of the heavenly court, and the cultivators of the great Tao tower also came back to their senses. They couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my God! Yi Tian cursed. He was so excited that his face turned red. The danger had been reversed. He suddenly wanted to kneel down to Han Ju. Han Ju turned around and swept his gaze across the great Tao sages. His cold gaze made their Tao hearts beat wildly. Just one look. With a glance, Han Ju immediately came in front of Han Tuo and brushed past him. He patted his shoulder and stepped into the black vortex. After the black vortex disappeared, the primordial void remained silent for a long time. Chapter 736 First Life Black Sovereign. Chapter 736 First Life Black Sovereign. After more than 10 breaths of time, the evil heavenly emperor suddenly laughed loudly and completely tore through the silence. Tens of millions of heavenly troops shouted excitedly. We won. Who was that mighty figure just now? Didn't you notice that he looks very similar to Divine General Han? Wow, could it be the legendary father of Divine General Han? How terrifying. He killed 13 lives first before killing the great Tao Divine Spirit. He killed them all. Is the great Tao Divine Spirit really dead? Definitely. Otherwise, they would definitely jump out now. It was not only the heavenly troops. The disciples of the great Tao sages and the cultivators of the great Tao tower were also discussing excitedly. A total of 23 great Tao sages fought against the Despair Tao spirit but did not gain the upper hand. But Han Ju instantly killed the Despair Tao spirit. The shock caused by the comparison was indescribable. Not to mention them, even the great Tao sages were shocked. Fuxidian smiled bitterly. We didn't lose in vain. He wasn't talking about today, but about the past when the deity realm of the ruins of End plotted against the heavenly Tao. Nuwa was silent. She was still in shock because she heard the cheers in the distance. Those lives didn't escape but were killed by Han Ju. How long had it been since they were trapped in the darkness? Han Ju had clearly attained the great Tao tens of thousands of years ago. Why was he so powerful? Could it be that he had already surpassed the great Tao realm? The great Tao sages looked at each other and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. That's right, terror. If Han Ju wanted to kill them earlier, they would definitely not be able to escape. The more the great Tao sages thought about it, the more afraid they became. At the same time, their impression of Han Ju changed. This person was not bloodthirsty. Unless he had no choice, he would not attack. But once he attacked, it would definitely be a death blow. It was undoubtedly not wise to provoke such an enemy. The great Tao sages had their own judgment. On the other side, Yi Tian hugged Han Tuo and said excitedly, Brother. Good brother. Introduce me to your father. I want to acknowledge him as my master. Zhou Fan said proudly, you can only be a grand disciple. What do you think? Chu Shiren smiled and said, my disciple Zhou Mingyu might accept you. Han Tuo came back to his senses and listened to the cries of the surrounding people. He was filled with pride. Qin Ling realized that Han Ju was Han Tuo's father. Wasn't he the ancestor of his Grand Master? Gasp! Wasn't his background too powerful? Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took a deep breath. He became even more nervous after the battle ended. It had to be said. The battle just now was very satisfying. He suddenly understood those battle maniacs. No, I can't immerse myself in this pleasure. This is a trick of the great Tao to confuse me. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and let his Tao heart calm down. He was still him. Nothing had changed. He had only become stronger. At this moment, notifications appeared in front of him. Nua has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Jia Yin has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Di Zhang has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. The 23 great Tao sages who went to the heavenly court all had a favorable impression of him, including his previous enemies. Han Ju cursed silently, as expected of the sages. Their EQ was maxed out. This was also good. He could turn hostility into friendship. It was better to have more friends than enemies. However, Han Ju still wouldn't let down his guard against them unless they were willing to enter his primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju began to summarize his gains. He killed many enemies and copied a lot of simulation trial data. It was a huge harvest. Han Ju didn't have to be stubborn with Ancestor Shishin anymore. Thinking of him, Han Ju used the derivation function. I want to know why Ancestor Shishin was suppressed by the chaotic consciousness. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes, and a dazzling light entered his eyes. In front of him were layers of clouds. The huge sun hung at the end of the clouds. In front of the sun was a mighty figure that blocked most of the sunlight. Even Han Ju couldn't see the other party's true appearance. An unfathomable power isolated the senses and sage sense of the great Tao sage. Han Ju saw Ancestor Shishin kneeling in front of the majestic figure. He was tiny in front of it. In comparison, even if the majestic figure was sitting in meditation, he was at least larger than the entire immortal world. Chaotic consciousness. Shishin, tell me the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The chaotic consciousness was very solemn and loud. Ancestor Shishin lowered his head. I don't know. I've already deduced that the Dark Forbidden Lord once saved you. How can you not know? When did he save me? Why don't I know? Ancestor Shishin looked up and asked. Chaotic consciousness said, perhaps not now. Ancestor Shishin frowned. Han Ju also frowned. So Ancestor Shishin was beaten because of him. Ancestor Shishin shook his head. I don't know. You really don't know? I don't know. All right. The chaotic voice suddenly changed, filled with pressure. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He was puzzled. Did Ancestor Shishin know his identity? If he did, could the chaotic consciousness not directly read his memories? Han Ju didn't continue calculating. Anyway, Ancestor Shishin suffered because of him. Han Ju could only sigh. He was too weak and could not resist the chaotic consciousness at all, let alone Ancestor Shishin who had already escaped. It seemed that the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord was very special. He was already a thorn in the eyes of the chaotic consciousness. He had to think of a way to divert his attention. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future. Han Ju suddenly thought of life. Life called itself darkness. He could use it. By pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord, wouldn't he, who killed life, be the Dark Forbidden Lord's enemy? Han Ju felt that this was a good idea. He immediately brought out the life he had subdued from the primordial world and threw it into the primordial heavenly prison. Life was still suppressed by various great Tao powers and had yet to awaken. Han Ju closed his eyes and prepared to cultivate. The battle of the heavenly court felt longer than 10,000 years. At this moment, First Life Black Sovereign has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Ju opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. It's time. Life's backing. He immediately pulled out his interpersonal relationships and found the portrait of the First Life Black Sovereign. First Life Black Sovereign, Late Stage Great Tao Supreme, First Life, Master of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority, Calamity Life Controller, Lord of Darkness. An ancient living being born before the chaos. After the chaos was born, it was rejected by the rules of chaos and lingered in the primordial void. Later, it was affected by the battle of the chaotic Fian Celestials and was destroyed by Pangu. However, its divine authority protected its will, making it last forever. Because you killed the Calamity Life Controller, it developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Born before the chaos. Goodness, how long had he lived? Hanju sighed. Most importantly, after living for so long, he was only at the Great Tao Supreme Realm. The chaotic deities were definitely existences that appeared after the chaos, but the chaotic consciousness was already a Tao creator. As a senior of the chaotic consciousness, the first life Black Sovereign had been living a miserable life. No wonder he was so hostile towards the chaos. Chapter 737 Change in 10,000 years. Chapter 737 Change in 10,000 years. After understanding the first life Black Sovereign, Hanju didn't think too much and directly entered his cultivation state. He had to cultivate for 10,000 years to calm down. The battle of the Heavenly Court was intense. Legends about Hanju quickly spread in the chaos over the next 1,000 years. The Heavenly Tao didn't know about this. Before the Heavenly Tao sages knew about this, they had taken the initiative to negotiate peace. Outside the 33rd heaven, Universal Hall, the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu recounted the requests of the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Chu Zilai frowned. They allowed the living beings of the Heavenly Tao to seek opportunities in their domain and even promised to give them some help. Spreading Tao techniques. Could it be a trap? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate also frowned with a strange expression. I've also received the initiative of the Chaotic Jia School to express goodwill. They hope that I can persuade you to let go of your past grudges, and they say that they're willing to befriend the Heavenly Tao again and won't interfere with it in the future. How can this be? What happened? The other sages spoke. How strange. Could it be that they want to attack the Heavenly Tao, so they're trying to numb us in advance? No way. This method is too clumsy. My ancestor, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, said that he was willing to give the Heavenly Tao 1,000,000 spots to listen to the Tao. He will escort these listeners safely back to the chaotic heavenly road. This is no longer a show of goodwill. He's practically begging the Heavenly Tao to befriend them. It turned out that it was not only Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The other Heavenly Tao sages had also been roped in by the great Tao sages. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, something big must have happened in the chaos. Emperor Shao said, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Let's investigate the situation first. Shu Dudao asked, should we ask Senior Pan and Senior Han? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice, let's wait for fellow Taoist Pan to return first. He should be able to find out what happened in the chaos. Before the matter was concluded, he wouldn't disturb Hanju's cultivation. Hanju was the greatest reliance of the Heavenly Tao. He couldn't annoy him for no reason. If Hanju was really a great Tao sage, the Heavenly Tao was dispensable to him. The reason why Hanju stayed was only for peace and quiet. C.E. The sages nodded in agreement. 10,000 years passed quickly. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that life had yet to be successfully enslaved. As expected of a great Tao sage, it took a long time to subdue him. He noticed that Li Xuanao was waiting outside the 100-peak Immortal River with a large group of disciples. He directly moved all of them into the 100-peak Immortal River. He started checking his emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from your good friend Jia Yin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from your good friend Di Zhang. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan has received guidance from your good friend Nua. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by demons x 8,093,321. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan was attacked by a mysterious demon and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by demons x 72,110,034. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan has become a Calamity Life Controller. His Providence has transformed. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by your good friend Di Zhang and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi has successfully attained the Tao and attained the primordial chaos Tao fruit. His providence has increased greatly. The great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End indeed knew how to behave. They actually took turns to guide the evil Heavenly Emperor and the others to get closer. This time, Hanju couldn't do anything to them. He could only hope that these great Tao sages would not stab him in the back in the future. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they begged for mercy. Hanju wasn't surprised to see Ancestor Shishan become a Calamity Life Controller. He only sighed. Oh, Ancestor, he had gone astray. However, this was also good. It was more convenient for Hanju to slander the first life Black Sovereign. Further down, there was no surprise in Su Qi's Dao attainment. After all, he controlled the Providence of the Netherworld. After reading the emails, Hanju began to observe the immortal world. After 10,000 years, the immortal world developed better and better. Hanju noticed that the number of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and Pseudo-Sages had also increased. It was a little strange. He counted with his fingers and came to a realization. It turned out that these cultivators had all gone to listen to the Great Tao Sage's lecture. The Great Tao Sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End were determined to befriend the heavenly Tao. To be precise, they wanted to befriend Hanju. Too obvious. However, Hanju didn't want to reply for the time being. He just wanted to let nature take its course. Although he could kill these Great Tao Sages, they were still a powerful force. It would naturally be a good thing if they could help the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Li Xuanao came to visit and Hanju let him in. Just like before, Li Xuanao first reported the development of the hidden sect. However, he was very excited this time, and the admiration in his eyes could not be hidden. After reporting the basic situation, Li Xuanao couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, have you already surpassed the Great Tao Sages?" Clearly, he had already heard of Hanju's achievements. After all, there was the Myriad Worlds projection. Hanju said, "I'm still a Great Tao Sage, but my methods are powerful." Li Xuanao began to flatter him. Hanju frowned impatiently, scaring him so much that he hurriedly stopped. Now, more than 10 factions in the chaos have expressed their intention to befriend the hidden sect through Zhou Fan. They are even willing to preach the Tao to the hidden sect disciples. However, I feel that this is not appropriate. After all, the low-level disciples don't know your battle achievements and have received the favor of others for no reason. They might change sides, so I rejected them one by one, Li Xuanao said seriously. Hanju nodded slightly. This kid was not overwhelmed by surprise. Then, he mentioned the descendants of Pangu. The hidden sect had accepted many. He hoped that Hanju could preach the Tao when he was free and win the hearts of the people. Hanju agreed. After Li Xuanao left, Hanju continued to observe the immortal world. His gaze gradually landed on the chaotic heavenly road. "Fellow Taoist Han, can you come to the Universal Hall?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice sounded in Hanju's ears. He had looked for him thousands of years ago. Hanju rejected him when he heard that he was not in a hurry and said that he would go after his seclusion ended. Hanju looked at life in the primordial heavenly prison and decided to send a soul fragment to the 33rd heaven in case life tried to escape. After all, life was also a great Tao sage. If he escaped, all the hidden sect disciples in the 100-peak immortal river would die. Just like that, Hanju's soul fragment entered the Universal Hall. It looked no different from the main body. The sages had already arrived. Su Qi was also present. Only Li Daokong and Shi Dudao had yet to return. "Master." Su Qi came in front of Hanju and bowed respectfully. He was not very excited. He had already become calm and did not lose the bearing of a sage. Hanju nodded. He noticed that all the sages were looking at him with reverence. Including Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Clearly, the battle of the Heavenly Court was already known by the Heavenly Tao sages. After the sages sat down, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "Recently, with the cooperation of the great Tao sages, the chaotic heavenly road has developed better and better. The heavenly Tao's providence has also strengthened and 2 new sage spots have been born. One has been occupied by fellow Taoist Su Qi, and the other has yet to be decided. We will discuss the sage position today, but it's not the main thing." After fellow Taoist Han killed the 13 lives, the life faction did not completely disappear. Instead, it became more and more daring. It's said that many mighty figures have fallen to life, including Ancestor Shishan, Li Daokong, and Shi Dudao, who we know. Well, Chapter 738 Control, Great Sage Void Soul. Chapter 738 Control, Great Sage Void Soul. After hearing Heavenly Venerate Zondu's words, Hanju was a little surprised. The news spread so quickly. First Life Black Sovereign was too daring. In the Battle of the Heavenly Court, he had lost a total of 15 lives. Other than the 13 lives killed by Hanju, there was also the life who used his dark instinct and the one who provoked the Heavenly Court at the beginning. After provoking the Heavenly Court, Hanju secretly left it to the evil Heavenly Emperor before leaving. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, after suffering such a heavy loss, one should rest for a period of time. However, the first Life Black Sovereign was different. He was even more blatant and fearless. Also, the appearance of life should be considered destroying the chaos. Why did it not offend the chaotic consciousness? Could it be that in the eyes of the chaotic consciousness, they were no threat at all? It was very likely. No matter what, the first life Black Sovereign was still defeated by Pangu. The Dark Forbidden Lord was different. Ever since his reputation rose, he had never lost. Even the chaotic consciousness could not determine who he was. Perhaps the chaotic consciousness already knew that Hanju might be the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he was still uncertain. After all, the Heavenly Tao had once stirred up an era for the Dark Forbidden Lord. Countless cultivators imitated him and had guesses about him. Hanju thought silently and understood. Chu Zilai said, as long as they don't threaten the Heavenly Tao, there's no need to care about them. Although many great Tao sages have befriended the Heavenly Tao, the foundation of the Heavenly Tao is still too weak. The most important thing now is to develop the Heavenly Tao and not be taken over by the great Tao sages. Fang Liang said, that's right. Never trust those great Tao sages completely. Pan Shin said, I was attacked by Di Zhong when I was returning. He wanted to snatch my heaven-opening axe. How detestable. His expression was calm. He was not furious. He had been surrounded by a group of great Tao sages in the past and had still fought his way out. How could the 12 ancestral magi stop him? The other sages were silent, not knowing what to say. It was already a consensus to cooperate with the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The conflict between Pan Shin and Di Zhong was only about Pengu's lineage and could not break the consensus. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, in that case, let's not care about life for the time being. The chaotic heavenly road should connect to more chaotic worlds. This way, the providence of the heavenly Tao will increase faster. In addition, you can create a mortal world outside the heavenly Tao. The immortal world will still be the center of the heavenly Tao in the future. When the heavenly Tao covers the chaos, the immortal world will be the center of the chaos. He began to talk about the plan, making the sages excited. The current heavenly Tao had already become powerful. All the sages and even all living beings were tied to the situation. They were all rushing forward with all their might. No one could stop this situation. An hour later, they began to discuss the new sage position. Hanju didn't participate. It didn't affect him no matter who obtained it. However, he noticed that Heavenly Venerate Zondu seemed to want this spot. Apart from Hanju's protection, Heavenly Venerate Zondu had contributed the most to the Heavenly Tao today. He had always been diligent and rarely raised his needs. Hanju had a good impression of him and said, give it to the human school. Fellow Taoist Zondu has contributed so much. The human school should also be promoted. In the future, every Providence sect will have more than one Heavenly Tao sage. The Heavenly Tao sage realm is no longer our highest demand. I see that your cultivation levels are increasing. It's not wishful thinking to attain the freedom realm. The moment he spoke, the sages did not dare to have any objections. At the same time, they began to look forward to his words. They would have scoffed at others if they said this. However, Hanju was a great Tao sage. In the eyes of the great Tao sages, what was a freedom sage? For a time, the sages began to support Heavenly Venerate Zondu and even flatter him. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Zondu would not reject. He immediately agreed and thanked Hanju. As a new sage, Su Qi silently watched all of this. He only had one feeling. Master controlled everything. After the sage meeting ended, Hanju's soul fragment dissipated. He continued to cultivate. 5,000 years passed quickly. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Great Sage Void Soul Life has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. It took him 15,000 years. He immediately checked the profile picture of Great Sage Void Soul. Great Sage Void Soul, Late Stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Tribulation Calamity Life Controller, Chaotic Life Form. After attaining the Great Tao, he was attacked by a Great Tao Divine Spirit and was suppressed at the edge of the chaos. Later, he was saved by the first life Black Sovereign and turned into life. Current favorability, max. Tisk tisk, another mighty figure with a tragic past. How many sins had the Great Tao Divine Spirits committed? Great Sage Void Soul opened his eyes and knelt down. Hanju asked, tell me everything you know about life. Great Sage Void Soul immediately told the truth. Currently, the first life Black Sovereign had already developed more than 50 lives. Half of them were Great Tao sages. These Great Tao sages were all expelled by the chaos or existences who hated the chaos. Below life were the Dark Life Soldiers. There were countless of them. They were all races that had been suppressed by the chaos. Above life and below the first life Black Sovereign were 7 divine lives. They were extremely mysterious and were said to be existences even older than the heavenly Tao. Great Sage Void Soul did not have a deep understanding of the Life faction. He didn't even know where the first Life Black Sovereign was hiding. What's the Life Lord hiding from? Han Ju asked. Life Lord was the first Life Black Sovereign. Great Sage Void Soul frowned and said, I'm not sure, either. I've only seen him once. He mentioned a name, Primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. Is there really a Primordial Fiend Celestial hidden in the chaos? He knew that the chaos could only accommodate one Primordial Fiend Celestial, and that was him. Great Sage Void Soul shook his head. I'm not sure, either. I've also investigated the Primordial Fiend Celestial. Legend has it that the reason why the 3,000 chaotic Fiend Celestials fought in chaos was not only to attain the Tao but also to transform into an existence that surpassed the chaotic Fiend Celestial, which is the Primordial Fiend Celestial. However, after Pengu succeeded, he did not become a Primordial Fiend Celestial and instead died. Some say that Pengu saw how terrifying the Primordial Fiend Celestial was, so he hid in fear and did not really die. Han Ju fell into deep thought. He asked again, if I let you go now, do you think you can still infiltrate the Life faction? Great Sage Void Soul shook his head. No, Life Lord has already sensed my betrayal. Han Ju could only give up. He let Great Sage Void Soul go out and find a place to cultivate. He would stay in the 100-peak Immortal River in the future and not tell anyone his true identity. He would say that he was a Tao field guard. Great Sage Void Soul was a great Tao sage, after all. He could protect the heavenly Tao in the future. As for the second Tao field, Han Ju still had to maintain his original thoughts. Only the chaotic Fiend Celestials could stay in the second Tao field. Han Ju asked in his mind, I want to know if there is another Primordial Fiend Celestial other than me, including the blank domain outside the chaos. The chaos can only accommodate one Primordial Fiend Celestial. The blank domain outside the chaos cannot be deduced for the time being. The blank domain means that it is absolutely blank. There are no living beings. Even if there are, they will lose consciousness, no different from being dead. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Chapter 739 Heavenly Tao Map. Chapter 739 Heavenly Tao Map. They would lose consciousness in the blank domain, no different from being dead. Han Ju showed a frown. He recalled the words of the future Fang Liang. The future Fang Liang wanted to lure him into the blank domain to avoid the chaotic deity's pursuit. Was he trying to harm him? No. Fang Liang had already been tamed by the primordial heavenly prison. He would not harm Han Ju. That meant he was being used by someone. Just like the evil heavenly emperor from before, he was used by the great Tao concealment Fiend Celestial to lure Han Ju out. However, Han Ju already knew about this. There would definitely be changes in the future. He didn't want to know too much to prevent changing the process of the calamity. Thinking of the calamity, Han Ju had to derive it. I want to know how long I have until the great Tao calamity. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. About 18.9 billion years. Crap, it sped up. Was it because he had killed life earlier? Han Ju continued to ask, who pushed the process of the great Tao calamity? 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. It was the other party's information introduction. First Life Black Sovereign. Han Ju frowned again. Apart from him, the others could also push for the great Tao immeasurable calamity forward. This was not good. Didn't that mean that the time calculated by the system was not certain? Should he think of a way to get rid of First Life Black Sovereign? No, no one would take the blame if he got rid of that guy. Han Ju fell into deep thought. After a long while, Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the 100-peak Immortal River, all disciples, prepare to listen to the Tao. Because of the addition of new disciples, Han Ju still informed them in advance. With that said, the 100-peak Immortal River boiled over. Especially the new 100,000 disciples, they were full of fantasies about Han Ju. 5 minutes later, Han Ju began to preach the Tao. The great Tao of extreme origin covered the entire 100-peak Immortal River. This lecture lasted for 200 years. Even Great Sage Void Soul gained enlightenment. After the lecture, Han Ju directly entered cultivation. The current him was already at the great Tao Sage realm. He did not lose himself. Instead, he wanted to maintain it and even become stronger. His goal was to be on par with the chaotic deities and truly dominate the chaos. The chaos was endless. The chaotic heavenly road traversed the darkness. At this moment, Han Yu and Qin Ling met on a section of the chaotic heavenly road. Qin Ling was very excited and knelt in front of Han Yu. Han Yu smiled and helped him up. The two of them began to exchange pleasantries. Grand Master, you're finally willing to come out. May I know why? I know many friends in the chaos. I might be able to help you. Qin Ling patted his chest and smiled. He was now following the hidden sect disciples to serve the Great Tao Tower. The current Great Tao Tower was already considered a subsidiary force of the hidden sect. In order to cultivate in peace, Zhou Fan asked Li Xuanao to send a large number of cultivators who were good at government management to control it. The Great Tao Tower did not resist, especially after the Battle of the Heavenly Court. They were looking forward to joining the hidden sect. Anyone who joined the Great Tao Tower was someone with no fixed residence. With a stronger backing, why not? Han Yu said, I know your connections and ability, so I came to you. To be honest, I learned that my master, Li Daokong, has been missing for a long time. I've visited the sages, and they said that they don't know where he is. I'm a little worried. Although my master is a sage, he's still very tiny in the chaos. I'm worried that something has happened to him. As the chaotic heavenly road flourished, the living beings of the heavenly Tao also understood more and more about the chaos. The chaos was too big. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, even the dark forbidden zone only occupied a small portion of the chaos. Until now, no one knew how big the chaos was. Some mighty figures even believed that the chaos was endless and limitless. Sages might be supreme in a small corner of the heavenly Tao, but they were definitely no different from mortals in the chaos. There were still many dangerous places hidden in the chaos. Even sages would die if they accidentally entered. To Han Yu, Li Daokong was not as simple as his master. He was more like his father. Qin Ling frowned. He could understand him. If Han Yu was missing, he would definitely take the risk to find him. This is very important. Why don't I bring you to see the master of the Great Tao Tower? He's also a disciple of the hidden sect. It's said that he has an extremely good relationship with the ancestor, Qin Ling said in a low voice. Han Yu nodded. They immediately moved. On the way, Qin Ling asked where his master, Tianyang, was. Han Yu said helplessly, he has long stepped onto the chaotic heavenly road. I don't know where he went. He might be dead. Qin Ling didn't ask further. He didn't like Tianyang. His master had never taught him anything. Such incidents were common in the chaotic heavenly road. More and more heavenly Tao lifeforms headed to the chaos not only to search for opportunities but also to find relatives. The heavenly Tao lifeforms heading to the chaos were already immeasurable. The heavenly Tao was spreading its branches at an extremely exaggerated speed. The place where the heavenly Tao lifeforms stopped would soon form the Providence of the heavenly Tao and expand its territory. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju's life fell into peace again. No one disturbed him. Li Daokong, who was hiding in the life faction, didn't use the invocation technique either. He was probably not in danger for the time being. In the past few years, another heavenly Tao sage had been born in the immortal world. He was from the human school and was called Li Taigu. The human school's momentum increased greatly and they recruited many disciples. The current immortal world could be said to be in full bloom. There were no absolute Providence sects or races. Although the humans had become a heavenly Tao race, under the instructions of the sages, they would not suppress the other races. More and more ancient races appeared in the mortal world and were also developing their strength in the chaos. After leaving the heavenly Tao, no matter what race they were, as long as they were heavenly Tao lifeforms, they would feel even more intimate. Of course, this was only the general trend. There were many parasites in the heavenly Tao. They would kill and steal in the chaotic heavenly road, committing countless sins. For this, Pan Xin even specially established the Heavenly Road Patrol Army, all of them Pengu's descendants. Relying on the name of the sage Pengu, Pan Xin roped in most of the descendants and established the Pengu race. Han Ju started to check his emails. Some people obtained opportunities, some were still being beaten, and some friends lit up the name of the new map. It was still interesting, but no email was worth Han Ju's special attention. After reading the emails, Han Ju stood up and went to Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple next door. Xing Hongshuan was still cultivating. Her cultivation level had already reached the late-stage pseudo-sage realm. This speed had already surpassed that of a personal disciple. Han Ju suspected that she had stolen her son's talent. Han Ju's visit made Xing Hongshuan very happy. The two of them sat on the bed and started chatting. Xing Hongshuan was very excited and proudly talked about her cultivation speed. She felt that she would attain the Tao in another 100,000 years. Han Ju asked, will it burden you if the child is never born? Xing Hongshuan smiled. No, the longer he's nurtured, the stronger his potential. In any case, he can help me cultivate even if he's not born. She began to touch her womb with a sweet expression. She felt like her son was being filial to her. Hanju was speechless. This woman was really cheerful. Not bad. He didn't tell her the truth, lest Xing Hongshuan worry. Chapter 740-0 Ascension of the Chickens and Dogs, Plot of the Deities. Chapter 740 Ascension of the Chickens and Dogs, Plot of the Deities. Hanju returned to his Taoist temple after interacting with Xing Hongshuan for a few days. He called the Black Hell Chicken, Shuan Chang'an, the 8 Calabash Brothers, Ada, Shao'er, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, the 3-Headed Worm King, and Tu Ling into the Taoist temple. The personal disciples quickly arrived. All of them were nervous, but they couldn't hide their surprise. As Hanju became stronger, their status increased. However, the distance between them and him also increased. This was something that couldn't be helped. However, they were still loyal to Hanju and knew that something good had happened when he called them over. Hanju still remembered these disciples and subordinates who had accompanied him for more than 300,000 years. When one attained the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Hanju would not forget them. On the path of cultivation, he would not care about those who gave up on him. However, if they kept following him, he would definitely not ignore them. Not only these people, but there were also the Black Hell Demon Lord, Diamond Rage, the Nether Race, and the others. Hanju would also take care of them, but it had to be after these people. The order was important. You are the first batch of disciples of the hidden sect. You have accompanied me for more than 300,000 years. Although I have always been in seclusion, I have always been concerned about you. Next, I hope that all of you can cultivate to the perfected pseudo-sage realm. At that time, I will give you a surprise. No matter who it is, come find me directly when you cultivate to the perfected pseudo-sage realm, Hanju said softly, making everyone excited. Murong Qi, Li Yao, Great Loose Heaven, and Guan Bubai were all missing. They couldn't even be seen in the myriad worlds projection. Especially Murong Qi. The personal disciples all knew that Hanju doted on him. If something happened to this kid, Hanju wouldn't ignore it. There could only be one reason. Hanju was hiding them. The Black Hell Chicken asked, our potential is limited. Perhaps we can use Master's prestige to attain the Tao. In the future, we might not be able to keep up with you. It sounded pitiful, but it was also reality. The higher he went, the fewer people could accompany Hanju. If not for Hanju being able to produce the Fi and Celestial Qi, he really couldn't help these old companions and could only let them enjoy their lives. Let's cultivate to the perfected pseudo-sage realm first. With that, Hanju started to preach the Tao. The great Tao of extreme origin surged into their minds. 10 years later, they had just left the Taoist temple, all of them looking forward to the future. In a dark domain, countless bones floated like a white mist. A lone island floated. A black shadow was sitting under an old tree. Upon a careful look, the black shadow was only surrounded by a black aura. As the black aura surged, he revealed an extremely ugly face. Many poisonous bugs crawled on his face. He wore a black robe and his chest was white bones. A beam of light descended from above and landed in front of the black-robed man. The wind that stirred up shook the island. The branches of the old tree shook violently, but no leaves fell. The black-robed man slowly said, "Why are you always so noisy? Don't you find it noisy?" The beam of light dissipated and a mighty figure appeared. He laughed wantonly. "Ha ha ha, Curse Fee and Celestial, I saw that your place was cold and came to cheer you up." This black-robed man was the Curse Fee and Celestial who had already transformed. The Curse Fee and Celestial opened its eyes and looked over. The newcomer was a burly man in a purple robe. He wore chain armor and a pearl phoenix wing crown on his head. On his shoulders were 2 heads that looked like dragon-like living beings and also like Qilin. The Curse Fee and Celestial said calmly, "You're a great Tao divine spirit. Can you be more serious? You just suppressed the ancient desolate not long ago. Although some tough people escaped, it's still considered peaceful. I remember that you told me before that you only have 2 enemies. One is the Dark Forbidden Lord and the other is the Heavenly Tao's Hanju." The purple-robed burly man asked, his smile fading. The Curse Fee and Celestial nodded. The purple-robed man said, "Some time ago, Hanju killed 14 lives and Despair Tao spirit. Did you hear that?" The Curse Fee and Celestial nodded again, but its expression was unnatural. The poisonous bugs on its face also stopped. This child's background is mysterious. He also killed a deity and violated the rules of the chaos. Most importantly, he wants to strengthen the Heavenly Tao. According to the development of the heavenly Tao, he will definitely change the chaos in the future. This is not a good thing. I plan to destroy the heavenly Tao. Are you willing to help me? At that time, I will let you kill Hanju personally. The purple-robed burly man snorted. The curse fee and celestial frowned. I'm not his match. Hatred flashed across his eyes. He didn't hate Hanju, but Divine Lord Peacock. That fool was toxic and kept chasing after him. If not for the help of the great Tao divine spirit in front of him, he would probably still be beaten right now. The purple-robed man waved his sleeve and said, "It's fine. I'll cripple him first. We still have to plan for this. After all, the heavenly Tao is special. I'll attack the heavenly Tao in at most 100,000 years. At that time, you can come together." The curse fee and celestial hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had no choice. The purple-robed man raised his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was an illusion. This is Laozi, the strongest person in the deity realm of the ruins of End. He saved the heavenly sect master. I want you to curse him. The purple-robed man introduced him. The curse fee and celestial said, Laozi is an existence that surpasses the great Tao sages. My cultivation level is too low. I might not be able to hurt him. It's fine, you can learn from the dark forbidden lord. Even if you can't hurt him, it'll still make him vexed and unable to cultivate. Fine, the curse fee and celestial agreed helplessly. The purple-robed man grinned. Oh you still have to cultivate well. You're far inferior to the dark forbidden lord. No one will believe that you're the curse fee and celestial. How can your great Tao be led by others? The curse fee and celestial said, I know. Are you going to preach again? Ha ha ha, that's all. I'll help you kill Hanju first and help you find the dark forbidden lord in the future. It just so happens that the chaotic deities are also looking for him. If you have any clues, inform me at any time. This is a great merit. Understood. The purple-robed man vanished. The curse fee and celestial's brows relaxed. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. Another 10,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved again, but he was still far from breaking through. He had the urge to enter seclusion for 1,000,000 years. If he really did, it would be like a dream. Hanju opened his eyes and habitually checked his emails before observing the immortal world. He didn't want to find that the heavenly Tao collapsed the moment he woke up. No one had died in his circle of friends. Hanju already had many friends, but not many people could enter his circle of friends and be placed under special attention. The development of the heavenly Tao was also very smooth, even a little fast. In tens of thousands of years, there would probably be 2 more sages. Hanju noticed something. There was an additional aura of freedom outside the 33rd heaven. It was Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He was originally a freedom sage who had lowered his cultivation level to come to the heavenly Tao. Now, as the heavenly Tao became stronger, he finally regained his true cultivation. Hanju continued to observe the heavenly Tao. Soon, he discovered something else. Primordial Origin's coffin and the Primordial Chaos tablet were gone. Although Primordial Origin and Huang Zuntian had fused previously, the coffin and the Primordial Chaos tablet had always been left outside the netherworld. It was not only these 2 things. Huang Zuntian was also not in the heavenly Tao. Chapter 741 9 Fee and Celestial Sages. Chapter 741 9 Fee and Celestial Sages. Where did Primordial Origin's coffin and Primordial Chaos tablet go? Hanju could only use the derivation function. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind. It was Huang Zuntian. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed a waste, but at least he was certain that it was not taken away by an unknown existence. With Primordial Origin, perhaps Huang Zuntian could rise, just like the relationship between Long Hao and Hao Tian. Speaking of Long Hao, his development was not bad. The dragon race was also one of the top races in the heavenly Tao. Their forces had also spread to the chaos. The heavenly Tao sage seat later could help him fight for it. Although Long Hao was restless, he treated Han Yu quite well. The dragon race also took good care of the hidden sect disciples and did not forget their roots. Hanju smiled and went to the second Tao field. His gaze swept over. The chaotic Fee and Celestials had all improved. Among them, Li Yao had already become a Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. She had already been a pseudo-sage before she became a chaotic Fee and Celestial, so it wasn't strange for her to attain the Tao. Li Yao opened her eyes and hurriedly stood up when she saw him. Hanju smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. What's our relationship? Why are you always so distant?" Li Yao stopped and said, I'm just afraid that I'll become arrogant and forget my true nature. I don't want to forget your kindness. How cautious, as expected of someone like me. Han Ju sighed in his heart. He still liked Xing Hongshuan the most. Xing Hongshuan had never made him feel distant, and she was very proactive. Han Ju chatted with Li Yao for a while before returning to the main Dao field to continue cultivating. It had been too long since he had broken through, causing him to inexplicably feel a sense of danger. He had not broken through for 120,000 years. 120,000 years. Han Ju felt his scalp tingle. Time passed quickly. More than 10,000 years had passed. This time, Han Ju didn't rest but continued cultivating until his 400,000th birthday. Detected that you are 400,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and promote the reputation of the primordial Fian Celestial. You can obtain a creation spirit stone, a great Dao fragment, a heavenly Dao spirit stone, and a new function of the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a creation spirit stone and a great Dao fragment. Han Ju wanted to curse when he saw the new function option. Trying to tempt me again. Promote the reputation of the primordial Fian Celestial. Wasn't that courting death? Han Ju silently chose the second option. It had to be said that the 400,000th birthday disappointed him. However, it was a good thing to have another chaotic Fian Celestial. Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and focused on the primordial world. Which chaotic Fian Celestial should he nurture this time? Exposure Fian Celestial. The Exposure Fian Celestial could see through all karma, mystical powers, illusions, and so on. Perhaps his strength was not top-notch among the Fian Celestials, but he would be a very good support character. Han Ju immediately started moving. He continued cultivating after the creation spirit stone began to fuse with the Fian Celestial Qi. Time passed quickly. Han Ju had to break through a minor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would feel suffocated. Although it had been peaceful recently, Han Ju never dared to fall into the trap. He had to become stronger quickly. When the enemy arrived, he would realize that they were far inferior to him. If the enemy completely understood his cultivation situation, he would have died long ago. After Han Ju immersed himself in cultivation, time began to pass quickly from his point of view. The heavenly Dao changed day by day. It would increase by a huge step every 10,000 years. During this period of time, countless geniuses appeared in the immortal world. Some of them even spread their names in the chaos. Among them was Qin Ling. But he still couldn't be the only one. The new sage Li Taigu ruled the chaotic heavenly road with his sword and also made a name for himself. Many mighty figures who survived the previous calamity thought that he had potential that was not inferior to Li Daokong. Furthermore, he also cultivated with the ambition to surpass him. Li Daokong had disappeared for a long time. Li Taigu gradually replaced his name as the #1 sword sage of the heavenly Dao. 50,000 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He started to stretch. Awesome. After 50,000 years of bitter cultivation, he felt that his cultivation progress had increased greatly. It was something that 10,000 years of seclusion could not compare to. No wonder the chaotic mighty figures spent 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million years in seclusion. Han Ju already had the strongest potential. It would take him more than 10,000 years to feel improvement, let alone other cultivators. He wanted to continue cultivating, but a few years ago, Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent him a voice transmission, so he set the time at 50,000 years. He first stood up and headed to the second Dao field. He released the Exposure Fian Celestial and asked Morong Qi to come and fetch him. After 50,000 years, the Time Fian Celestial, the Traversal Fian Celestial, and the Fog Fian Celestial attained the Dao one after another. Apart from Dong Zhou, there were already 9 sage-level Fian Celestials in the second Dao field. There were no heavenly Dao restrictions here. The Fian Celestials also walked the path of attaining the Dao with their strength, so there were no restrictions on the sage position. The spirit Qi in the second Dao field was also abundant. The space inside was vast and was enough for them to survive. Han Ju was very satisfied. Perhaps the Fian Celestial army would only show its might 10 million years later, but at least they were improving. After chatting with Li Yao, Han Ju returned to the main Dao field and jumped to the 33rd heaven, then entered the Universal Hall. Seeing Han Ju appear, Heavenly Venerate Zondu immediately sent a voice transmission to the sages still in the Heavenly Dao. Soon, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, Fang Liang, Jin Shen, Shu Dudao, Su Qi, and Li Taigu arrived. The sages sat down in a row facing Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Heavenly Venerate Zondu smiled and introduced Li Taigu to Hanju. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him. Junior Li Taigu greets the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, Li Taigu said respectfully. He didn't directly hate Hanju like the previous Shu Dudao. Hanju smiled and nodded. Cultivate well and protect the Heavenly Tao in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come and find me. Of course, you only have one chance. Li Taigu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Li Taigu hurriedly thanked him with an excited expression. He had been tense before, but in fact, he admired Hanju. Before he attained the Tao, he was a prodigy who shocked the immortal world. However, in this era, there was a person who looked down on all prodigies. The immeasurable merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Achieving the Tao at 30,000 years old. That was an unparalleled feat since ancient times. In terms of contributions, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had saved the Heavenly Tao several times. If not for him, the Heavenly Tao would have long been gone. It had to be said that the sages did a good job. They packaged Hanju's prestige extremely well. This flattery also made Hanju very happy. The other sages smiled and nodded. Only the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Shao were a little uncomfortable, but they quickly adjusted their states of mind. Shu Dudao felt ashamed. Compared to Hanju, he was indeed rash back then. However, it was a coincidence. Now that he had latched onto Hanju, he was very satisfied and glad. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "This meeting only has one agenda. The Heavenly Tao is in danger again." Chapter 742 Fighting for the Heavenly Tao, no regrets even in death. Chapter 742 Fighting for the Heavenly Tao, no regrets even in death. A great Tao divine spirit called the Divine Robe Taoist declared that the development of the Heavenly Tao will suppress the inheritances of the other worlds, races, and great Tao sages in the chaos. He deliberately created a theory of harm regarding the Heavenly Tao. This is not a good sign. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice, "Although we have already obtained the support of the deity realm of the ruins of End, the deity realm and the Heavenly Tao combined are only the tip of the iceberg of the chaos. The chaos is endless and looks lonely. No one knows how many ancient existences and races are hidden in the dark. The appearance of life proves to us how big the chaos is. Furthermore, the chaotic heavenly road is becoming longer and longer, and there are more branches. We also understand more and more worlds. Although they are inferior to the Heavenly Tao and the deity realm of the ruins of End, they at least exist and have at least one mighty figure presiding over them." The sages frowned. They had just rested for 300,000 years and the Heavenly Tao was about to face danger again. However, seeing Hanju's calm expression, the uneasiness in their hearts vanished. Including the new sage, Li Taigu. As expected of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. He's calm in the face of danger, Li Taigu thought silently. Chu Zilai asked, "This Divine Robe Taoist was born in the Heavenly Tao?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. No, very few mighty figures were truly born in the Heavenly Tao. Almost all of them are gathered in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Many Fian Celestials died during the era of the giant god Pengu. However, there are actually other existences other than the 3,000 Fian Celestials. It's just that they can't compare to them. Furthermore, not all the 3,000 Fian Celestials died. In the long years, they have also been spreading. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "That's right. I've also heard of the Divine Robe Taoist. He's one of the ancient Great Tao Divine Spirits. The Great Tao Divine Spirits are also divided into levels. The new Great Tao Divine Spirits are all relatively low profile, but the Divine Robe Taoist and the Despair Tao Spirit are at the ancient level. In order to consolidate his status and power, he will stir up a bloody storm every once in a while and shock the chaos. The Despair Tao Spirit has just died and the prestige of the Great Tao Divine Spirits has been damaged. The Divine Robe Taoist wants to use this chance to rebuild his prestige. This is only a signal. He will definitely attack the Heavenly Tao." The sages frowned even more. The atmosphere was a little oppressive. Li Taigu snorted, "What are you afraid of? We have so many sages. We can just kill the Great Tao Divine Spirit if he comes." After becoming a sage, he was undying and indestructible in the Heavenly Tao, so he was a little arrogant. After all, he had never seen a Great Tao Divine Spirit or even fought with a Freedom Sage. Heavenly Venerate Zondu glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. How can a Great Tao Divine Spirit be so easy to kill? Since ancient times, those that died." Before he could finish, Heavenly Venerate Zondu stopped. He suddenly remembered that the despair Tao spirit died in Hanju's hands. He looked at him. Hanju said, "Continue. It's also a good thing to introduce the great Tao divine spirits to the newcomer. The heavenly Tao sages can't just stay in the heavenly Tao to cultivate. He has to broaden his horizons." Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued speaking and introduced the power of the great Tao divine spirits and the great Tao sages. Hanju asked in his mind, "Can I insta-kill the divine robe Taoist? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." Hanju's heart trembled. "No. Can I kill him?" "Yes." This time, his lifespan was not deducted. After all, both questions involved the divine robe Taoist strength. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was still a risk if he couldn't kill him instantly. If I kill the divine robe Taoist, will I attract the anger of the chaotic deities? After all, the divine robe Taoist did things in the name of maintaining the chaotic order. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju completely relaxed. Interesting. These great Tao divine spirits all held the chaotic deities' banner, but the deities did not care about them. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "Actually, the heavenly Tao will really soar if we can survive this calamity. After all, who dares to provoke two great Tao divine spirits in a row?" When the heavenly Tao was still in the fourth calamity, there was a world similar to the heavenly Tao on the other side of the chaos. It was extremely powerful and attracted the fear of the great Tao divine spirits. Although the great Tao divine spirits at that time were not as powerful as now, that world withstood 2 attacks from them and completely stabilized in the chaos. Su Chi couldn't help but ask, "Then, aren't they stronger than the heavenly Tao now?" Heavenly Venerate Wufa glanced at him and said softly, "No, the Tao ancestor destroyed it." The sages were silent. Hanju was also a little surprised. The Tao ancestor was so domineering. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "The Tao ancestor thinks that the living beings of that world are too easy to kill. After stabilizing himself, he often slaughtered other chaotic worlds. The truth is the same. After destroying that world, the Tao ancestor obtained the great Tao merit and jumped out of the Tao integration realm in one go to become a great Tao sage. This legend is too old and is no longer being spread by spirits. I also learned it from an ancient senior." The sages relaxed when they heard that there was great Tao merit. In their hearts, the Tao ancestor was benevolent. "Fellow Taoist Han, what do you think?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Hanju and asked. The other sages were the same. The only sage who had a chance to deal with the great Tao divine spirit was Hanju. Hanju said in a low voice, "To be honest, I'm not confident. However, we have to fight if the heavenly Tao is in trouble. Even if we survive this calamity, stronger existences will definitely threaten the heavenly Tao in the future. We have to have the determination to protect the heavenly Tao. This determination has to be transmitted to all living beings. Fighting for the heavenly Tao is to protect my hometown. I won't regret it even if I die." Infected by his speech, the sages readily agreed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. "Fight for the heavenly Tao and don't regret it even if you die. All right, these words must be transmitted to the immortal world and the myriad worlds. This will be the righteousness of the heavenly Tao's cultivation." The sages looked at Hanju in admiration, especially Li Taigu. He was no longer as cold and arrogant as when they first met. Hanju was secretly ashamed. "I just want you to work harder. I might be the first to escape if the heavenly Tao is really destroyed." An hour later, the sages left. They were going to prepare for the heavenly Tao defense battle. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple. He didn't continue cultivating but observed the immortal world. He discovered that Tao Comprehension Sword, Long Hao, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Han Yu, and the others were not in the immortal world. It was obvious how attractive the chaos was to cultivators. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce Tao Comprehension Sword. This girl hadn't returned ever since she went out. Later, she was thrown the responsibility by Tu Ling and Li Yao and became the sect master of the Holy Mother sect. After so many years, she must be like a completely different person. Hanju suddenly deduced that Tao Comprehension Sword was severely injured and was hiding in a mysterious domain. Tracing the karma, she and the disciples of the sect had been hunted down for hundreds of years. Hanju also calculated who was chasing after them. He couldn't be bothered if the difference in cultivation was not great. Hanju narrowed his eyes. A sage had plotted this. It was not a heavenly Tao sage, but a sage in the chaos. He continued to deduce. As long as there were no special supreme treasures, he could deduce existences with lower cultivation levels than him without the system's derivation function. He discovered that this chaos sage was not only targeting the Holy Mother sect, but also the other Providence sects of the Heavenly Tao. He sent his disciples to split into dozens of groups and kill the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Providence sects. Chapter 743 Heavenly Tao Collapses. Chapter 743 Heavenly Tao Collapses. An ant dares to shake the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju snorted. A sage dared to scheme against the Heavenly Tao. He was courting death. He immediately sent a dream to Zhou Fan and passed on the image and karma of this sage to him, asking him to kill him. Han Ju could also kill the other party, but there was no need. The difference in cultivation level was too great. How could an adult bicker with a child? Zhou Fan immediately agreed to this. He was very excited. Han Ju rarely instructed him to do anything, so he naturally wanted to prove himself. Then, Han Ju sent a dream to Tao Comprehension Sword. Before this, he had already deduced that Tao Comprehension Sword was not in danger for the time being and was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Previously, he almost caused Zhou Fan's death. Han Ju felt bad and didn't want to repeat the same mistake. The dream was under the fusang tree. The current Tao Comprehension Sword was no longer the simple and cold girl from back then. She was very similar to the past Tai Sudian. Her temperament was excellent, her beautiful face was cold, and her bearing was even more extraordinary. She had the bearing of an expert. Even if she did not open her eyes, it made people feel that she wouldn't change even if the world collapsed in front of her. Tao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw Han Ju. She blinked, unable to believe her eyes. To Han Ju, time passed very quickly, but it was not the same for Tao Comprehension Sword and the disciples outside. Compared to the last time they met, the world had already changed. Tao Comprehension Sword hurriedly bowed. Master. In front of Han Ju, she no longer had the dignity of the Holy Mother sect master. She was like a flattered disciple. Han Ju said, "Why don't you ask for help if you're in danger? Other than me, you can still ask for help through the myriad worlds projection. Why insist?" Tao Comprehension Sword felt ashamed and touched. She thought that Han Ju had long forgotten about her. She replied, "I think I can still hold on. After all, the others are developing very well. Zhou Fan established the Great Tao Tower by himself, Howard controls the dragon race alone, and Su Qi controls the cycle of reincarnation of the netherworld. Han Ju snorted. If I didn't save Zhou Fan, how could he have obtained the Great Tao Tower? As for Long Hao and Su Qi, if not for me, how could they have lived until today? You have to understand the use of forces, that is to support each other. Today, you're embarrassed to look for them. Because they didn't help you, they're also embarrassed to look for you when something happens. Then what about the relationship between fellow disciples? Is it just to share the joy and compare with each other, not to support each other through difficulties? Tao Comprehension Sword was extremely ashamed and wished that there was a hole in the ground for her to hide in. She was also enlightened. She was indeed a little petty. Many disciples died because she cared about her face. Tao Comprehension Sword couldn't control her emotions. She knelt on the ground, her forehead touching the ground, and choked. Master, please save the Holy Mother sect. Han Ju snorted. I've already instructed Zhou Fan that if he encounters an enemy he can't defeat, he can use the invocation technique. Come back at any time if you're tired. The Holy Mother sect can be passed down to another disciple as long as you want to. The dream shattered. Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly woke up. In front of her was the cave they were hiding in. The light was dim and there were hundreds of female disciples meditating and recuperating. A female disciple beside him asked nervously, Sect Master, what's wrong? Tao Comprehension Sword came back to her senses. Scanning all the disciples, her eyes became firm. She smiled softly and said, It's nothing. We won't suffer anymore. It's just that I fell into a narrow-minded state previously. The danger in front of us is actually nothing. The disciples looked at each other in worry. Had the sect master gone mad? Han Ju continued cultivating after ending the dream. In his opinion, the divine robe Taoist would not be the last enemy of the heavenly Tao. He had to hurry up and become stronger. The heavenly Tao couldn't become the ancient world that heavenly venerate Wufa mentioned and be wiped out by the Tao ancestor. Just like that, year after year passed. In less than 8,000 years, the reputation of the Great Tao Tower spread throughout the immortal world. Because of their help, the vicinity of the chaotic heavenly road became even safer. The sage who had chased after the heavenly Tao Providence sects was suppressed by Zhou Fan in the Great Tao Tower. The history of how Zhou Fan became a sage had also been dug out. He was also a prodigy. He could already defeat a sage before he reached 400,000 years of age. Furthermore, he was the disciple of the divine might heavenly sage. Because of Zhou Fan, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage became a topic of conversation for all living beings during their meals and cultivation. At the same time, the sage sects were also taking action. They transmitted Hanju's spirit of, fight for the heavenly Tao and die without regrets, to all living beings. In order to increase the effect, their disciples especially recounted the legends of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage protecting the heavenly Tao. It made the cultivators' blood boil. As time passed, this philosophy began to flourish. A large number of cultivators appeared in the chaotic city at the edge of the immortal world. They were waiting solemnly. Even the chaotic heavenly road was guarded by a large number of cultivators. The heavenly Tao was already prepared to welcome the attack of the divine rogue Taoist. Unknowingly, 36,000 years passed. The sages still maintained their vigilance, but all living beings did not know that they had their own wonders. This was an absolutely dark spatial domain where nothing existed. Suddenly, a hand appeared. The forearm and palm of this hand emitted a faint light, but it was extremely dazzling in the darkness. The mysterious hand opened and pressed down, causing a drop of water to fall down. The drop of water fell faster and faster, passing through the endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, light appeared below. From above, it was a cloud. The clouds below grew larger and more numerous. Countless stars gathered near the clouds. Many cities were built in all directions. One of the paths of light connected to the depths of the darkness and could not be seen. Heavenly Tao. This drop of water quickly landed at the top of the heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. An invisible force blocked the drop of water. After the water splashed, the invisible force shattered like glass. Space seemed to fold and intersect. After the water droplet splashed out, it transformed into countless tiny water droplets and continued to fall. Every small water droplet quickly lengthened like spears, the tips reflecting a cold light. Almost at the same time, the sages appeared on the eaves of their respective Tao field and looked up. The rain arrows that filled the sky pierced through the void clouds and fell towards the immortal world. They were dense and extremely spectacular, as if the heavenly Tao had collapsed. Oh no, the heavenly Tao power has shattered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice spread into the ears of the sages, startling them. Heavenly Venerate Zondu waved his horsetail whisk. The white fur of the horsetail whisk turned as huge as a sea and wanted to sweep away the rain arrows that filled the sky. In the end, it was torn apart by countless rain arrows and continued to fall. It was unstoppable. The sages cast spells one after another, but their dharmic powers couldn't block it all. In the blink of an eye, they were all pierced by the rain arrows and destroyed with the naked eye, including Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He couldn't block it at all. All the Tao fields and buildings outside the 33rd heaven were destroyed. The majestic rain arrows pierced through the sea of clouds and continued to sweep down, looking like they were going to collapse the entire heavenly Tao. Chapter 744 Holy Mother of Order. Chapter 744 Holy Mother of Order. In the Taoist temple, Hanju was still cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. He happened to see the 33rd heaven being pierced by countless rain arrows. The 32nd heaven was about to suffer. This level had the main sun and the main moon. If it was destroyed, the heavenly Tao would really suffer heavy losses. He clearly felt that the power of the heavenly Tao had shattered. In other words, chaos sages could also forcefully enter the heavenly Tao now. Hanju immediately appeared in the 32nd heaven. Fi and celestial Dharma idols appeared above his head and fused into one of them. It was the fire Fi and celestial. The fire Fi and celestial roared and punched out. Endless flames soared into the sky, unstoppable. The rain arrows that filled the sky collided with the endless flames and instantly evaporated. The terrifying pressure shook the 32nd heaven. The sea of clouds churned violently, as did the sky below. All the living beings in the immortal world heard the roar of the fire Fi and celestial and looked up in fear. The sky turned red and the sea of clouds churned as if the sky had changed. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire immortal world. Everyone was in an uproar. What happened? This was the first time they had encountered such a phenomenon. The terrifying pressure made all living beings uneasy, terrified, and even desperate. Everyone, don't panic. This phenomenon is the power of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage to resist the invasion. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice sounded. The heavenly Tao had only been pierced through at the top level and had not completely perished, so the sages quickly revived. The moment the words Divine Might Heavenly Sage were spoken, all living beings were instantly relieved. In the past 100,000 years, under the push of the sages, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had already become an invincible god in the hearts of all living beings. In terms of contributions, he was even higher than Pangu. In the mortal world, there were often arguments about who was stronger and who had contributed more to the heavenly Tao between the divine might heavenly sage and Pengu. Mortals loved to argue. On the 32nd heaven, the flames dissipated and the rain of arrows no longer existed. Hanju immediately checked the surroundings and didn't find any experts. He quickly jumped back into the temple. Who did this? 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Hanju's heart sank. This value is definitely above the great Tao. Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind. It was a graceful woman with a glow on her body. She was mysterious and strange. Holy Mother of Order. Late stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, Great Tao Divine Spirit. I knew it. Hanju's heart sank. He couldn't stop such an existence from attacking the heavenly Tao. Why did the Holy Mother of Order attack the heavenly Tao? 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju came to a blue sky. Below him was an endless sea, and he couldn't see land. A mighty figure was at the end of the sea level. Only his upper body floated up to the surface. The sun above his head stood above the sea like a god of creation. Holy Mother of Order. There was a figure in front of the Holy Mother of Order. It was the Divine Robe Taoist. The Divine Robe Taoist's robes fluttered as he smiled and said, Holy Mother, you have to help me break through the heavenly Tao. I'm protecting the chaotic order and helping the despair Tao spirit take revenge. The Holy Mother of Order's voice followed, extremely solemn, the heavenly Tao is the great karma supported by Pengu and the Tao ancestor. I advise you, as a great Tao divine spirit, not to be involved in this karma. The Divine Robe Taoist said, I don't want to destroy the heavenly Tao. I just want to destroy its sages and let the heavenly Tao restore its former order. Back then, the Tao ancestor promised us great Tao divine spirits that we are not to allow the heavenly Tao to become too strong and harm the chaos. Now that the Tao ancestor has disappeared, the ruler of the heavenly Tao has crossed the line. He has to be taught a lesson. Holy Mother, you only need to help me break through the power of the heavenly Tao. Leave the rest to me. I won't spread this matter. It has nothing to do with you. The Holy Mother of Order was silent. The Divine Robe Taoist said, take it as the last time you help me. I won't disturb your cultivation in the future. The Holy Mother of Order said, there's a very strong great Tao sage hidden in the heavenly Tao. I won't help if you encounter a life and death crisis. Haha, don't worry, I'm already completely prepared. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and still frowned. I want to know if the Holy Mother of Order will help if I try to kill the Divine Robe Taoist. 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He might as well run if he had to face the Holy Mother of Order. It had to be said that these transcendent mighty figures still had principles. Will I die if the Divine Robe Taoist attacks the heavenly Tao next? 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Only a slight possibility. How slight? If you don't fight back. Hanju cursed silently. Was the system mocking him? He stood up and came to the 33rd heaven. At this moment, the sages were repairing the top of the heavenly Tao and pouring Providence into it. Hanju wasn't a heavenly Tao sage and couldn't interfere. He approached Heavenly Venerate Zondu and asked, how long will it take? Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression was solemn as he said, at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Hanju frowned. So serious. It might not be only the Divine Robe Taoist who would attack in this period. Hanju had no choice but to move Great Sage Void Soul out of the 100-peak Immortal River. He instructed, in the future, stay here and protect the heavenly Tao until it recovers. Great Sage Void Soul had already returned to his original appearance, the black aura that refused to report. Yes. Great Sage Void Soul cupped his fists respectfully. Hanju disappeared. The sages looked at Great Sage Void Soul in surprise. Who was this person? Heavenly Venerate Wufa's eyes suddenly widened and he said, Your Great Sage Void Soul. Aren't you suppressed at the edge of the chaos? Great Sage Void Soul glanced at him and said, Don't mention the past. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was shocked. He knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly nodded. A smile appeared on his face. With Great Sage Void Soul around, the heavenly Tao was even safer. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the other sages. Knowing that Great Sage Void Soul was a great Tao sage, the sages were very excited. At the same time, they were very curious about how Hanju subdued him. Didn't he always stay in the heavenly Tao? Li Taigu stared at Great Sage Void Soul and had a bold thought. He wanted to spar with him and understand his strength. With Hanju around, Great Sage Void Soul shouldn't kill him. They could spar politely. However, he definitely couldn't do it now. He had to protect the heavenly Tao first. In the Taoist temple, in order to welcome the next battle, Hanju entered the simulation trial again. He couldn't break through in the short term. He could only increase his combat ability. He placed all existences above the sages in the template into a simulation trial and fought all of them at once. One-on-one was no longer enough to satisfy Hanju. He needed pressure. Only pressure could make people stronger. Hanju still lost the first simulation trial. The simulation trial was different from reality. The opponent wouldn't talk nonsense and would directly start fighting. In addition to his uneven methods, it was very difficult for Hanju to withstand it. This was even more impressive than 100 Ancestor Shishin. After all, the 100 Ancestor Shishin used the same method. He was facing different enemies and different great Tao powers and methods. Continue. Chapter 745 Divine Robe Taoist's Trick. Chapter 745 Divine Robe Taoist's Trick. In the dark forbidden zone, yellow leaves quickly fluttered. On careful look, every yellow leaf carried countless living beings. They had all sorts of images and postures, and their sizes were different. There were at least 10,000 such yellow leaves. 10,000 yellow leaves later, a mighty figure advanced. These yellow leaves were not even as big as a grain of sand in front of him. It was the Divine Robe Taoist. The Divine Robe Taoist looked ahead and slowly walked forward. On his shoulder stood two figures. One of them was the Curse Fiend Celestial. The other was a woman. Her lower body was like smoke and her upper body was covered in armor. Her head looked very small, but her face was beautiful. Her eyes were dark and sharp. Overall, she looked extraordinary, but she exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The Curse Fiend Celestial couldn't help but ask, "Deity, are you sure this trip is guaranteed? That Hanju can't be underestimated. He's almost invincible among his peers." The woman beside him covered her mouth and laughed. "To think that you're a chaotic Fiend Celestial. You'll never be able to become a divine spirit. The reason why he's invincible is that he didn't encounter us." The Despair Tao spirit suffered a loss because of arrogance. It's not fellow Taoist divine robes match. The Curse Fiend Celestial frowned. The poisonous bugs on its face stopped and did not move. The Divine Robe Taoist smiled. "It's a curse. Don't worry, I'm confident in my strength. Besides, I've prepared a trump card. I can still kill him even if he's a great Tao Supreme." Could it be that Hanju has already become the great Tao Supreme? Of course not, the Curse Fiend Celestial replied. He knew that Hanju's potential was ridiculous, but it was impossible for him to reach the great Tao Supreme realm so quickly. Very few could successfully reach the Supreme Sage realm even among the talented great Tao divine spirits. A trace of hope appeared in the Curse Fiend Celestial's heart. It would be best if the Divine Robe Taoist could kill Hanju. The Curse Fiend Celestial was very heroic and felt that he could definitely kill Hanju when he was born. He could also take advantage of Hanju's reckless cursing to rope in his subordinates. However, Divine Lord Peacock gave him a warning. The current Hanju was no longer someone he could compare to. At that time, "Perhaps you won't need to do anything. I can flatten the heavenly Tao alone." The woman chuckled and smiled charmingly. However, her figure was too ugly. It was really difficult to compare her to the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Divine Robe Taoist smiled. "If you succeed, your people will live in the heavenly Tao in the future. You will control the heavenly Tao for me, but you still have to follow the rules." The woman smiled. "Don't worry, if the heavenly Tao grows up, it won't be good for me either." The Curse Fiend Celestial was silent, but his heart was filled with jealousy. The expressions of the two people in front of him made him very unhappy. However, he had no choice but to bow his head. He would be on par with the great Tao Divine Spirit one day. "Wait, no, I want to trample on the great Tao Divine Spirit and become the strongest existence." Outside the 33rd heaven, in front of the Universal Hall. The sages gathered here and were still working together to repair the heavenly Tao. Not far away, Great Sage Void Soul suddenly opened his eyes and said, "They're here. 2 great Tao sages in a huge race." His words shocked the sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu immediately ordered, "All of you, send orders to the various Providence sects to strictly guard the chaotic city and the chaotic heavenly road. Leave the repairing of the heavenly Tao to me. All of you, guard your own areas." "Yes." The sages immediately vanished. Heavenly Venerate Zondu turned to look at Great Sage Void Soul and asked, "Are you confident?" Great Sage Void Soul snorted. Heavenly Venerate Zondu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the other party was confident. Great Sage Void Soul said, "Of course not. How can I defeat 2 by myself?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu's face twitched. Even he, who had a stable Tao heart and excellent quality, almost wanted to curse. Why was this fellow so sarcastic? Heavenly Venerate Zondu couldn't figure out how he had offended Great Sage Void Soul. Soon, the entire immortal world learned that the heavenly Tao was in danger. All the Providence sects began to rush to the various chaotic cities. The disciples in seclusion were forcefully called out. Such a commotion naturally couldn't be hidden. For a time, the immortal world surged. Some were terrified, some were nervous, some did not believe it, and some were excited. The excited were all geniuses or mighty figures. Heroes appeared in troubled times. If they wanted to leave their names in history forever, they had to kill their way out. Finally, fight for the heavenly Tao without regrets. So the divine might heavenly sage had already expected this. It's said that when the flame race and the calamity race attacked, the war was extremely cruel. The enemy this time will only be stronger. We cultivators have cultivated for thousands of years, isn't it for such a battle? To prove the value of a lifetime. Fellow Taoists, let's go to the edge of the immortal world together. Good timing. Aren't cultivators like us who haven't even reached the Emperor realm go just cannon fodder? Han Ju was still in the simulation trial. He wouldn't be insta-killed by the enemies in the simulation trial as he was covered in treasures. However, it was difficult to insta-kill the enemies. Han Ju still couldn't do it even after thousands of battles. He ended the latest simulation trial and was about to enter another when he suddenly felt two powerful auras approaching the heavenly Tao. Han Ju immediately used the simulation trial. The current system was far better than before and could already detect experts in the nearby domains outside the heavenly Tao. He automatically filtered out the existences below the sage realm and quickly found the newcomers. Divine Robe Taoist. Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Great Tao Divine Spirit, Hatred Concubine, Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Transcendent Tao Expert. Two of them. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. After all, Great Sage Void Soul was outside. He would first enter a simulation trial to prevent a failure. He closed his eyes. 10 breaths later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it, what the hell? Han Ju cursed again and entered the simulation trial again. 20 breaths later, he opened his eyes and exhaled. Damn it. Fortunately, he had entered the simulation trial in advance. Otherwise, he would have failed. In the first battle, he was caught off guard by the Divine Robe Taoist's mysterious supreme treasure and was severely injured. He couldn't move his entire body and was so frightened that he immediately ended the simulation trial because it would be the same as the possibility that the system had deduced. In the second battle, he used the ability of the substitution Fiend Celestial to dodge the attack of the mysterious supreme treasure. Then, he easily suppressed the Divine Robe Taoist. This supreme treasure could only be used once. The Divine Robe Taoist had come prepared. Han Ju was secretly vigilant. He had to be like this in the future and not be reckless. Perhaps their cultivation realms were the same, but Dharma treasures were immeasurable. Han Ju guessed that this treasure was borrowed by the Divine Robe Taoist recently. If not for Han Ju's prediction in advance, he might not have been killed, but the heavenly Tao would definitely be destroyed. Once he was trapped, the enemy would be able to destroy the heavenly Tao. Han Ju slowly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. The other party had a killing move, clearly targeting him. Han Ju thought of something and asked in his mind, does the Divine Robe Taoist have a backing? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju smiled and prepared to jump out of the Taoist temple. Then, he thought of something and paused. He asked in his mind, who is the strongest helper invited by the Divine Robe Taoist? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 300 billion years. Han Ju suddenly wanted to curse. This dog actually had a trump card. Chapter 746 Foolish Sword Sage. Chapter 746 Foolish Sword Sage. 300 billion years of value, could it be a great Tao Supreme? Han Ju felt weak and hurriedly chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind and a message appeared in front of him. Foolish Sword Sage. Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Chaotic Fiend Celestial. He once fought a life and death battle with Pengu and almost died. After cultivating for countless years, he used the sword Tao created by Laozi to attain the Great Tao Supreme Realm. He was also severely injured from challenging an ancient deity and his cultivation realm declined. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. So he was just a former Great Tao Supreme. His strength was still that of a Great Tao Sage. Han Ju asked in his mind, can I insta-kill the Foolish Sword Sage? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? I can't even insta-kill the Divine Robe Taoist. How can I insta-kill the foolish sword sage? Wasn't this wasting lifespan? Hanju immediately changed the question, can I kill the foolish sword sage? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There's a certain possibility. Hanju frowned. It was definitely possible. That meant that he might be killed. Hanju suddenly wanted to run. Now that the heavenly Tao had been broken, it could no longer be used as a protective umbrella. Wait, if the great Tao above could break the heavenly Tao, could the heavenly Tao survive until today? Or was it that the number of great Tao was extremely small? Hanju was in a dilemma. In a dark domain, two figures stood side by side. In front of them was a hole of light. In the hole was a miniature image of the heavenly Tao. They could see the divine robed Taoist leading the vast army forward, getting closer and closer to the heavenly Tao. The cursed fiend celestial was very nervous. The person beside him was too powerful and made him uneasy. It was the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage wore a black robe. There were bones above his neck and no flesh on his face. However, he had a pair of eyes and black hair that fluttered like flames. Long swords floated behind him in the shape of fans. They circled around like dazzling sword flowers. The foolish sword sage said, "So it's great sage Void Soul. I thought he was already dead. Is this the backing of the heavenly Tao?" Great sage Void Soul, puzzled, the cursed fiend celestial asked, "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Hanju only lived for a little more than 400,000 years. He seems to have a special Tao field that can block prying and karma, so you can't see it. A hint of coldness flashed across the eyes of the foolish sword sage. Oh, he became a great Tao sage in 400,000 years. This child should be the reincarnation of a supreme existence. Supreme, the cursed fiend celestial frowned. He still did not understand what kind of existence a great Tao sage was. In his opinion, the great Tao sage realm was already the ceiling of the chaos. Which side could win would depend on the strength and number of great Tao sages. Before coming, he was still worried that the divine robed Taoist would be rash, so he found an excuse to hide first, afraid that Hanju would target him. In the end, the divine robed Taoist asked him to wait for the foolish sword sage. Only then did he know that although the divine robed Taoist looked arrogant, he had actually prepared a backup plan. He had never heard of the foolish sword sage, but he could sense that he was much stronger than the divine robed Taoist. Hanju's background is indeed mysterious. No one can guess it. Only the Tao ancestor has mentioned that he is a variable, the cursed fiend celestial said carefully. Foolish sword sage scoffed. Can the words of the Tao ancestor be trusted? What variable? Back then, he even called himself the savior of the great Tao. The cursed fiend celestial was silent, not knowing how to reply because he did not understand the Tao ancestor. At the same time, the divine robed Taoist had already arrived near the heavenly Tao. His voice resounded throughout the heavenly Tao. I am a great Tao divine spirit. The heavenly Tao sages are not subject to the rules of the chaos. They even went against their superiors and killed the divine spirit. From today onwards, all the heavenly Tao sages will be executed. The heavenly Tao will be controlled by the hatred race. I hope that all of you can redeem yourselves in the future. With that said, all the living beings in the heavenly Tao exploded. Too arrogant, directly announcing the outcome to them. Too arrogant, sages don't follow the rules. Damn it, what hatred race. It's just another flame race. I just want to know who is so powerful to actually kill a divine spirit. Is it the divine spirit of chaos? Who else can it be? It must be the divine might heavenly sage. The reason why this fellow is attacking must be because he sensed the other party's ambitions. I can't take this lying down. Let's go. Go to the chaos and kill the enemy. To hell with the hatred race. I want to kill them until they don't even dare to have any hatred. Great sage Void Soul arrived outside the heavenly Tao and looked at the divine robed Taoist flying over from the depths of the dark forbidden zone. He took a deep breath. His hands in his sleeves trembled slightly. He was timid, to begin with. This was also why he had hidden behind the 13 lives and secretly used his dark instinct during the heavenly court battle. He was afraid of death. That suppressed period was his nightmare until now. However, he had to listen to Hanju. Damn it, why am I so well behaved? I'm not like the old me at all. Great sage Void Soul cursed silently. He was cursing himself. Thinking of Hanju, he instinctively respected him and didn't dare to have any rebellious thoughts. The divine robed Taoist waved his hand, and the 10,000 yellow leaves dispersed. They flashed and disappeared, surrounding the entire heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. The hatred race prepared to attack the immortal world from all directions. On the shoulder of the divine robed Taoist, Hatred concubine immediately flew towards Great Sage Void Soul and smiled. Are you Hanju? Great Sage Void Soul snorted coldly and did not say anything. The divine robe Taoist said, he's not. Kill him and Hanju will naturally come out. Hatred concubine covered her mouth and laughed. Suddenly, she transformed into an endless black mist and condensed into a huge face that was several times larger than the entire heavenly Tao. It looked down at Great Sage Void Soul. The heavenly Tao was huge. Every place near the mortal world formed a universe. How vast were tens of thousands of mortal worlds connected together, let alone the immortal world and the 33rd heaven. Even so, they still looked short in front of Hatred concubine. Great Sage Void Soul sighed. He wanted to use his dark instinct, but this mystical power required him to be stronger than the other party or have more people on his side, forming a siege. Now, he felt that it was very difficult for him to challenge the divine robe Taoist and Hatred concubine alone. He knew his strength very well. Although he was at the late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, his strength was inferior to some mid-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm cultivators. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Great Sage Void Soul. It was Hanju. His expression was cold as he gently pushed Great Sage Void Soul behind him. Great Sage Void Soul looked at him gratefully, relieved. Hanju cursed silently. Useless thing, useless. He actually wanted Great Sage Void Soul to use his dark instinct to connect to the divine robe Taoist and Hatred concubine. However, if that happened, he would not be able to move and might be secretly attacked by the foolish sword sage. Hatred concubine looked down at him and smiled teasingly. What a handsome face. I can't even bear to kill you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll say. Hanju suddenly raised his palm and struck. Primordial divine rage. He had long accumulated the power of more than 100 Fi and celestial Dharma idols in the Tao field. With a strike, the dark forbidden zone shook. The nearby dark space shattered and the primordial void appeared. Hatred concubine couldn't dodge in time and was directly drowned by Hanju's vast dharmic powers, dissipating into thin air. Chapter 747-7 Then Fight. Chapter 747 Then Fight. Looking at the vanished Hatred concubine, Hanju looked at the divine robe Taoist indifferently and asked, is this what you rely on? Great Sage Void Soul was extremely excited and almost clapped his hands in joy. He remembered this mystical power. Back then, the 13 lives had died from this move. It was the same for the Despair Tao spirit. Hatred concubine was not a great Tao divine spirit. How could she withstand it? The divine robe Taoist was also shocked. Hanju's attack was too ruthless. He used a killing move right from the start. Furthermore, the power just now was indeed terrifying. Even he would not be able to withstand it. You're indeed very strong. No wonder you can kill the Despair Tao spirit. However, it's ridiculous that you want to kill the Hatred concubine with one strike. The divine robe Taoist looked at Hanju and smiled mockingly. On the other side, in the mysterious space, the cursed Fi and Celestial saw Hanju attack and said excitedly, it's him. He's Hanju. Foolish sword sage's pupils constricted as he muttered, that strike just now contained more than one great Tao power. How is that possible? Aren't the various great Tao incompatible? The cursed Fi and Celestial didn't know much about Hanju, either. He only knew that he was born because of Hanju and how long he had been born. He was also surprised by Hanju's growth speed, but he didn't know the truth. Are you confident in killing him? The cursed Fi and Celestial asked carefully. The foolish sword sage did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the projection of the light hole ahead. Heavenly Tao, all the sages, pseudo-sages, and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were watching nervously. No matter how low their cultivation realm was, they couldn't spy on this battle unless they were in the chaotic city. Hanju's strength surprised them, but the confidence of the divine robe Taoist caused them to panic. Li Taigu stood in a chaotic city and held his sword hilt. So powerful. His palm was already so powerful. Could his sword Tao really reach that level? Even from afar, he felt the aura of death the moment Hanju attacked. After attaining the Tao No, after becoming a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he had not felt this way for a long time. Hanju's strength made Li Taigu suddenly waver in his determination. At this moment, Hatred concubine appeared beside the divine robe Taoist. Her figure condensed but quickly dissipated. She gritted her teeth and glared at Hanju, her eyes filled with fear. Hanju said expressionlessly, she indeed has some methods. She can even survive like this. But, she won't live for long. Hanju walked towards the two of them. He was already mentally prepared to fight before coming. He thought of escaping, but where could he go after leaving the heavenly Tao? The enemies he was involved in now could no longer be avoided by hiding. Furthermore, it was not time to escape yet. As long as he survived this, the heavenly Tao would continue to become stronger. Sooner or later, the power of the heavenly Tao would become so powerful that even the Holy Mother of Order could not destroy it. Since that was the case, they would fight. In any case, Hanju had a soul fragment in the Taoist temple. He could be reborn after death. He would just hide in the Tao field in the worst case. Hanju's time Tao robe fluttered violently with the waves stirred up by the remnant dharmic powers. The sun and moon yin-yang protection on his back spun at high speed and emitted divine light, like the sun and moon circling behind him. Fi and celestial dharma idols condensed again and stood above Hanju's head. All of them were majestic and domineering. Even the living beings in the immortal world could see mighty figures when they looked up. They were like the giant gods of Pengu who had split the world apart. Their shadows hung in the sky. The divine robed Taoist smiled arrogantly. This mystical power again. Did you rely on this mystical power to kill the despair Tao spirit? Very good. Today, I will break your mystical power and avenge the despair Tao spirit. He walked towards Hanju. He already understood that hatred concubine had lost the ability to fight. He didn't know what power that strike contained that made her unable to condense her body. The two figures flashed. Every step crossed a distance that immortal realm cultivators could only cross in decades. They were rapidly approaching each other. The heavenly Tao sages watched nervously. Hatred concubine immediately ordered, "Children, attack the heavenly Tao." With that said, figures flew out from the 10,000 yellow leaves surrounding the heavenly Tao. The leaders at the front had powerful auras, including the aura of the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. The battle of the heavenly Tao immediately erupted. All the heavenly Tao cultivators in chaotic city shouted and began to form hand seals. The geniuses rushed out one after another, not afraid of death. In the era of geniuses, if one wanted to become a genius, other than potential, one had to have great courage. At the same time, the divine robed Taoist and Hanju were already close. More than 100 Fi and celestial dharma idols appeared above Hanju's head and entered his body. He knew why the divine robed Taoist gave him time. It was because the latter was also waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the time to take out that supreme treasure. Hanju had already calculated the distance in the simulation trial. When he reached a certain distance, the divine robed Taoist would immediately take out a supreme treasure. This treasure was extremely fast. He had to attack the moment he attacked. Suddenly, the divine robed Taoist suddenly raised his right hand, and a strong light burst out from his sleeve. Hanju's eyes narrowed. A Fi and celestial dharma idol above his head suddenly raised its arm and disappeared with him. Substitution Fi and celestial, hatred concubine appeared where Hanju was. This was the ability to replace the Fi and celestial. It could replace any existence with itself, no matter how far away it was. This mystical power couldn't be used continuously, but it was enough to deal with the Taoist's supreme treasure. Hatred concubine was drowned by the strong light and could not move instantly. The divine robed Taoist widened his eyes in shock. Impossible, that was not speed at all. Even he, a perfected great Tao primordial chaos realm cultivator, could not react in time. Thinking of something, he subconsciously turned his head. Hanju had already appeared behind him and struck his body with an unstoppable palm. This palm has 480,000 years of cultivation. How many palms can you withstand? Hanju's voice entered the divine robed Taoist's ears. The divine robed Taoist was directly struck by the primordial divine rage and his body exploded. However, his soul was protected by a strange light. His soul was golden, however, Hanju had already seen it in the simulation trial. He waved his palm again. The primordial divine rage needed to be accumulated, so he had no choice but to use the grand unity aspect to summon Fi and celestial dharma idols to besiege him. The divine robed Taoist immediately jumped into a deeper space. A long staff appeared in his hand. He turned around and swept it. The long staff actually swept out huge suns. There were countless of them, forming an endless sea of fire that wanted to drown Hanju. Hanju used the power of the space Fi and celestial and the traversal Fi and celestial to arrive behind the divine robed Taoist. Space Great Tao, impossible, the divine robed Taoist exclaimed as he sensed the fluctuation behind him. More than 100 chaotic Fi and celestials had already appeared behind him and looked down at him. They punched down together. This layer of space instantly shattered, and even the deeper space continued to shatter. Layer after layer of space shattered. When the primordial void appeared, the power of the Fi and celestials landed on the soul body of the divine robed Taoist. Boom, all of this seemed complicated, but time could not describe it. The divine robed Taoist couldn't dodge in time and his golden soul was directly destroyed. Hanju summoned the Devour Fiend Celestial next. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly devoured all the surrounding space fragments. Before the divine robe Taoist could condense his soul body and completely recover, he was sucked into the Devour Fiend Celestial's mouth. His voice sounded the moment he disappeared. Foolish Sword Sage. Chapter 748 Sword Domain. Chapter 748 Sword Domain. Foolish Sword Sage. The divine robe Taoist's voice echoed in the primordial void. He was a great Tao sage. His voice lasted for a long time and did not need a medium that mortals knew. Hanju immediately jumped back into the heavenly Tao, afraid that the foolish sword sage would harm it. The dark forbidden zone on the side of the heavenly Tao shattered. Countless spatial lightning interwove. At the edge of the immortal world, the war between the hatred race and the heavenly Tao had already erupted. There was no sign of the foolish sword sage. Hanju remained vigilant. He raised his hand and waved, sucking a black lamp into his hand. This black lamp was the supreme treasure that the divine robe Taoist had used previously. It could instantly immobilize the enemy. The hatred concubine was still fixed in the air and couldn't break free. Seeing Hanju appear, hatred concubine's beautiful eyes widened in despair. Where was the divine robe Taoist? Did he escape? Or did he die? Hatred concubine was more inclined towards the former. The two of them had only fought for a few breaths when Hanju returned. She knew the divine robe Taoist very well. How could he be killed so easily? The divine robe Taoist was indeed not dead, but he was not far from death. Hanju kept fusing the Fiend Celestial Dharma idols to strengthen the power of the Devour Fiend Celestial and corrode the divine robe Taoist who was trapped in the devouring space. Great Sage Void Soul was extremely excited and looked at Hanju with reverence. Too powerful, that was no ordinary great Tao sage. The divine robe Taoist and the hatred concubine were helpless in front of Hanju. Seeing Hanju appear, the sages were also extremely excited. With Hanju around, the rise of the heavenly Tao was unstoppable. Hanju kept checking his surroundings to prevent the foolish sword sage from ambushing him. At this moment, a hoarse voice entered his ears. Enter the deep space and fight me. I won't attack the heavenly Tao no matter who wins. Hanju cursed silently, how can you be in danger if you lose? He asked in his mind, did the foolish sword sage find help to hide? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this fellow still had morals. He immediately vanished. His figure shuttled through layers of space and arrived at the deepest space that even a freedom sage could not spy on. If this space shattered, he would face the primordial void. Hanju saw the foolish sword sage. This fellow stood in the purple mist space, looking like an evil god. Foolish sword sage stared at him and asked, why can you control so many great Tao powers? Hanju said, it's just a resemblance. How can the power of the great Tao be so easy to master? The foolish sword sage felt that it made sense. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of Hanju's mystical power. It was extremely similar to various great Tao. The swords behind him suddenly flew out for a distance, like sword flowers blooming. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Come, Junior, you're very strong. Perhaps I won't be your match if you can double the number of Dharma idols. The foolish sword sage raised his right hand. In an instant, sword shadows appeared in the deep space. They were dense and surrounded Hanju from all directions. At a glance, it was difficult to estimate how many billions there were. Fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above Hanju's head. All of them were arrogant and majestic. 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. The foolish sword sage stared at him calmly, waiting for him to finish condensing all his Dharma idols. I haven't had a satisfying battle for more than 100 million years. Junior, don't let me down. The foolish sword sage shut up before he could finish speaking. It was because Hanju had summoned more than 150 Fiend celestial Dharma idols, and the number was still increasing. His heart trembled. This kid didn't use his full strength when facing the divine robe Taoist just now. The foolish sword sage was silent and still did not attack. Hanju had summoned more than 200 Fiend celestial Dharma idols, and the number was still increasing. 230, 250, 280, 300. The foolish sword sage's gaze changed. He couldn't help but ask, who are you? Hanju was still increasing the Fiend celestial Dharma idols as he replied indifferently, I'm only a nobody among the living beings of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to cause trouble and don't want to be competitive. However, some people always try to invade my heavenly Tao. A nobody. The foolish sword sage fell silent again. Seeing that Hanju's number of Fiend celestial Dharma idols had increased to 350, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, is there no limit to your mystical power? Hanju said, I'm almost there. The foolish sword sage snorted and immediately waved his hand. Countless sword shadows attacked Hanju from all directions. He had to fight since he was already here. He wasn't even afraid of the ancient gods. How could he be afraid of Hanju? He had waited previously because he was arrogant. Now, he attacked because he was not brainless. It would be terrible if Hanju accumulated more Fey and Celestial Dharma idols. The 300+ Fey and Celestial Dharma idols quickly dispersed. They roared and attacked, scattering the sword shadows that came from all directions. Space shook violently and shattered. Taking advantage of the appearance of the spatial fragment, Hanju took out the primordial judgment sword and used the 10,000 life sword. Great Tao mystical power. All things turned into swords. All the spatial fragments transformed into sword shadows and attacked the foolish sword sage. Sword Tao mystical power. The foolish sword sage's eyes emitted a cold light. He didn't expect Hanju to also be a sword cultivator. This mystical power was similar to the mystical power he had just used. Their realms were both great Tao mystical powers. The foolish sword sage pulled out 2 swords from his waist. As the blades collided, the billions of sword shadows formed by the 10,000 life sword shattered. He suddenly appeared in front of Hanju and slashed with his sword. So fast, the sword chi landed on Hanju and was blocked by the Time Tao robe. The Time Tao robe was a chaotic defensive supreme treasure that could resist great Tao attacks, and the foolish sword sage himself was at the great Tao level. However, although this robe was strong, it couldn't resist the great Tao level attacks for long. This was also the reason why he would lose in the simulation trial. He had supreme treasures, and so did those great Tao sages. Hanju disappeared and appeared where he was. Fey and Celestial Dharma idols entered his body crazily. The foolish sword sage knew that he was fusing powers and immediately raised his 2 swords, forming a cross in front of him. A sword light burst out from his body, illuminating the entire deep space. In an instant, the entire deep space had changed. As far as the eye could see, there were swords everywhere. Far away, the sword shadows overlapped into a spatial wall. The blades reflected countless figures of Hanju. Hanju clearly felt killing intent everywhere. If he was not careful, his body and soul might be instantly destroyed. This fellow was something. However, in front of absolute power, all mystical powers were useless. More than 300 Fey and Celestial Dharma idols fused into Hanju's body. The sword domain began to shrink, and countless sword tips attacked Hanju. He raised his sword and slashed. The primordial divine rage's power fused into the primordial judgment sword. A sweep of the sword. Boom, the sword domain shattered. About to attack Hanju, the foolish sword sage was hit by terrifying dharmic powers. He subconsciously raised his sword to block, but his body was drowned. Hanju's sword chi directly shattered this deep space and entered the depths of the primordial void. The various layers of space along the way shattered one after another without any resistance. When the foolish sword sage condensed his body again, he discovered that another Dharma idol condensed above Hanju's head at an extremely fast speed. It was this move again. The foolish sword sage was shocked and furious. He was shocked because the primordial divine rage was too terrifying. He couldn't block it at all. He was furious that he might be defeated by the other party's unchanged move. Chapter 749 Unrestricted Deity. Chapter 749 Unrestricted Deity. Hanju didn't know the shock in the foolish sword sage's heart. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Since the battle had begun, he would fight to the death. The other party was an intruder. Hanju didn't feel any psychological burden. The Fey and Celestial Dharma idols kept condensing above his head and entering his body. The foolish sword sage took out his 2 swords and crossed his legs to attack Hanju, forming 2 spiraling sword chi. Hanju dodged easily, but the 2 sword chi circled around and attacked him again. Most importantly, the end of the sword chi did not dissipate, as if 2 lines had been stretched. After dodging several times, the sword chi formed several circles around Hanju. How fancy! Hanju suddenly looked at the foolish sword sage. Space twisted violently. Foolish sword sage's pupils constricted as he cursed. Space Great Tao, is it really just similar? His body directly vanished into thin air, turning into countless clones that covered the primordial void. Hanju appeared and moved again. This time, he no longer used the power of the space Fey and Celestial but the traversal Fey and Celestial. It was invisible and silent. Hanju used the power of the exposure Fey and Celestial to quickly see through the foolish sword sage's true body and appeared behind him. The foolish sword sage was still teasing Hanju, wanting to see his reaction. No one had seen through this move of his. Previously, he could rely on this move to last for a period of time even when facing an ancient god. Suddenly feeling something, he subconsciously turned his head. It's too late. Hanju's voice entered his ears clearly. He only saw his left palm hitting him from the corner of his eye. Primordial Divine Rage. Divine Rage that contained the power of 400 Fian Celestials. It was even stronger than the Primordial Divine Rage used earlier. The foolish sword sage's main body was instantly destroyed by Hanju's great dharmic powers. The billions of clones dissipated. Almost instantly, Hanju condensed the Fian Celestial Dharma Idol again and continued to use the Dharma Idol fusion technique. Great Tao sages had endless dharmic powers. Not to mention Hanju, even the foolish sword sage was the same. If he wanted to kill the enemy, it still depended on the profundity of the mystical power and the strength of his dharmic powers. As the primordial divine rage dispersed, the foolish sword sage appeared in the distance, leaving only his soul body that was difficult to recover. He looked at Hanju in shock. I'll take your life while you're injured. Hanju pressed forward again. The power of time sped up the fusion of his Fian Celestials. Just as he appeared in front of the foolish sword sage, he had already fused with dozens of Fian Celestial powers. He struck out with his left palm again. The foolish sword sage was frozen by the power of the imprisonment Fian Celestial. There was also the power of the great Tao of space around him. He couldn't move at all. Boom, his palm struck, and his dharmic powers crossed the primordial void. Foolish sword sage's soul dissipated. Hanju couldn't sense his aura and immediately checked his surroundings. There was no information about the foolish sword sage. Was he dead? Hanju raised his eyebrows. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of him. Foolish sword sage has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this fellow had some tricks up his sleeve? Was he not completely dead? That made sense. He was not a great Tao divine spirit. He had suffered in the past and would definitely hold back. Hanju immediately jumped back to the heavenly Tao. Hatred Concubine was still frozen and could not move. Seeing Hanju appear again, Hatred Concubine panicked. She didn't know who Hanju had gone to deal with just now, but it ended so quickly. It was obvious that the other party didn't pose a threat to him at all. Please let me go. I was wrong. I'm willing to be a slave. Hate Concubine begged for mercy incoherently. Clearly, she had been careless and had no way out. If this body died, she would also die. Hatred Concubine has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Hanju sighed secretly. If not for the system, he wouldn't have noticed the change in Hatred Concubine's emotions. After all, they were at the same realm. What a pity. Hanju fused with the power of the Fian Celestial again. Looking at the Fian Celestial Dharma idols that kept flashing above his head, she felt despair and begged for mercy. Hanju said expressionlessly, I might spare you in another situation, but you invaded the heavenly Tao. I have to destroy you and intimidate the chaos. The hatred race will also die with you. With that, Hanju struck out with his palm. The primordial divine rage fused with the power of dozens of Fian Celestials was enough to kill Hatred Concubine. Boom, his dharmic powers swept out and vanished into the depths of the dark forbidden zone. A spatial crack tore along the way. It was even wider and brighter than the chaotic heavenly road. Hanju checked his surroundings again. After confirming that there were no powerful enemies, he jumped back into the temple. The sages were stunned. Before they could recover, everything happened too quickly. All sages, kill the hatred race immediately. Don't let any spirit go. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded in the heavenly Tao. His tone was cold, even mortals could feel his killing intent. Great Sage Void Soul immediately attacked. He had lost too much face previously and had to regain it. Without the divine rogue Taoist and the hatred concubine, the next step was a one-sided slaughter. In the mysterious space, the cursed Fian Celestial trembled and muttered, I knew it. He didn't hate the divine rogue Taoist. In his opinion, the divine rogue Taoist had already calculated everything and had endless backup plans. However, Hanju was too powerful. Before absolute strength, any schemes were futile. The cursed Fian Celestial sighed and left, quickly disappearing into the darkness. On the other side, Hanju landed on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. In his interpersonal relationships, Hatred Concubine's portrait had already disappeared. He had to kill Hatred Concubine in public as a warning. Probably many mighty figures in the chaos were spying on them. Hatred Concubine's death could intimidate them. However, he could keep the divine rogue Taoist. At this moment, the divine robed Taoist soul was still struggling in the inner space of the devourer fiend celestial. He was already extremely weak and couldn't last much longer. Hanju immediately entered the devouring space and used the great change sealing palm to seal the divine robed Taoist. Then, he brought him out and threw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked in his mind, if the divine robed Taoist submits to me, will some existence sense the existence of the primordial heavenly prison? Hanju was hated after Chu Zilai was enslaved. He had to be wary. The primordial heavenly prison was definitely the most terrifying function in the Tao field. The consequences would be unimaginable once it was exposed. Hanju thought for a moment. If he knew that the enemy could completely enslave him, he would definitely try his best to avoid them or think of a way to kill them. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, the great Tao divine spirit is not restricted. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. What it meant was that no stronger person had left any methods in the divine robed Taoist's body. The divine robed Taoist had already jumped out of the role of a pawn. Hanju looked at the divine robed Taoist and suddenly felt that he was amiable. With this fellow and great sage void soul around, Hanju wouldn't need to take action even if the heavenly Tao had enemies in the future. He could finally cultivate in peace and wait for the great Tao immeasurable calamity to arrive. At this moment, foolish sword sage sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju ignored him, afraid that the divine robed Taoist would suddenly wake up. He had to guard it strictly. Chapter 750 Heavenly Tao Justice. Chapter 750 Heavenly Tao Justice. After ignoring the foolish sword sage, Hanju suddenly thought of a question. The great Tao divine spirit is not restricted. Can the primordial heavenly prison enslave him? Yes, because of you, the system has already surpassed him. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system was still the best. It was even more ferocious than the great Tao. He couldn't help but become curious about the system's origins again. Unfortunately, the system could not explain it. Hanju thought of something else. The battle today has caused such a huge commotion. It endangered the heavenly Tao and involved the great Tao divine spirit. It didn't trigger the choice. Hanju asked in his mind, wanting another reward. The system has detected that the current crisis is not enough to threaten you or affect the great Tao immeasurable calamity, so it cannot trigger the choice. Hanju was helpless. Was it all because he was too strong? At this moment, foolish sword sage sent you a dream. Do you accept? Again, Hanju frowned and thought for a moment. He still accepted it lest he missed important information. However, before that, he sent out a clone to monitor the divine robed Taoist in the primordial heavenly prison. I want to know if it's dangerous to accept this dream. Hanju asked in his mind. The other party was not an ordinary person and could be considered the strongest person he had encountered so far. As for the Tao ancestor, Pengu, the chaotic deities, and the Holy Mother of Order, he had only heard of them. 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Hanju chose to accept the dream. After entering the dream, he appeared in the primordial void. A figure stood in front of him. It was the foolish sword sage. The two stood facing each other in silence. Hanju didn't know what to say. Threaten, taunt, that was meaningless. Beg for mercy. New, bah, what logic was that? As for comforting him, that was even more meaningless. In any case, if Hanju lost, he would only feel even more uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Hanju had never lost in this life. It was because he was cautious enough not to fight without confidence. The foolish sword sage took a deep breath and said, "You're very strong. I've never met an existence like you. You're definitely invincible among your peers." Hanju said, "You're also very strong. In the same realm, no one has ever given me such pressure. I tried my best to defeat you." The foolish sword sage snorted. Defeat is defeat. I can afford to lose. I didn't send you a dream this time to say anything harsh. Since you killed the divine robed Taoist, there's no grudge between us. I'll challenge you again in the future. Perhaps after defeating you, I'll have a chance to avenge myself. Hanju couldn't help but ask, you, the divine robed Taoist, and that hatred concubine are all mighty figures who have cultivated for countless years. Why do you have to attack someone's hometown? What do you want? Opportunities. Can you become stronger if you obtain the heavenly Tao? For prestige, who dares to disobey the great Tao divine spirits in the chaos? You've already killed 2 great Tao divine spirits. The foolish sword sage snapped. Hanju said stubbornly, I was forced. Who asked them to bully me? Those who bully others don't have a good outcome. The foolish sword sage said, to borrow the words of you humans, the human heart is unfathomable. It's the same for deities. If they want to restrain the chaos, they have to rely on powerful strength. In the past, the great Tao divine spirits were like what you said. They cultivated in peace and did not cause trouble until they encountered a chaotic fiend celestial. Hu, Pengu, Il 11, Hanju was silent, so that was the case. No wonder the great Tao divine spirit was afraid of the heavenly Tao. The foolish sword sage continued, in order to prevent Pengu from reviving, the great Tao divine spirits had once joined forces to deal with the heavenly Tao. However, they were stopped by the Tao ancestor. He promised that he would never let the heavenly Tao be too powerful. He begged the divine spirits to leave the heavenly Tao alive. This order lasted for countless years. In the long years, many mighty figures were born until the Tao ancestor disappeared. Then, you appeared. Hanju showed a frown. In that case, the current calamity of the heavenly Tao was his fault. Ridiculous. Foolish sword sage changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. I just want to know what mystical power you used earlier. Hanju said, Heavenly Tao Justice. Heavenly Tao Justice, the foolish sword sage muttered to himself and pondered. Hanju was afraid that he would play tricks, so he didn't reveal the technique's true name. Powerful figures could not only deduce karma, but also mystical powers. This was the meaning of a name. A name was a symbol of an individual existence. Hanju asked, can you tell me how many great Tao divine spirits there are in the chaos and how many great Tao supremes exist? He asked, seeing that the foolish sword sage was not stubborn. He knew too little about the chaos. Previously, when he asked Great Sage Void Soul, this fellow had been suppressed for a long time and was also very unfamiliar with the world. As for the others, they were all weaker than Hanju. Foolish sword sage looked at him deeply and said, there aren't many great Tao divine spirits, no more than 20. Furthermore, they each guard a chaotic domain. After the divine robe Taoist died, a new great Tao divine spirit will naturally be born or be supervised by other great Tao divine spirits. As for the great Tao supremes, they're extremely rare. There are no more than 2 of them that I know of. They are all hidden existences and rarely appear in billions of years. You don't have to worry. Previously, the Holy Mother of Order attacked because she was giving the divine robe Taoist face. I'm the same, it's just karma that I owed in the past. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, is the great Tao Supreme the strongest existence? Foolish sword sage said proudly, that's right. That's the case in terms of cultivation realm. Legend has it that there are existences like the chaotic deities, but that's only a legend. In any case, I've never seen them before. You don't have to be too careful. After today's battle ends, no one will dare to disturb the heavenly Tao unless the great Tao divine spirits join forces. However, there are also conflicts between the great Tao divine spirits. How can they join forces? The divine robe Taoist and the despair Tao spirit were also enemies. They were just using the excuse of killing you. I see. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of falling into endless conflict. He thought of another question, there are also great Tao divine spirits in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Why don't they control the nearby domains? Foolish sword sage thought for a moment and replied, perhaps it's a new one. Its cultivation is too weak. They are both great Tao divine spirits. At the same realm, lifespan is proportional to strength. There are indeed great Tao divine spirits hiding in the dark, but it's only a small number. I see, perhaps the 7 Tao sage had hidden his identity as a great Tao divine spirit. He had grasped the power of 7 great Tao and was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, he had encountered Hanju in advance. The 2 of them chatted for a while more until the dream ended. Foolish sword sage has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju was confused. This fellow was really making friends with him. Was he beaten into submission? Hanju asked silently, did the foolish sword sage lie in his conversation with me just now? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Wow, this was a great guy. Hanju also had a favorable impression of him. Since the foolish sword sage was not lying, the heavenly Tao should be stable for some time. Hanju looked outside the heavenly Tao. With the great sage Void Soul's attack, countless living beings of the hatred race were annihilated. Now, the sages had sent disciples of the various sects to clean up the battlefield. They had returned to the 33rd heaven to repair the heavenly Tao with heavenly venerates Ondu. Chapter 751 Prophecy of the Immeasurable Calamity, 500,000 years old. Chapter 751 Prophecy of the Immeasurable Calamity, 500,000 years old. This Heavenly Tao defensive battle started and ended quickly. There were not many casualties on the Heavenly Tao's side, but all living beings were still very excited. Because they finally saw how powerful the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was. All the cultivators in Chaotic City, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and pseudo-sages saw Hanju's attack. The cultivators who went to the chaotic heavenly road later could also see the spatial crack left behind by the battlefield and the long spatial cave that was even wider than the chaotic heavenly road. It was shocking. Oh my god, what cultivation level is this to cause such terrifying destruction? The great Tao Divine Spirit is nothing much. Too fast. Is this the Divine Might Heavenly Sage? I'm still packing my bags. The Heavenly Tao is mighty. The ancient people didn't lie to me. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is indeed powerful. The legends are all true. Where's the hatred race? They're all dead. The outcome of the hatred race also alerted all the living beings in the Heavenly Tao. This was a huge battle. If the Heavenly Tao lost, they would probably die. This battle was mentioned many times when the sages preached the Tao in the future. They warned their descendants never to indulge in the current peace. Hanju didn't care about the opinions of all living beings. To be honest, he was not excited. The divine rogue Taoist and the foolish sword sage could not be insta-killed. Hanju was still filled with danger. He had to hurry up and cultivate. He had to insta-kill the enemy if he attacked in the future. Just as the foolish sword sage had said, after this battle, no mighty figure would dare to invade the Heavenly Tao again. 1,000 years later, the Heavenly Tao was successfully repaired. The 33rd heaven returned to its former peace. The sages were stimulated and began to focus on cultivating. After witnessing Hanju's strength, they all felt tiny. Including Great Sage Void Soul. Hanju moved Great Sage Void Soul into the 100-peak Immortal River. After the Heavenly Tao recovered, he was expelled by it and was quite depressed. Fortunately, Hanju took the time to move him in. Killing the hatred race allowed Great Sage Void Soul to obtain a lot of Heavenly Tao merit, but it was not enough for him to fuse with the Heavenly Tao because he was too strong. Hanju was an exception. He was a Heavenly Tao life form himself, so the Heavenly Tao was used to his existence. Furthermore, he usually stayed in the Tao field and his cultivation completely bypassed the Heavenly Tao. Just like that, peace returned. 5,000 years later. Hanju was cultivating when a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. The evil Heavenly Emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju's heart trembled. Did something happen again? He was traumatized, but the other party was the evil Heavenly Emperor, so he could not refuse. He immediately accepted the dream. The dream was still the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Seeing Hanju, the evil Heavenly Emperor clicked his tongue in wonder. You're really powerful. You can even kill the divine rogue Taoist. It's said that that battle even involved the leader of the hatred race, Hatred Concubine, and the foolish sword sage. You became famous after that battle. Now, the name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is spreading in the chaos. Hanju frowned and asked, am I very famous? The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled. It's neither big nor small. After all, the chaos is vast and boundless. There are always places where they can't hear your reputation. Hanju looked worried. He didn't pretend to be calm in front of the evil Heavenly Emperor. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled helplessly. What are you thinking? The current you can be considered a top mighty figure of the chaos. You became famous after a battle and only left behind deterrence, not endless trouble. The rise of the Heavenly Tao is already unstoppable. In addition, the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity is coming. The Great Tao Divine Spirits are busy avoiding the calamity and shouldn't come looking for trouble with you. Not only that, but the Life faction is also becoming stronger. Some time ago, they seemed to be stimulated by you and also attacked a Great Tao Divine Spirit. Therefore, you are not alone. The Great Tao Divine Spirits can't focus all their attention on you. Hanju was speechless. In that case, he had to thank life. The evil Heavenly Emperor said seriously, I sent you a dream this time to tell you something. I know an ancient existence. Not long ago, I visited him and asked him to predict the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. Hanju raised his eyebrows. An ancient existence who could predict the Great Tao Calamity? Could it be a Tao creator? After talking to the foolish sword sage, Hanju discovered that the living beings of the chaos didn't believe in the existence of the chaotic deities at all. Even the once Great Tao Supreme foolish sword sage thought that the Great Tao Supreme realm was already the strongest. He deduced that the sign of the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity is the primordial Fian Celestial. This primordial Fian Celestial's potential is unparalleled since ancient times. It's unimaginable. He can sweep through people of the same realm and even cross realms to kill enemies. To him, cultivation realms are nothing. The evil heavenly emperor recalled the words of that ancient existence and felt a chill in his heart. Hanju had a strange expression. Crap, could the battle of the heavenly Tao not have made people think that he was the primordial Fian Celestial? The evil heavenly emperor also thought of this. His expression also became strange. Are you the primordial Fian Celestial? Hanju denied it firmly. How is that possible? I was born as a mortal. You can deduce it. My parents are both mortals. How can they give birth to a primordial Fian Celestial? Aren't chaotic Fian Celestials fatherless, let alone primordial Fian Celestials? The evil heavenly emperor smiled. That's true. Don't be nervous. I know something about the primordial Fian Celestial and know that you're not it. What do you know? The primordial Fian Celestial has yet to be born. What's there to be afraid of? He can overturn the chaos when he's born. We can just kill him in the cradle. Hanju didn't care, but he was very nervous. Isn't that my son? I knew it. The one who causes the great Tao immeasurable calamity is my son. Hanju had a bold thought. If his son was never born, wouldn't the great Tao immeasurable calamity never arrive? No wonder it took 10 billion years. Hanju couldn't surpass the primordial Fian Celestial and couldn't bear to let his son give up his talent. He could only let him stay in his mother's womb. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Of course, I guess the other mighty figures will also know about this. The chaos will stir up a trend of finding the primordial Fian Celestial. The prodigies in the future will be miserable. He said it casually, but Hanju heard a hint of pity. Countless geniuses would die because of a prophecy. Hanju didn't feel guilty. He was not someone who valued all living beings more than his family. Furthermore, even without his son, as a primordial Fian Celestial, he would have to face all the hostility of the chaos sooner or later. Before that, he wanted to secretly cultivate until the entire chaos could not do anything to him. The two of them continued chatting. An hour later, the dream ended. Hanju observed the heavenly Tao. After confirming that there was no danger, he checked his interpersonal relationships. The friends he cared about were still there. He continued cultivating. Time passed. Year after year passed. Thousands of years later. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Detected that you are 500,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and spread the name of the primordial Fian Celestial, stirring up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, a mystical power inheritance, and a new function of the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Chapter 752 Mysterious Mighty Figure. Chapter 752 Mysterious Mighty Figure. Stirring the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Hanju felt that the system was broken. There had been such a choice in the past, but this time, it was too exaggerated. Hanju directly chose the second option. You choose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure Grand Primordium Divine Crown. Grand Primordium Divine Crown. Defensive chaotic supreme treasure. It is formed from the head of a Grand Primordium deity when he died. It contains the strongest defense and can resist great Tao level attacks. Closing square bracket. Great. Another defensive supreme treasure. Hanju immediately took out the Grand Primordium Divine Crown and started to make it recognize him as its owner. The Grand Primordium Divine Crown was purple. There were 2 statues on the crown. They were symmetrical on both sides like horns. They were both domineering and had sinister expressions as if the scene before the battle had frozen. After 80 years, Hanju finally refined it into his own Dharma treasure. After wearing this crown, Hanju looked even more handsome and dignified, like the king of the gods from ancient legends. It was terrifying. Hanju was in a good mood and began to think about which Fian Celestial to use the creation spirit stone on. Forget it. After the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial was the 9-yin Fian Celestial according to the order he had comprehended the grand unity aspect. Hanju began to fuse. He continued cultivating after the fusion process stabilized. As for what to use the heavenly Tao spirit stone on, he still had to consider it. It had been a long time since he had cursed someone. If he used the heavenly Tao spirit stone on the heaven opening axe, how far could it go from a chaotic supreme treasure? What kind of power would it have if the primordial divine rage was used together with the heaven opening axe that surpassed the chaotic supreme treasure level? The battle with the foolish sword sage made Hanju a little dissatisfied with his strength. He wanted to increase his combat ability. As for the curse power, it was very difficult to curse an existence stronger than him to death. Time passed. After the hatred race failed to attack the Heavenly Tao, the development of the Heavenly Tao welcomed another explosive period. The sages were all stimulated. They completely cooperated with Heavenly Venerate Zondu's arrangements and usually focused on cultivation. This also caused more and more influential figures to be born. They began to gain power and become famous. The cultivators who went to the chaos also spread the name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage everywhere. In addition, the death of the great Tao Divine Spirit was true. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage's reputation became greater and greater, making the Heavenly Tao cultivators feel proud. The providence of the Heavenly Tao soared. In the blink of an eye. 50,000 years passed. Hanju was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He finally saw the opportunity to break through and was extremely touched. Heaven did not let down those who worked hard. He opened his eyes. More than 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Venerate Zondu had sent him a voice transmission, asking for him to go to the Universal Hall after his seclusion ended. Hanju first came to the second Tao field and released the 9 Yin Fian Celestial to let Marongchi receive him. During this period of time, Hanming had become a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. The flesh Fian Celestial and the void Fian Celestial had reached the pseudo-sage realm. The other Fian Celestials had all improved, but breaking through was not so easy after reaching the sage realm. Hanju chatted with Li Yao for a while before returning to the main Tao field and jumping into the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu opened his eyes and immediately sent a voice transmission to the other sages when he saw him. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, Fang Liang, Huang Zuntian, Jin Shen, Pan Xin, Shu Dudao, Su Qi, and Li Taigu arrived one after another. Facing Hanju, they all bowed with extreme respect. After the battle tens of thousands of years ago, the sages had completely submitted. Hanju and his slave sages didn't need to act anymore. Hanju nodded slightly and didn't say anything. In any case, the leader was Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He had never managed the Heavenly Tao. Not in the past and not in the future. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was a very qualified sage. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, not long ago, Shi Dudao and Li Daokong's Heavenly Tao Providence was severed. 2 sage positions became vacant. In addition to the recent strengthening of the Heavenly Tao, another sage position opened. There are a total of 3. Do you have any candidates? The sages looked at Hanju. After all, it involved Li Daokong. Hanju said, you can decide for yourselves. As for Li Daokong, don't worry about him. I know what to do. Hearing this, the sages felt relieved and began to discuss. Hanju felt bored and started to check his emails. Although such a meeting was boring, he had to attend it. Only then could he become an authority. He didn't want the Heavenly Tao to change drastically in the future. The new sages would not be convinced by him and would want to cause trouble. In any case, participating would not delay him much. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by demons x 7,890,002. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by demons x 8,902,143. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has entered a mysterious space-time dimension. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan has entered a mysterious space-time dimension. Your good friend Zhang Yi has entered a mysterious space-time dimension. Your good friend Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuntian split heaven and earth and created the chaotic world. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage has comprehended a Sword Tao mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. It was as exciting as ever. Hanju was curious. Are all the mysterious mighty figures stronger than me? He was already a great Tao sage. Very few people could be considered mighty figures in front of him. After reaching the Freedom Realm and having no karma with you, they are all considered mysterious mighty figures. I see. Hanju was relieved. He thought that there were as many great Tao sages as dogs. He continued reading the emails. Huang Zuntian established a chaotic world. He couldn't help but glance at him. This fellow had made a huge move. He had not even severed with the providence of the Heavenly Tao. Sensing his gaze, Huang Zuntian couldn't help but straighten his back and salute him with his eyes. He would talk to him later. Hanju thought silently. Huang Zuntian's master, Sect Master Tianju, had already submitted to Hanju. There was no need to beat around the bush. The emails after that were also exciting. After all, after tens of thousands of years, almost all his friends had made a move. An hour later, the sage position was finalized. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "Recently, a mighty figure from the chaos has held a banquet and invited the masters of the world to befriend him and discuss how to face the future great Tao immeasurable calamity. What do you think?" Chu Zilai was the first to speak. "I think it's fine. With the Heavenly Tao's strength, we might even become the leader of the many worlds in the chaos. They definitely invited the Heavenly Tao definitely to seek protection. Otherwise, why would a freedom mighty figure come to organize it?" Heavenly Venerate Wufa glanced at him and snorted. "What do you mean? Is a freedom sage weak?" Chu Zilai knew that he had said something wrong and had no choice but to shut up. The other sages expressed their opinions. They had to vote to decide. Han Ju didn't participate. In the end, Pan Xin, Sect Master Tianju, and Fang Liang voted in favor to go. Pan Xin was a freedom sage and represented the deterrence of the Heavenly Tao. Sect Master Tianju would lead the negotiations and Fang Liang was in charge of plotting. The sages left after the discussion ended. Han Ju said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, can you invite me to your Tao field for a chat?" Huang Zuntian immediately agreed. The other sages pretended not to hear that. Recently, Huang Zuntian had indeed been a little mysterious. He often went to the chaos. It was a good thing for Han Ju to teach him a lesson. Heavenly Venerate Zondu secretly sighed. Fortunately, there was Han Ju. He was also worried that Huang Zuntian would betray the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 753-6 600, 000 years old, Successful Reincarnation. Chapter 753 600,000 years old, Successful Reincarnation. In the palace, Han Ju and Huang Zuntian sat opposite each other. Han Ju sat at the main seat, while Huang Zuntian, the master of the Tao field, sat as a guest. Without waiting for Han Ju to ask, Huang Zuntian said, "I created a world in the chaos more than 20,000 years ago." He spoke endlessly and was very excited as if he was showing off his achievements in front of his elders. Han Ju listened carefully and did not interrupt. Huang Zuntian began to talk about his reason for creating a world. It was naturally because of primordial origin. Han Ju already knew about primordial origin. This was a secret between the two. With the primordial origin's help, even if he established the chaotic world, Huang Zuntian did not sever the providence of the Heavenly Tao. Primordial origin said that this was a way out for him. All these years, Huang Zuntian's cultivation level had been increasing. He was already very close to breaking through to the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. "Master, don't worry, I'll always be loyal to you. If not for your guidance, how could I be here today?" Huang Zuntian finally expressed his loyalty, making Han Ju feel very comfortable. He suddenly understood why Huang Zuntian could reach his current height. As long as Huang Zuntian's favorability didn't decrease, he was still willing to believe him. Han Ju instructed, "Be careful. Think about how you got to where you are today. Never be careless. Maintain a good relationship with the Heavenly Tao sages. The current Heavenly Tao is already united. As for who has this rope, you should know very well. If you need help, you can also ask the sages. Don't isolate yourself. That will only cause unnecessary trouble for you." Huang Zuntian nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I will remember it." He had seen through it before, but Han Ju didn't admit it personally, so he couldn't trust the other sages. Now that Han Ju said so, how could he not be relieved? The two of them chatted for a while more, mostly about Huang Zuntian's experiences in the chaos. Han Ju listened to the story with relish. Huang Zuntian heaved a sigh of relief after he left. Although he was very loyal to Han Ju, the pressure he gave him was too strong. A voice sounded in Huang Zuntian's mind, "This person is not simple. If he wants to attack me, he will definitely have a way to extract me from your body." Huang Zuntian said proudly, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I follow him?" Ever since he knew Han Ju, he had never seen him lose or even be in a sorry state. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju continued cultivating. He only had one goal now, and that was to break through as soon as possible. Once he closed his eyes, it meant that another era had passed. Ever since the divine robe Taoist was defeated, no expert dared to attack the Heavenly Tao again. New worlds also constantly appeared in the dark forbidden zone near the Heavenly Tao. They were all created by the Heavenly Tao cultivators. Some Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals with core potential discovered that creating a world could allow them to advance to the pseudo-sage realm, causing more and more Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to head to the Dark Forbidden Zone. Year after year passed. Soon, Han Ju was 600,000 years old. Detected that you are 600,000 years old. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and spread the name of the primordial fiend celestial, stirring up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that the reward had decreased. Perhaps 500,000 years meant more. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure, chaotic diamond bracelet. Chaotic diamond bracelet. Defensive chaotic supreme treasure. It is a supreme treasure born at the beginning of the chaos. It contains the strongest defensive light and can block great Tao attacks. Another defensive supreme treasure. Hanju almost fainted. Back when he was still growing, the system loved to give him defensive Dharma treasures. In addition to the chaotic diamond bracelet, he had a total of 3 chaotic defensive supreme treasures. Who could break through his defense? Hanju immediately took out the chaotic diamond bracelet and started to make it recognize him as its owner. After 100 years, he finally refined it into this Dharma treasure. The chaotic diamond bracelet was golden. It was originally a golden ring, but after wearing it, it transformed into 2 wisps of golden flames that wrapped around his wrists. It looked very beautiful. Hanju looked up at the divine robed Taoist, who was still in the primordial heavenly prison. It had been almost 120,000 years, but this fellow had yet to be enslaved. Hanju had to renew the seal every 10,000 years to prevent him from awakening. Then, he took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi in the primordial world. This time, he chose the wind-shaking fiend celestial. After the fusion process stabilized, he would divert his attention. He was already very close to breaking through to the mid-stage Great Tao primordial chaos realm, so he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see the development of the heavenly Tao first. During this period of time, 3 new sages appeared in the heavenly Tao. They were Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, and Long Hao. The reason why Primordial Chaos Buddha could become a Buddha was that Hanju sent a voice transmission to Chu Zilai and asked him to choose him. After all, Primordial Chaos Buddha's previous life was the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil. He was ordered by Hanju to hide in the Buddhist sect. Although he didn't contribute, his favorability didn't decrease. Zhang Guxing was chosen by Heavenly Venerate Wufa. There was an 80% chance that this was in consideration of Hanju. He had very little karma in the heavenly Tao, and Zhang Guxing was one of the few. Long Hao was completely chosen by Hanju. Apart from him, there were a total of 16 heavenly Tao sages in the current immortal world. They far exceeded any previous era. The new sages almost did not rely on the primordial purple chi. Reality proved that the primordial purple chi was only an excuse. In the past, there had been no new sages. It was mainly because the heavenly Tao was too weak and could not carry more sages. The birth of every new sage excited the cultivators of the immortal world. Who did not want to become a sage? Hanju took in the various forms of living beings. The situation of the heavenly Tao was still considered peaceful. Although the hidden sect was not outstanding, its development was at least stable. He did not need the hidden sect to unite the heavenly Tao. That wouldn't be good. He needed to give the other factions some hope. Only then could they continue to climb. Hanju's situation had never been to control the heavenly Tao. In the past, the heavenly Tao was only a shield. Now, he only hoped that the heavenly Tao could protect his disciples. After observing the heavenly Tao, Hanju started to check his emails. He wondered if something interesting had happened in his circle of friends recently. Email after email appeared in front of Hanju and refreshed at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he read millions of emails. An email attracted Hanju's attention. Your enemy Pengu has successfully reincarnated. Pengu, does this fellow want to cause trouble? Hanju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Pengu's hatred for him was not high. He could only say that he was dissatisfied and not an enemy. However, Pengu's history was too valiant. The entire chaos treated him as a nightmare and was afraid that he would revive. Unexpectedly, he did not revive but chose the path of reincarnation. How did he reincarnate? Chapter 754 Dalis Deep Region. Chapter 754 Dalis Deep Region. Where was Pengu reincarnated? Hanju asked in his mind. If he didn't understand it clearly, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. After all, the heavenly Tao was created by Pengu. If he returned, how could the heavenly Tao stop him? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Although his value was ridiculous, he had to continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in the starry sky. Below him was a desolate planet without flowers and plants. Looking up, countless such planets were floating in the entire starry sky. No signs of living beings could be seen. Han Ju looked over and didn't see Pengu on the desolate planet. At this moment, a beam of light descended from above at an extremely fast speed. It directly collided with the barren planet, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. It stirred up circles of dust that were tens of thousands of feet tall. After the dust dissipated, Han Ju saw a huge egg. The eggshell was transparent and emitted a red light. There were many veins on the surface, and he could vaguely see a figure curled up inside. Was that Pengu? But what was this place? Han Ju frowned. A line of words appeared in front of him. Dayless deep region. Chaotic desolate domain. There are no great Tao rules, no karma, no past or future. Han Ju frowned even more. Although he knew the name of this place, he still didn't know where it was. The illusion shattered. Han Ju returned to reality. He checked Pengu's profile picture. Pengu. Cultivation unknown. Chaotic fiend celestial, creator of the heavenly Tao, ancestor of all things, fiend celestial slayer. Because you severed the will control he left in Pan Shin, he has developed displeasure towards you. Current hatred points. 1 star. Why was his cultivation still unknown? Didn't he reincarnate? Could it be that it was not really a reincarnation, but a Dharma idol? Han Ju asked in his mind, how long will it take for Pengu to kill me after he reincarnates? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Unless you stop cultivating or his main body revives, he will never be able to kill you. Unless the main body revives. I knew it. Han Ju's brows relaxed. No matter what, Pengu's reincarnation could not threaten him. Han Ju stopped thinking about it and continued reading the emails. Time passed quickly. Another 30,000 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Divine Robe Taoist has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. Max. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The Divine Robe Taoist in the Primordial Heavenly Prison was still in a soul state. Han Ju removed the seal and his body began to recover. Han Ju checked his profile picture. Divine Robe Taoist. Perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Great Tao Divine Spirit. Current favorability. Max. It was a simple introduction, but it was enough. He was clearly only a minor realm higher than Great Sage Void Soul. The enslavement time had increased by 10 times. Divine Robe Taoist knelt down respectfully after he recovered. Han Ju asked in his mind, will I expose the existence of the primordial heavenly prison if I let the Divine Robe Taoist back and make him not reveal his experience of being enslaved? It was better to let the Divine Robe Taoist stay here and continue being a great Tao Divine Spirit. It could protect the chaotic domain where the heavenly Tao was. From the upper echelons to the bottom, they were all Han Ju's people. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju immediately smiled upon seeing this word. He began to chat with the Divine Robe Taoist. Several hours later, the Divine Robe Taoist was sent out of the heavenly Tao and flew into the darkness. Han Ju had already told him everything he needed to know. In the future, the Divine Robe Taoist would be an important pawn of his. Then, Han Ju came to the second Tao field and released wind-shaking Fiend Celestial to let Marongchi receive him. Marongchi had already become the leader of the Fiend Celestial army. The Fiend Celestials might be unhappy with each other, but they still acknowledged him. After all, every one of them was received by Marongchi. Furthermore, they could tell that Han Ju trusted him. As the combat Fiend Celestial, Marongchi was not weak either. He was often evenly matched even when he fought the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial in the simulation trial. Han Ju chatted with Li Yao for a while before arriving at Yongdu's cave abode. In the long years, Yongdu was almost depressed. As more and more Fiend Celestials appeared, his potential was extremely blinding here. Even he felt that he was not worthy. Although Han Ju could help him change his bloodline, he couldn't even see a trace of hope at the basic pseudo-sage threshold. Yongdu opened his eyes and hurriedly knelt down when he saw that it was Han Ju. He was excited and knew what he had to face next. Han Ju said, I've indeed made you suffer all these years. I understand the burden in your mind, but I just want you to remember this burden. No matter what is your potential, you can never lose your reverence and determination to cultivate diligently. Do you understand? Yongdu said with a trembling voice, I understand your efforts. I've never dared to slack off, much less complain. If not for you, I would have long reincarnated thousands of times. I'd still be immortal, floating in the cycle of reincarnation. Hanju didn't say anything else. He directly dispersed his body and placed his soul into the primordial world. He then teleported into the main Tao field. Yongdu was already a zenith heaven golden immortal, but it was very difficult for his cultivation level to increase. He couldn't even see hope in the mid-stage. This was the upper limit of his potential. After all, Hanju didn't preach the Tao as often in the second Tao field. In fact, if not for the fact that the spirit chi in the second Tao field was incomparable to the heavenly Tao, Yongdu wouldn't even have the hope of becoming a zenith heaven golden immortal. Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and fused the Fian celestial chi of Yongdu and the Dugu Fian celestial. The reason was that their names were similar. Hanju multitasked. As he used his dharmic powers to help Yongdu fuse with the Fian celestial chi, he began to preach the Tao in the main Tao field. The sudden lecture made all the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river unable to react in time as they were pulled into the great Tao of extreme origin. Chaos, Great Tao Tower. Dressed in white, Han Yu came to the hall with his grand disciple Qin Ling and met the tower master, Zhou Fan. The current Zhou Fan wore a python-patterned black robe and was extremely domineering. He was no longer the hot-blooded youth from before. Zhou Fan opened his eyes, and they lit up when he saw Han Yu. Too similar. He was even more like Han Ju than Han Tuo, his own son. He even instinctively wanted to kneel down. Fortunately, he restrained himself in time and no one noticed. Han Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Zhou Fan did not put on airs and said, Your master has already become life. I advise you not to look for him anymore lest you get into trouble. Life. Han Yu frowned. He had been in the chaos for hundreds of thousands of years and had naturally heard of the legend of life. Life was already an existence that terrified cultivators in the chaos. They destroyed and slaughtered everywhere, committing all sorts of evil. He subconsciously wanted to deny it. But on second thought, what if Li Daokong was forced to become life? It was not impossible, Qin Ling asked, even the hidden sect can't touch the life faction. Your master has killed 13 lives. Zhou Fan glared at him and scolded him. Isn't my master your grandmaster? How can you address him as, your master? Where are your manners? Chapter 755 Breakthrough to the Mid-Stage, Beginning the Curse. Chapter 755 Breakthrough to the Mid-Stage, Beginning the Curse. Alright, he's my grandmaster, you're also my grandmaster. Qin Ling said helplessly. How could he not understand what he meant? Zhou Fan looked pleased. He hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Don't investigate Li Daokong's matter anymore. My master knows this matter. It involves confidential information. You should know what it means. Han Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He asked excitedly, My master didn't succumb. Zhou Fan nodded. Han Yu took a deep breath and finally smiled. He knew it. In his heart, his master was the most righteous person. How could he become someone who committed all sorts of evil? Zhou Fan asked, In another few thousand years, the heavenly court will come as a guest. At that time, Han Tuo will come. Do you want to stay and see him? The current heavenly court is expanding greatly. It's not easy to see him. Han Yu shook his head. What will he say even if I see him? Since I know about master, I should go back and protect Buzhou Divine Mountain. Zhou Fan had no objections. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Han Yu, he asked Qin Ling to bring him to stay for the time being and leave after some time. After walking out of the Great Tao Tower, Qin Ling couldn't help but say, Grandmaster, why don't you cultivate with me? The heavenly Tao is running out now. With your cultivation level, it's very difficult for you to have any opportunities in the heavenly Tao. The patrolling soldiers passing by bowed to Qin Ling. It was enough to show his status. Han Yu took in everything and smiled. I know, but I'm not someone who likes to take risks. I'll stay in the heavenly Tao and obediently protect Buzhou Divine Mountain. I don't ask for the sage position, but for longevity and peace. Qin Ling hesitated. All the words turned into a sigh in his heart. Everyone had their own ambitions. Cultivating was not the only direction. 10,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. Seeing that Li Xuanao and Dao Comprehension Sword were waiting outside the 100-peak immortal river, he moved them inside. This is not a good idea. I can't let them wait every time. Han Ju thought silently. Then, he raised his hand and waved. He created a clone that was especially used to handle visitors. The clone was him. As long as he did not develop independent thoughts, he would not be rejected by the system. This clone was not too strong. It was only a wisp of Hanju's soul. Hanju made him stay in a corner of the Taoist temple. The strange deity was attracted by the clone and immediately came over to wrap around it. The strange deity shared the same life as Hanju. Now, it also had strength close to a great Tao sage. Of course, it was only close. It had to work hard if it wanted to attain the great Tao. The great Tao realm was not so easy to attain. It was probably its current limit. It would be very difficult for it to improve in the future. This was the rule of the great Tao. Soon, Li Xuanao came to visit. Hanju let him in. Without waiting for him to speak, he said, "You don't have to tell me about the development of the hidden sect. I can see it all. You have learned to be a leader." Li Xuanao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly said humbly, "No, no. You're the absolute ruler." Hanju didn't reply. He was no longer interested in the hidden sect. He couldn't be bothered as long as it was on the right track. Li Xuanao gritted his teeth and said, "Sect master, I came here for something. Tell me, I want to attain the Tao." Li Xuanao immediately felt relieved after saying that. Hanju stared at him and didn't speak immediately. Li Xuanao braced himself and said, "Now, there are more and more heavenly Tao sages. It's the same for pseudo-sages and zenith heaven golden immortals. If my cultivation level is low, many things will be a restriction." The hidden sect of the heavenly Tao was already a very powerful Providence sect. Li Xuanao had even become a pseudo-sage, but he was only at the early stage. He felt danger. Li Daokong had long become a sage. Hanju said, "Okay, this will be determined in the future." Li Xuanao was overjoyed again and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju waved his hand, and Li Xuanao immediately went out. He thought for a moment and told his clone to go to the fusang tree. If a disciple wanted to go out, he could just go to the fusang tree and not disturb his cultivation time and time again. The clone left, and so did the strange deity. Looking at the strange deity, Hanju suddenly sighed. After so many years, the strange deity had also gained a certain level of intelligence, but no one could see it. It had always been lonely. Should he let it out? In the past, it was afraid that it would be devoured by the inauspicious evil. Now, there was no need to worry. How many were its match among the inauspicious evil? I'll see after some time. I'll break through first. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. 8,405 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 648,505 31 octillion 79 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999ths, 999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, mid-stage great Tao primordial chaos realm, perfect sage. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. It had been nearly 400,000 years since his last breakthrough. The great Tao was difficult, but the further one went, the harder it became. Fortunately, Hanju's lifespan had tripled. He didn't cultivate in vain. Hanju was in a good mood after finally breaking through. He set a goal for himself. He would break through to the late-stage Great Tao primordial chaos realm in 1,000,000 years. He would reach the Great Tao supreme realm in 10 million years. 10 million years, that's really long, Hanju muttered to himself. He couldn't imagine that the heavenly Tao sages had experienced billions of years and their cultivation levels hadn't changed. Wouldn't that be crazy? Hanju was filled with danger after not breaking through for hundreds of thousands of years. After 500 years, Hanju's cultivation finally stabilized. He first raised all his Sword Tao mystical powers to the limit before cultivating the grand unity aspect. This time, he spent 200 years learning 300 fiend celestial Dharma idols, accumulating 849 Dharma idols. His strength soared. Hanju didn't enter the simulation trial immediately. Instead, he took out the heaven opening axe and the heavenly Tao spirit stone. He prepared to upgrade the heaven opening axe. He wanted to see what level surpassed a chaotic supreme treasure. Soon, the heaven opening axe fused with the heavenly Tao spirit stone, but it took time to level up. Hanju put the heaven opening axe into the system space and waited for the upgrade to succeed. He took out the Book of Misfortune. Touching the book's cover, Hanju revealed a hint of nostalgia and muttered, "How many years has it been? I've ignored you and made you useless. Today, I'll let you curse until you're satisfied." The Book of Misfortune seemed to sense his joy as a black light flashed across its surface. Hanju started cursing the first life Black Sovereign. 6 stars of hatred, he had to be the first. Even if he didn't die from the curse, he had to make the first life Black Sovereign vigilant so that his attention would not land on him. The cultivation of the Great Tao Sage was cursed by the Great Tao Numinous Treasure, the Book of Misfortune. Even Hanju could feel the surging curse power. It was a little terrifying. Hanju began to gloat. First life Black Sovereign, how many years of my lifespan can you withstand? Chapter 756 Ultimate Tao Treasure. Chapter 756 Ultimate Tao Treasure. Hanju's lifespan began to decrease after cursing for 5 days. The end of the lifespan number jumped quickly, but it wasn't affected much compared to the entire string of numbers. Hanju could feel how strong his curse was. Ordinary sages probably didn't even have the right to deduct his lifespan. This feeling of doing whatever he wanted was too satisfying. It was as if this book could kill all enemies in the world. 10 billion years, 100 billion years, a trillion years, 100 trillion years, 1 quadrillion years, 10 quadrillion years. Hanju finally saw an email. Because of your curse, the Tao heart of your enemy, the first life Black Sovereign, was damaged. Interesting. Very tough. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and didn't continue cursing. It was still useful to keep the first life Black Sovereign alive. The life faction could help him attract attention. It wasn't good to kill him early. Of course, he might not be able to kill the first life Black Sovereign if he continued cursing. Hanju put away the Book of Misfortune and started the simulation trial. 49 years later, Hanju ended the simulation trial and called Tao Comprehension Sword into the Taoist temple. Tao Comprehension Sword sighed as she walked into the Taoist temple again. Everything was still the same, but her heart was no longer the same. What would have happened if she didn't go out everywhere? Tao Comprehension Sword didn't dare to think about it. Compared to the past, the greatest change was the distance between her and Hanju. In the past, she had little knowledge and didn't have so much reverence. Now that she had been in the mortal world, she developed reverence and couldn't talk to Hanju like before. Tao Comprehension Sword knelt down respectfully. Hanju said, "Have you made up your mind?" It wasn't difficult to guess Tao Comprehension Sword's intentions. She probably knew why Li Yao, Marong Qi, and the others had disappeared. Tao Comprehension Sword looked up and said, "I'm ready. Master, please fulfill my wish." Hanju didn't say anything else. He directly destroyed her body and placed her soul into the primordial world. Before Tao Comprehension Sword could react, she discovered that her surroundings had changed. Her body was gone. What's going on? Why does Master want to kill me? Tao Comprehension Sword was filled with despair and disbelief. She listened to the black hell chicken and prepared to offer herself, but she actually angered Hanju. Forget it, so be it if she died. Tao Comprehension Sword closed her eyes and prepared to welcome her fate. Anyway, her life was given to her by him. Hanju didn't know what Tao Comprehension Sword was thinking. He chose one of the Fian Celestial Qi and helped her fuse with it. Then, he came to the second Tao field and let Yongdu out. Yongdu landed in front of the Taoist temple as if a lifetime had passed. He was already an acquaintance of the second Tao field, so Hanju didn't inform Marong Qi to fetch him. However, Marong Qi sensed Yongdu's aura and took the initiative to come. Congratulations on finally becoming a chaotic Fian Celestial. Marong Qi patted Yongdu's shoulder and smiled, looking as if he thought highly of him. Yongdu was very excited. He turned around and bowed to the Taoist temple before leaving with Marong Qi. This was his first time becoming a chaotic Fian Celestial. He still had many things to ask Marong Qi. The latter told him everything he knew and was very patient, making his admiration for him grow. No wonder Hanju chose Marong Qi to be the leader of the Fian Celestial Army. His bearing was indeed impressive. Hanju didn't leave the second Tao field immediately but looked at the Earth Immortal world. He suddenly discovered that Rengang and Yin Hongchen were no longer in the Earth Immortal world or even the Heavenly Tao. He counted with his fingers. The two of them had followed the reincarnation space into the chaos tens of thousands of years ago and had never returned. Hanju didn't care. He had chosen the Fian Celestial candidates because of a sense of danger. Now that he had become stronger, he was no longer in a hurry to expand the Fian Celestial army. Being unable to become a chaotic Fian Celestial was only a pity for Rengang and Yin Hongchen. Hanju could replace them. There was no lack of replacements in the hidden sect. "What are you looking at?" Li Yao asked curiously. Hanju came back to his senses and smiled. "Nothing." Li Yao suddenly pressed his hand down and said softly, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Hanju asked, "What is it?" Li Yao blushed. "I need your help to increase my cultivation." Hanju remained silent. Seeing that he did not object, Li Yao immediately started taking action. The Taoist temple was immersed in love. Unless one was the great Tao Supreme, they could not be spied on. Time passed. Another 100 years passed. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. After messing with Li Yao for 20 years, he returned to continue cultivating. 10,000 years had passed, but his cultivation level had not increased much, making him quite regretful. The cultivation difficulty increased again after he had reached the mid-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Hanju took out the heaven-opening axe. It had been successfully upgraded. A terrifying killing intent erupted, fluttering Hanju's long hair. It shocked him so much that he immediately suppressed this killing intent, afraid that he would accidentally injure the hidden sect disciples. So powerful. Compared to before, it was like the Dharma treasure couldn't be compared to its past self at all. In his opinion, the previous heaven-opening axe was not even a chaotic supreme treasure. It was just hard and heavy enough. The current heaven-opening axe made him, a great Tao sage, feel heavy. The killing intent it contained was extremely shocking. Even without using the primordial divine rage, he was confident that he could kill hatred concubine with just a swing of this ahe. Hanju checked the heaven-opening axe's information. Heaven-opening axe. Ultimate Tao treasure, one of the birth dharma treasures of the chaotic Phi and celestial Pangu. Number 1 killing weapon. It has the power to devour the providence of the chaotic Phi and celestials and can split the world. Ultimate Tao treasure. Number 1 killing weapon. How arrogant. Hanju put away the heaven-opening axe and entered the simulation trial. He wanted to test its power right away. In the dark forbidden zone, the light formed by the chaotic heavenly road split the darkness into two. High above, a majestic palace floated. In the hall, Pan Shin was meditating. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he liked to cultivate in the chaos and protect the chaotic heavenly road. He suddenly opened his eyes and took out the heaven-opening axe. The heaven-opening axe in his hand petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing cracks to appear. Shocked, Pan Shin hurriedly used his dharmic powers to repair it, but to no avail. Boom! The heaven-opening axe turned to dust and dissipated in front of him. How can this be? Pan Shin was dumbfounded. This was a supreme treasure passed down to him by giant god Pangu. Back then, he had relied on this treasure and the chaotic green lotus to kill his way in and out of a group of great Tao sages. He had been as impressive as he could be. How could such a supreme treasure turn to dust? Pan Shin pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't deduce where the heaven-opening axe was or why it was shattered. Pan Shin was depressed. His Tao heart also cracked. At this moment, Emperor Shao's voice came from outside the Taoist temple. Fellow Taoist Pan, recently, a force has appeared near the chaotic heavenly road. Pan Shin suddenly stood up. His terrifying aura directly shattered his Tao field. Wisps of flames wrapped around his body. Outside the hall, Emperor Shao was shocked and subconsciously retreated. Seeing the murderous Pan Shin, he became even more nervous. He suddenly recalled the scene when Pan Shin killed his way back to the heavenly Tao. Had this fellow gone mad? Very good. Life, right, I'll go meet them now. Pan Shin shouted in a low voice. His voice was like thunder. With that said, he disappeared, leaving Emperor Shao bewildered. Chapter 757 What is Invincibility? Chapter 757 What is Invincibility? Hanju opened his eyes after the 100 simulation trials ended. Damn it, how satisfying. With the primordial divine rage and the ultimate Tao treasure, the heaven-opening axe, he was simply unstoppable. Hanju challenged everyone in the simulation trial alone. Even the powerful foolish sword sage could not withstand a single blow from him. Especially when he fused with the power of 849 Phi and Celestials and used the heaven-opening axe to execute the primordial divine rage, he was simply invincible. Hanju was arrogant now. He even felt that he could fight against a great Tao Supreme. No, he had to calm down. If this continued, his Tao heart would be unstable. Hanju entered the simulation trial again and challenged 100 foolish sword sages alone. An hour later, he opened his eyes. This time, he calmed down. He had yet to truly become invincible among his peers. In his opinion, true invincibility in the same realm was that no matter how many enemies came, he could easily kill them. The number of enemies was not the factor that affected invincibility. He wouldn't be invincible if he couldn't defeat all enemies at the same level. Hanju started to check his emails to divert his attention. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil X890,002,324. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil x 698,310,283. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil x 699,043,221. Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, was attacked by your good friend Divine Lord Peacock and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo has comprehended a great Tao mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren established the great Tao of creation Buddha and obtained the primordial chaos Tao fruit. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Robe Taoist was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Yang Tiandong received a lecture from your disciple Su Qi. His cultivation has increased greatly. He calmed down after seeing the emails. The three useless things had been beaten for hundreds of thousands of years. Most importantly, they had yet to successfully attain the Tao. It was unknown what they wanted. Chu Shiren even overtook them and became a sage. However, how could he create a great Tao? It was the great Tao of Buddha. Could Jia Yin not sense it? Or was Jia Yin not the great Tao of Buddha? Han Ju was interested in Chu Shiren. He was the first existence in his sect to create a great Tao. He was really impressive. He had always felt that Chu Shiren's potential was very high. It was not the potential of his body, but a form of comprehension. Cultivation was not difficult for Chu Shiren at all, so he despised it. Will my disciples have the highest achievements in the future? Han Ju thought silently. When he thought of how Chu Shiren had attained the great Tao and was persuading people to give up cultivating. If this kid was invincible, even his Grand Master might be persuaded to give up cultivating. Han Ju was terrified just thinking about it. No. He couldn't let Chu Shiren catch up. There was something wrong with this kid's mind. Han Ju was only thinking. No matter how high Chu Shiren's potential was, how could he compare to him, a primordial fiend celestial? He continued reading the emails. It became more and more exciting. The heavenly court seemed to have been very active recently. Even Zhou Fan was fighting everywhere. Just as Han Ju was watching with relish, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist Han, please come to the Universal Hall." Coincidentally, Han Ju was resting and reading the emails, so he jumped to the 33rd heaven and entered the Universal Hall. He entered directly. The Tao field array formation was useless in front of him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was already used to his rudeness and did not feel that it was inappropriate. Soon, the other sages arrived. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, Fang Liang, Huang Zuntian, Jin Shen, Shu Dudao, Su Qi, Li Taigu, Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, and Long Hao. Long Hao was very excited to see Han Ju and immediately knelt down. Primordial Chaos Buddha was very restrained. He was still a spy and could not let Chu Zilai notice anything. Zhang Guxing felt as if a lifetime had passed when he saw Han Ju. He already knew why he could attain the Tao. Indeed, the Divine Palace had developed extremely well and was very attractive to geniuses. It could be considered one of the top 10 existences in the immortal world. Before attaining the Tao, he was also at the top of the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, but the sage position was not so easy to obtain. How many pseudo-sages were watching? Heavenly Venerate Wufa told him directly that he chose him because he valued the karma between him and Han Ju. The future Heavenly Tao would be the Heavenly Tao with the surname Han. Heavenly Venerate Wufa needed Zhang Guxing to join forces with him and climb up under Han Ju, fighting for more power and Han Ju's trust. There would be power struggles even in the Grand Unification. This was vividly displayed in the Mortal Empire. Han Ju asked Long Hao to stand up and nodded at Zhang Guxing as a greeting. As for the Primordial Chaos Buddha, he pretended not to know him. Primordial Chaos Buddha immediately understood. Master wants me to continue pretending. After the sages sat down, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression turned solemn as he said, "The Divine Robe Taoist isn't dead. He has reappeared. Not long ago, he defeated the great Tao Divine Spirit who wanted to occupy his territory. This battle has already alarmed the chaos." Hearing this, all the sages looked at Han Ju. He said indifferently, "Don't worry. The Divine Robe Taoist won't attack the Heavenly Tao again." The sages heaved a sigh of relief. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. "I wouldn't dare either if I were him." Chu Zilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, and Fang Liang understood the truth and nodded. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression softened. Li Taigu suddenly asked, "Senior Han, can't great Tao sages be killed?" He asked the question that the other sages wanted to ask. The great Tao realm was too mysterious to them. There were no legends even in the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju said, the great Tao sages are indeed considered undying and indestructible. They can't be killed unless your dharmic powers surpass theirs. However, are there any realms above the great Tao realm? The sages subconsciously shook their heads. They couldn't imagine how he was stronger than the great Tao sage. Han Ju stopped talking. Heavenly Venerate Zondu took over. Since the divine robe Taoist won't threaten the heavenly Tao anymore, let's talk about something else. This is what the heavenly court's evil heavenly emperor told me. He said that the heavenly court has discovered a mystic realm where dharma treasures are born all the time. There are all sorts of treasures of all grades, but they are also accompanied by many powerful artifact spirits. Blessing and misfortune coexist. The heavenly court is willing to share them with the heavenly Tao. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate immediately said, go. We all know the relationship between the evil heavenly emperor and fellow Taoist Han. Besides, the heavenly Tao indeed lacks dharma treasures. The attainments of the refiners can't keep up with the speed of cultivators breaking through. The dharma treasures of the heavenly Tao are still too weak compared to the chaos. The other sages nodded in agreement. This matter was quickly settled without any obstruction. Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued, recently, a human emperor has appeared in the heavenly Tao. He wants to use the power of humans to unite the heavenly Tao. It seems to be harming the heavenly Tao's peace. What do you think? Shu Dudao said, just suppress them. The hearts of people are complicated. Although I'm a human, I know too well how sinister the hearts of people are. The heavenly Tao has been peaceful for too long. The humans have already forgotten the dignity of sages. Fang Liang frowned. If we directly suppress them, I'm afraid someone in the human race will use this matter to incite trouble. Primordial Chaos Buddha said, lure the Buddhist sect into the human race and teach them with Buddhist principles. Chu Zilai glanced at him. This junior was good. He knew how to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 758 Trust. Chapter 758 Trust. The matter of the human race caused an intense discussion among the sages. Perhaps because such chaos had not appeared in the heavenly Tao for a long time, the sages were rather excited. Han Ju didn't care. That human emperor couldn't represent the entire human race. The human race was a heavenly Tao race, but the human emperor was not the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. Hundreds of thousands of years of peace had made mortals forget their reverence. This was understandable. Han Ju was bored. After knowing that there was nothing serious, he stood up and left. The sages did not stop him and heaved a sigh of relief. With Han Ju around, they would always be worried about his position. Han Ju stood up and left, indicating that he didn't care about this at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. What was Han Ju's identity? After he left, Jin Shen said directly, he went against the heavenly Tao and wants to disturb peace. Kill him directly and change the human emperor. Li Taigu said, I suggest we supervise the human emperor temple. After all, the human race is a heavenly Tao race. Without the support of the human emperor temple, how can the human race dare to be so rampant? Fang Liang said, the human race currently lacks standards. The human emperor chose someone with a powerful cultivation level and not a sage. I know a human genius who has the power to conquer the world and also has very good potential. The sages spoke one after another and quickly decided on the outcome. The sages might have turned a blind eye if it was before the previous calamity. However, the heavenly Tao wanted to develop and explore the chaos. If the interior fell into chaos, it would definitely cause the cultivators exploring the chaos to be in confusion. Buzhou Divine Mountain. Han Yu sat under an old tree. The scenery at the top of Buzhou Divine Mountain was very beautiful. Looking along the cliff, the continuous ridge emerged from the clouds like the spine of a dragon. It was vast and majestic. Han Yu, who was cultivating under the tree, did not move. His white clothes were spotless and he looked peaceful. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Long Hao. He was not the main body, but a phantom. Han Yu opened his eyes and looked at him. What is it? Long Hao smiled. You're really cold. Can't I visit you for no reason? I'm a sage now. Aren't you going to bow? Han Yu rolled his eyes and ignored him. Long Hao didn't dare to be angry when he saw his face, so he naturally did not mind. He smiled and said, now that you are the great ancestor of the human race, are you willing to stand up and lead them? Han Yu frowned. Did the current human emperor cause trouble? Clearly, he had heard of the human race. Long Hao said, in the human race ceremony hundreds of years ago, the human emperor declared that humans are above sages and that the race should unite the heavens. Don't you think this is dangerous? It would be fine if a mortal had said that. There were many arrogant people in the world, but as the human emperor, that was not appropriate. Han Yu frowned even more and shook his head. Forget it, I have no intention of entering the world. Find someone else. He paused and continued, thank you. Long Hao had already attained the Tao, but he still cared about him. He was touched. There were many experts and geniuses in the dragon race. Long Hao was not invincible. Long Hao looked at Han Yu deeply and said, you're not bad. Perhaps in the future, you will surpass the imagination of the world. With that, he vanished. Han Yu was confused and did not understand what he meant. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Han Yu closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He had already let go of his emotions and desires, let go of the mortal world. He only wanted to cultivate quietly and alone in the long years. It wasn't a bad thing to enjoy loneliness. He only needed to accompany his Tao. Another 10,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the immortal world. The human race was still around. Under the schemes of the sages, a new human emperor overthrew the previous human emperor thousands of years ago. Now, he led the human race to develop in peace. Peace returned to the immortal world. This matter had already been forgotten by all the living beings in the heavenly Tao. Something new would happen every year. Who would remember what happened in the past? The current heavenly Tao was still in the era of geniuses. Most of the people recorded in the history books were geniuses. Geniuses had a new standard. Other than potential, they also had to have heavenly Tao merit. Heavenly Tao merit was needed to contribute to all living beings in the heavenly Tao. The first batch of geniuses were already the masters of the various small worlds. They had endless merit, and Taoists also traveled the heavens. Tao techniques were common among all living beings and led countless cultivators. Han Ju's gaze landed on the reroll world. Because of him, the reroll world had been well taken care of. It had always been second only to the loose heaven realm in all these years in the heavens. The loose heaven realm also took good care of the reroll world. After all, it was not a secret that Great Loose Heaven had joined the hidden sect. With the huge providence of the reroll world, the white-robed Buddha was already a pseudo-sage, but he had always been an early-stage pseudo-sage. It was very difficult for him to increase his cultivation. It was already unbelievable in the past that he had become a pseudo-sage in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, Han Ju had no intention of promoting him and let him slowly settle down. After observing the heavenly Tao, Han Ju started to check his emails. Your good friend Di Zhong was attacked by your son Han Tuo. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by your good friend Empress Hao Tu. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your good friend Zhu Juyin. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has comprehended a karma mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren established the Buddhist world and his cultivation increased greatly. Your Tao companion, Xing Hongshuan, has comprehended a great Tao mystical power because of your son. Your good friend Li Daokong has received guidance from your good friend ancestor Shishan. His cultivation has increased greatly. The heavenly court and the great Tao tower were fighting with the 12 ancestral magi. Han Ju noticed that no one on both sides had died. It seemed that it was not to the point of no return. He couldn't be bothered to mediate. If something happened, the unlucky ones would be the 12 ancestral magi. Not all good friends were true friends. Han Ju looked down. Xing Hongshuan really treated the fetus in her womb as a cultivation device. She could even comprehend a great Tao mystical power. This is my son's mystical power. Han Ju noticed Li Daokong and ancestor Shishan next. The two of them had established a relationship in the life faction. Why wasn't Shi Dudao helped by ancestor Shishan? Thinking of Shi Dudao, Han Ju suddenly felt that he had neglected him. After reading the emails, Han Ju sent a dream to Shi Dudao in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was a dark starry sky. The two of them stood beside a sun. Shi Dudao opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see a mysterious figure that was as black as a shadow. Greetings, Dark Forbidden Lord. Shi Dudao immediately knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. Han Ju said, it's been hard on you all these years. Shi Dudao suppressed his excitement and said, no, I have to thank you. Han Ju said, it looks dangerous, but it might also be an opportunity. Use it well. I'll make a move when it's time. If I don't appear, it means that the time isn't right. Shi Dudao nodded. He understood what he meant. Just as he had guessed, life was created by the Dark Forbidden Lord. All of this was just a facade. Thinking of this, Shi Dudao respected the Dark Forbidden Lord even more. The fact that the Dark Forbidden Lord could visit him in his dreams and tell him the truth meant that he trusted him. He would do anything for the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 759 Unable to break through. Chapter 759 Unable to break through. Han Ju comforted Shi Dudao. He was relieved seeing that he had no complaints. Han Ju sighed after the dream ended. Shi Dudao is not bad. I can focus on nurturing him in the future. He has patience and determination. His future is limitless. He would observe for hundreds of thousands of years first. In any case, Shi Dudao and Li Daokong had both become life. Nothing would happen for the time being. Currently, life was still fearless. It seemed that no force could restrain them. The great Tao divine spirits did not move, either. Han Ju came to the second Tao field and released Tao comprehension sword. Their appearance alerted Li Yao. Li Yao opened her eyes and saw Tao comprehension sword. She immediately looked happy. Tao comprehension sword slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Han Ju and Li Yao, she couldn't help but be in a daze. During the fusion process, Han Ju was busy cultivating and ignored her, causing her to be in a deep sleep. Because it was too painful, she could only numb herself with sleep. She was stunned. Then, she felt that the boundless power coming from her body was far greater than before. She was not dead, she had been reborn. Congratulations on becoming a chaotic fiend celestial. Li Yao walked in front of her and smiled as she held her hand. They had known each other for hundreds of thousands of years and had established the Holy Mother sect together. Their relationship was naturally good. Tao comprehension sword asked in surprise, why did I become a chaotic fiend celestial? Han Ju said, because I helped, of course. Didn't you come to me to become stronger? Tao comprehension sword's beautiful face instantly turned red. Han Ju added, stay here from now on. With that, he returned to the main Tao field. Once he left, Tao comprehension sword heaved a sigh of relief and regained her nature. She looked at Li Yao and asked curiously, how can Master transform people into chaotic fiend celestials? Chaotic fiend celestials are the top potential in the legends of the chaos. Li Yao introduced the situation of the second Tao field. She was shocked to learn that other than her, others had also become chaotic fiend celestials. How many secrets was Master hiding? She covered the second Tao field with her divine sense and felt powerful auras that were not inferior to hers. This power was much stronger than the hidden sect. After releasing Tao comprehension sword, Han Ju entered cultivation again. Cultivation was endless. In the eyes of sages, time was nothing. Longevity was sometimes boring. Year after year passed. Tens of thousands of years later. Detected that you are 700,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and spread the name of the primordial fiend celestial, stirring up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. It was the same as the 600,000 years old option. Han Ju directly chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure, 3000 heavenly dragon ribbon. 3000 heavenly dragon ribbon, defensive chaotic supreme treasure. It is formed by the providence of 3000 chaotic heavenly dragons. It contains extremely strong defense and can block great Tao attacks. It can isolate the damage of karma and negative karma. Great. Another defensive supreme treasure. With 4 defensive supreme treasures, even a great Tao supreme could not insta-kill him. Right, Han Ju asked in his mind. 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, you can't be insta-killed. The corners of Han Ju's mouth curled up. Then, he took out the 3000 heavenly dragon ribbon and started refining it. The refinement was successful after 80 years. The 3000 dragons automatically wrapped around Han Ju. They followed his waist and wrapped around his arms. The 2 ends landed behind him. Golden light burst out and dragon shadows appeared behind him. The dragons twisted and their divine might was vast. Han Ju sized himself up. He had become more impressive again. Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged the foolish sword sage. He stood still and let the foolish sword sage hit him. The foolish sword sage still couldn't break through his defense even after an hour. Han Ju took out the heaven opening axe and insta-killed him. Boring. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. None of them could fight. Then, he fused the creation spirit stone with the scarlet clear fiend celestial. In a vast hall, the evil heavenly emperor stood in front of a huge cauldron. Han Tuo sat in the boiling medicine inside the cauldron. He was frowning and his expression was ugly. The evil heavenly emperor's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the great Tao concealment fiend celestial's voice sounded, "Don't worry. I've already removed the spatial power in his body. The evil heavenly emperor grumbled, I've already said that we're not Di Yang's match, let alone the other ancestral magi. Especially that time ancestral magus, Zhu Juyin, who's invincible in the freedom realm. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial was silent. After a long while, he said faintly, I didn't expect Di Zhong to be so powerful. It seems that Pengu's Providence is protecting them. The evil heavenly emperor snorted. Then, do you still want us to continue fighting the 12 ancestral magi? My heavenly court will be destroyed if we continue. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial snorted. What a disappointment. Forget it, I'll personally deal with Di Zhong when the time comes. The evil heavenly emperor immediately smiled. Thank you for your understanding, senior. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial did not appear. It was unknown what his expression was. After a while, the great Tao concealment Fian Celestial suddenly asked, how has Hanju been recently? Why isn't there any movement from him? The current heavenly Tao had already established itself in the chaos. Its development was very ferocious and would surpass the deity realm of the ruins of End sooner or later. He's most likely cultivating in seclusion. I know him too well. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial asked curiously, why is he cultivating so hard? He doesn't seem to have any goals. The evil heavenly emperor said, cultivation is the goal. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial said in a low voice, after some time, accompany me to the heavenly Tao to visit him. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. What do you want? Don't think about using any opportunities to attract his help. He's most afraid of trouble. The great Tao concealment Fian Celestial said helplessly, why do you keep speaking up for him? I treat you well, why don't you think about me? We're like father and son. Why fuss about this? Hee hee. Silence returned to the hall. The evil heavenly emperor's gaze landed on Han Tuo again. In the darkness, a coffin moved quickly. A figure sat on the coffin. It was Huang Zuntian. Huang Zuntian looked ahead and asked softly, where are we going? A voice came from his body, low and hoarse, ancient desolate. Why, help us activate the primordial chaos tablet. It is a supreme treasure born at the beginning of the chaos. It is not inferior to Pengu's heaven-opening axe. With it, you will truly rise. Huang Zuntian raised his eyebrows. He was naturally familiar with the heaven-opening axe. That was a supreme treasure that Pan Xin was most proud of. Back then, Pan Xin had relied on the heaven-opening axe to break through the deity realm of the ruins of End. Even now, his achievements were still very terrifying. Huang Zuntian asked, isn't the ancient desolate dangerous? Primordial Origin replied, I've calculated. The ancient desolate is relatively safe during this period of time. Those terrifying existences have already left. After arriving there, look away when you see tombstones and mirages. Don't provoke them. Chapter 760 Great Ambition. Chapter 760 Great Ambition. Speaking of which, the ancient desolate has been broken through for so long. Why didn't those powerful existences leave? Wasn't the ancient desolate a prison created by the Tao ancestor? Huang Zuntian touched his chin and asked. Because of primordial origin, he knew many of the chaos secrets. Primordial Origin replied, the Tao ancestor was indeed powerful back then. He was even suspected by many mighty figures in the chaos to be Pengu's reincarnation. The ancient desolate was once formed by the original world of the heavenly Tao. Although it has already severed the providence of the heavenly Tao, its foundation is still there. In addition, it has suppressed many mighty figures. Over time, the ancient desolate has already become an independent world. It developed its own great Tao. Not to mention those ruthless existences, it can be considered an excellent place for cultivation. Huang Zuntian asked, what is the strongest existence in the ancient desolate? Primordial Origin was silent. Huang Zuntian waited for a moment and asked again, why aren't you saying anything? I can't say his name and break the taboo. Kid, remember, the chaos is not as simple as you think. All living beings are in the illusion. There are some things that you can't ask or remember. Primordial Origin's tone was filled with emotions as if he had fallen into endless memories. Huang Zuntian was even more curious, but he did not ask, afraid that it would cause trouble. The longer he spent with Primordial Origin, the more curious he became about the chaos. How was such a vast chaos born? What was before the chaos? Was the Great Tao realm really the end of cultivation? I can't escape the chaos by cultivating. Huang Zuntian felt that many secrets were worth exploring other than pursuing strength in the path of cultivation. Time passed. 80,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. He cultivated for 80,000 years without anyone disturbing him. This time, when he woke up and looked back, his cultivation level had increased greatly. Hanju suddenly had a bold thought. He wanted to enter seclusion and break through in one go. However, this was not good. If too much time passed, the heavenly Tao would probably change drastically and even escape his control. Perhaps he could rely on his absolute strength to suppress it again, but it would still be troublesome. Hanju first came to the second Tao field and released Scarlet Clear Fiend Celestial to let Marongchi receive him. After the two Fiend Celestials left, Hanju looked at Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword. The two women meditated side by side. They had their own styles and were devastatingly beautiful. Hanju paid attention to their cultivation. The great Tao he had fused with Tao Comprehension Sword was the great Tao of Sword. He could already feel a sword chi nurturing in her. This sword chi was very strong. Although it had yet to attain the Tao, it was already not inferior to a sage who had just attained the Tao. While Hanju was sizing them up, they were also looking at him. Wearing 4 chaotic supreme treasures, Hanju's temperament stunned them. They had never seen such a handsome person. Even though he was already the person they were most familiar with, his bearing still fascinated them. Li Yao said, "Don't go yet." Hanju asked, "What is it?" Li Yao glanced at Tao Comprehension Sword and said, "We have questions about cultivation that we want to ask you." Hanju nodded and sat down. The three of them began to discuss the Tao. 50 years passed quickly. Hanju returned to the main Tao field and smiled. "These two girls are not bad. They didn't disappoint me." Hanju began to look forward to Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword's future. Then, he began to check his emails. After 80,000 years, the number of emails had already reached a terrifying number. However, as a great Tao sage, Hanju easily read all of them. Recently, Chu Shiren had been quite active. After this fellow attained the Tao, his cultivation level increased very quickly and he had already reached the mid-stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Hanju decided to visit Chu Shiren in his dreams. The dream was under the fusang tree, filled with nostalgia. Chu Shiren opened his eyes and was indeed stunned by what he saw. To Hanju, his departure might have been a few days ago, but to him, the experiences contained in hundreds of thousands of years were endless. Seeing Hanju, Kai Shiren immediately woke up and knelt down. He wore the Time Tao robe and the Grand Primordium Divine Crown on his head, the chaotic diamond bracelet in his hand, and the 3000 heavenly dragon ribbon wrapped around his body. Hanju's image and temperament had reached the extreme. The 3000 dragon shadows swayed behind him, causing Chu Shiren to be filled with reverence. No wonder he could kill a great Tao divine spirit. This temperament was even more powerful than the great Tao divine spirit in Chu Shiren's imagination. Hanju smiled and asked, "Not bad. You actually created your own great Tao and even created a world. You're indeed my most highly regarded disciple." Hearing this, Chu Shiren immediately became excited. Usually, he was extremely calm when facing anyone. Only when facing Hanju would he always be like a junior. "It's all thanks to Grandmaster that I can be where I am today," said Chu Shiren, suppressing his surprise. Hanju had said this to him before. He was not touched for long. After calming down, he felt that Hanju was coaxing him. From the looks of it, all of this was within Hanju's expectations. He had heard that a great Tao sage could see through one's future and fate. Hanju asked, "Tell me, how's the development of the Buddhist world? Although I can see it, it must be even more exciting coming from you." Chu Shiren nodded. Then, he felt an irresistible force lifting him up. He began to talk about his experience creating the Buddhist world. He spoke for several hours. The development of the Buddhist world was not bad. It was not purely an independent world. It was more like a sect that established connections with many worlds. The Buddhist world's disciples were all cultivators who wandered in the chaos. After learning the Buddhist Dharma, they began to wander the chaos and expiate the suffering of living beings. Chu Shiren spoke very proudly. He felt that his Buddhist world was more Buddhist-like than the heavenly Tao Buddhist sect. A true Buddha should cultivate to save all living beings from suffering, not fight for power. Hanju smiled. "Not bad. I'm very satisfied that you didn't forget your original intention. However, the chaos is still the chaos. Sometimes, don't trust others too much. If you encounter trouble, remember to contact the hidden sect. Although you created your own Buddhist world, you didn't leave the hidden sect, right?" Chu Shiren was shocked. Grand disciple will always be a disciple of the hidden sect. Hanju smiled and nodded. Then, he began to preach in his dream. It just so happened that Chu Shiren was in seclusion and did not need to end the dream immediately. 10 years later, Hanju opened his eyes. He suddenly felt that Chu Shiren might really have the best potential. He discovered that after Chu Shiren listened to the Tao seriously, his understanding of the great Tao of extreme origin was very deep. If there was a path of cultivation for the great Tao of extreme origin, Chu Shiren would already be ahead of many disciples. There was no lack of people whose cultivation level surpassed his. For example, Zhou Fan's understanding of the great Tao of extreme origin was inferior to Chu Shiren's. Most importantly, Chu Shiren had a kind heart. Most of Han Ju's disciples cultivated to become stronger. Very few disciples had ambitions toward others, including Han Ju himself. Han Ju smiled and stopped thinking about it. He was about to cultivate when he suddenly felt something and looked up at the chaotic heavenly road. Great Tao Sage.